Chapter 1267 Dance of the Butterfly Rumble. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. Countless bolts of lightning were like pythons as they wantonly intertwined within the clouds. Soon after, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm instantly streaked across the sky and violently smashed into the snowstorm below. TSK, TSK, TSK. However, the snowstorm was extremely powerful. The bolt of lightning that streaked across the sky only left behind traces of lightning in the snowstorm before it was completely annihilated. Boom, boom, boom. The instant this bolt of lightning descended, 3 more bolts of lightning continuously descended from the dark clouds. The bolts of lightning that descended this time were much more powerful than the first, regardless of whether it was in terms of quantity or quality. They were so numerous that it seemed like a prison of lightning. After all, the profound soul ice butterfly possessed the bloodline of an ancient sacred beast. It was extremely powerful. With a sharp cry, the surrounding snowstorm became even more terrifying. A thick layer of snow formed in the sky above, completely blocking the descending bolts of lightning outside the barrier. It's blocked the second lightning tribulation, Zhuowen muttered to himself. His gaze was filled with excitement. With the powerful bloodline of the profound soul ice butterfly, it shouldn't be too difficult to overcome this lightning tribulation. However, I'm worried about Mufeng. Moyin and Baiyan suddenly said in a somewhat worried voice. Zhuowen nodded and said, "We have to constantly pay attention to the surrounding movements. It's rare for this little guy to have the opportunity to break through to the Demon Emperor level. We have to protect him." Hearing those words, Moyin and Baiyan opened their mouths and smiled in embarrassment. However, they did not say anything else. Actually, they had originally wanted to directly ignore the profound soul ice butterfly and leave this place as soon as possible. However, since Zhuowen had said so, they were embarrassed to object. As for the originally imprisoned demoness, she suddenly said to Zhuowen, "Human, release me. I have a way to protect your safety." "Oh, you have a way to protect our safety?" Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he sneered. It was as if he had heard a great joke. Zhuowen sneered in his heart. Naturally, he did not believe the demoness' words. She had been shouting at him to kill him, but now she was saying that she wanted to protect them. Seeing Zhuowen like this, the demoness was a little anxious. She hurriedly said, "I really have a way. In the mausoleum, we are not the only demon soldiers. There are demon kings above us, but they all live in a secret realm. The outside world has only sent 3 teams of demon soldiers. Let me go, and I will take you to that secret realm." Hearing the words of the female demon, Zhuowen, Moyin, and Baiyan revealed an astonished expression. They did not expect that there would be other demon soldiers in the tomb. Moreover, from what the female demon had said, there was a demon king above the demon soldiers and even a secret realm. It seemed that this tomb was not simple. Of course, what Zhuowen was curious about was what kind of existence that demon king was. To be able to become the king of demon soldiers, he should at least be a high-level demon sovereign. That was an extremely terrifying existence. "Oh, didn't you say that you would rather die than take us to the enemy's side? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Moreover, that secret realm is where you demon soldiers live. There must be demon soldiers inside. If we follow you into the secret realm, won't we be seeking our own deaths?" Zhuowen sneered. However, the female demon shook her head and said rather seriously, "No, you won't be seeking your own deaths after entering the secret realm. On the contrary, you will be entertained by our demon king because you brought an existence like the profound soul ice butterfly." The words of the female demon immediately confused Zhuowen, Moyin, and Baiyan. They were somewhat puzzled by the words of the female demon. Could it be that their demon king would entertain them just because of the profound soul ice butterfly? What kind of logic was that? The female demon naturally saw the disbelief on the faces of Zhuowen and Baiyan. She continued, because our great demon king's true form is the powerful, profound soul ice butterfly, a demon of the same race? Zhuowen, Moyin, and Baiyan were startled. They finally understood why the female demon said that the demon king would entertain them. It turned out that this was the reason. Demon emperors, compared to human warriors, were extremely rare, especially those with extremely powerful bloodlines. Their numbers were probably even rarer. It was very rare to encounter a powerful demon emperor of the same race. If they did, generally, powerful demon emperors would treat the younger generation of the same race well. How do we know if this is a lie that you weaved? After all, if you use this information as bait to lure us into the secret realm and then let the demon soldiers inside kill us, wouldn't our sacrifice be in vain? Moyin and Baiyan frowned slightly. The female demon was somewhat anxious. She said, "I don't need to lie to you about this. You should be hiding from the master of the 9 dragons formation, right? Now that the entrance to the tomb has been sealed, hiding in the secret realm is your only choice. Let's wait for the little guy to pass the lightning tribulation." Zhuowen suddenly said after pondering for a while. The female demon's tone and attitude did not seem to be lying. Therefore, Zhuowen was prepared to wait for the profound soul ice butterfly to pass the lightning tribulation and successfully advance to the demon emperor realm before making a decision. The female demon nodded. She was not in a hurry. After all, the reason why she changed her mind was mainly because of the profound soul ice butterfly. Otherwise, she would be too lazy to pay attention to the 2 humans in front of her. Thinking of the old demon king in the secret realm who was nearing the end of his lifespan, the female demon looked at the profound soul ice butterfly that was about to advance to the demon emperor realm. Her eyes were filled with a different kind of brilliance. The last lightning tribulation. About the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the lightning tribulation was about to come to an end. The dark clouds in the sky began to slowly rotate, forming a black spiral. In the middle of the black spiral clouds, a bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket suddenly struck down. Below the dark clouds, the bolt of lightning transformed into a huge lightning snake. It opened its bloody mouth and roared as it charged towards the snowstorm below. Rumble! The last lightning tribulation was indeed powerful. The barrier formed by the snowstorm was directly shattered like tofu. The lightning snake continued to sink with irresistible force and directly shattered the snowstorm. Boom! Amidst the lightning glow, a graceful figure was faintly discernible within the snowstorm. Soon after, Zhuowen and the rest saw the graceful figure extend her slender, jade-like hand. A wave of bone-chilling demonic energy gushed out and formed a glossy ice mirror in front of her. Bang! The huge lightning snake slammed into the ice mirror. It merely caused the latter to sway for a moment before it was completely blocked outside the ice mirror. After a brief moment, the lightning snake also completely dissipated. At this moment, the lightning tribulation had completely disappeared. The instant the lightning tribulation disappeared, the gazes of Zhuowen and the rest landed on the graceful figure. Soon after, a trace of astonishment was revealed on their faces. This was because the figure that had appeared before them was no longer the butterfly-like, profound soul ice butterfly from before. Instead, it was a slender young lady. This young lady had a petite and exquisite figure. Her neck, arms, chest, and waist were covered with fluffy soft fur, which just happened to cover the private parts of a woman. Her white cheeks were tinged with rosy red, just like an exquisite porcelain doll. In particular, there were 2 thin antennae on her head, which made her look exceptionally adorable. In addition, there was a pair of thin, transparent wings on the young lady's back. They seemed to be formed from ice and snow, appearing just like an exquisite sculpture. They were extremely beautiful. Swoosh! The thin wings on the young lady's back flapped and immediately flew towards Zhuowen. When she arrived in front of Zhuowen, under the latter's astonished gaze, she threw herself into Zhuowen's embrace. Her head with antennae continuously rubbed against Zhuowen, just like before. Her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with a sense of dependence towards Zhuowen. Hee, Master, I have finally transformed into a human. In the past, I was unable to hug you. Now I can finally hug you. Hee. A melodious voice, like that of an oriole, was emitted from the young lady's mouth. Zhuowen was somewhat speechless as he looked at the young lady rubbing against his chest. He knew that this should be the profound soul ice butterfly that had transformed into a human. In the past, when this little fellow had not transformed into a human, he did not feel anything when she rubbed against his chest. But now, in her human form, she was actually such a small and exquisite young lady. Using this posture to rub against his chest, this feeling made Zhuowen feel a little strange. Hurriedly dodging the exceptionally passionate young lady, Zhuowen stared at the young lady and said, "You are the profound soul ice butterfly that has transformed into a demon emperor." The young lady was clearly somewhat dissatisfied with Zhuowen's dodging action. She pouted and said, "That's right. I am the profound soul ice butterfly. Master, didn't you stroke my head in the past? Why aren't you touching it now?" Hearing the young lady's lovable snort that contained hidden bitterness, Zhuowen was once again speechless. He could only awkwardly smile and say, "Today is different from the past. Do you have a name? Tell me about it." Zhuowen's words diverted the young lady's attention. She giggled and said, "Of course I do. My name is Wu Dai. In the future, Master can just call me Dai. Wu Dai," Zhuowen muttered as he nodded in agreement. Soon after, he solemnly said, "The commotion caused by your tribulation is very big. We have to leave this place as soon as possible." Wu Dai nodded. She also knew a little about the outside world, so she was not too surprised by Zhuowen's words. At this moment, the demoness suddenly arrived in front of Wu Dai. She placed her right hand in front of her chest and said in an extremely respectful manner, "Esteemed lord, can you let Yao Ji take you to the secret realm?" "You are." Wu Dai tilted her head and asked in astonishment. Zhuowen briefly introduced the demoness' identity. Only then did Wu Dai nod. However, her eyes fell on Zhuowen. She grabbed Zhuowen's arm and giggled. "I will listen to Master. Wherever you go, I will go." The demoness nodded. Her gaze fell on Zhuowen as she respectfully said, "Yao Ji hopes that everyone can make a trip to the secret realm. There, no one will disturb you. At the same time, it will be the best shelter for everyone." Zhuowen, Mo Yen, and Bai Yen looked at Zhuowen, letting the latter make the decision. "Then let's make a trip to the secret realm." After thinking for a moment, Zhuowen gritted his teeth and said, he knew that he had nowhere to go in this tomb. He could enter the secret realm to take a look. After all, the demoness' gaze was quite sincere. "Then everyone follow me." Chapter 1268. Crisis. It wasn't just the demoness. Even Zhuowen, Wu Dai, Moyen, and Bai Yen, who were following behind her, had stopped in their tracks as well, and their expressions had become extremely ghastly pale, because strands of black aura had unknowingly blocked their path ahead. Oh! Ferocious roars rang out from the black chi. Soon after, the black chi wriggled and began to transform into strange human figures. The number of these human figures was so great that it was enough to make the hearts of Zhuowen and the others tremble. As far as the eye could see, they were so densely packed that there was practically no end to them. "What are these things?" The demoness' face was pale and her voice trembled. She found that the aura of these strange human figures was extremely powerful. Almost all of them had reached the Emperor realm. Moreover, the number of them was so great that it made her feel numb. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of them. Just think about it. The power of tens of thousands of Emperor realm creatures combined was something that even a high-level Emperor realm cultivator would not dare to fight against. However, this was only in terms of power. If there really was a high-level Emperor realm expert, tens of thousands of these creatures would not be able to stop him. After all, a high-level Emperor realm cultivator was much more agile than tens of thousands of creatures. Zhuo Wen and the others weren't high-level great emperors. Faced with so many great emperors, there was nothing they could do but run. There was nothing else they could do. Run. There are too many of them. We can't fight against them. Zhuo Wen roared as he suddenly took out the Origin Energy Pagoda and stored Moyen, Baiyan the Banshee, and Wu Dai into it. Shortly after, he formed a seal with his hands, and 3 pairs of lightning wings sprouted from his back. With a rumble, Zhuo Wen fled forward as if his life depended on it, facing tens of thousands of Monarch Realm creatures, for the current Zhuo Wen was simply courting death. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he couldn't be a match for such a terrifying number of Monarch Realm creatures. Even if these Monarch Realm creatures were all low-level Monarch Realm, for him, the strongest was only a 3rd-level demon overlord. It was simply courting death. To put it bluntly, even a peak 6th Heaven Emperor Realm expert would fall in the face of such a terrifying number of Emperor Realm creatures. If Zhuo Wen did not run, he would be out of his mind. After all, Zhuo Wen had the 3 lightning wings of the 6 lightning wings. If he fully unleashed it, his speed might not be comparable to a high-level Emperor Realm expert, but it was still much faster than a mid-level Emperor Realm expert. After all, the 6 lightning wings of wind and lightning increased with his strength. Therefore, Zhuo Wen immediately kept Wu Dai and the others in the Yuan Qi Pagoda and fled alone. Awoo! The instant Zhuo Wen spread his lightning wings and fled, the densely packed strange human figures roared and chased after Zhuo Wen in a mighty manner. What surprised Zhuo Wen was that the speed of these strange creatures was not slow at all. He was actually unable to shake them off in a short time. Are these strange creatures the things trapped in the 5th palace? While paying attention to the huge number of creatures behind him, Zhuo Wen's eyes became extremely gloomy. At the same time, his consciousness entered the Yuan Qi Pagoda and transmitted to the demoness. Quickly tell me the location of the secret realm. The demoness in the Yuan Qi Pagoda was frightened. After a long while, she came back to her senses and nodded. Then, she transmitted the map of the secret realm to Zhuo Wen's sea of consciousness. Zhuo Wen casually checked the map sent by the demoness. At the same time, he exerted all his strength to display his lightning wings. His whole body turned into an ethereal lightning and disappeared from the spot in an instant. There it is. After approximately 10 minutes, Zhuo Wen arrived at an enormous valley. The surroundings of this valley were formed by piles of yellow sand. It was in the shape of a bowl as it quietly stood on the ground. However, what caused Zhuo Wen to be astonished was that the valley was completely empty. Not even a blade of grass grew within it. It was extremely desolate, and it was the complete opposite of the secret realm that the demoness had described. What's going on? Zhuo Wen did not even think about it. He summoned the demoness from the Yuan Qi Pagoda and asked in an ice-cold voice, "The secret realm is inside the valley. However, there is a powerful restriction outside the secret realm, which conceals the secret realm inside the valley. That's why you can't see it. Now, you just have to follow me in." As the female demon spoke, she took a step forward. However, the instant she took a step forward, she violently spat out a mouthful of blood and was directly sent flying. Zhuo Wen's eyebrows slightly knitted together. He extended his right hand and pressed it against the back of the female demon, causing her flying figure to come to a complete stop. Mental energy, Mu Feng. Zhuo Wen's gaze turned dark and gloomy as he turned his head around. Coincidentally, he saw Mu Feng standing on the 9 Dragons formation 100 meters away, looking over at him with a ridiculing gaze. At this moment, Zhuo Wen's mood fell to the bottom. He never expected that Mu Feng would chase after him at this moment. Bang! Without saying anything else, Zhuo Wen immediately transformed into his demonic body and sent a fist rumbling forward. In an instant, terrifying demonic energy gushed out, forming demonic clouds in the sky. However, there seemed to be an invisible barrier before him. A wave of frightening energy rippled out, causing Zhuowen to involuntarily take a few steps back, his face extremely dark. "It's useless. Your strength is as weak as an ant before me," Mu Feng said with a faint smile. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, the densely packed strange figures that were chasing after Zhuowen shot over in a grandiose manner, instantly surrounding Zhuowen. "Kill!" Mu Feng gave the order without any trace of politeness. In an instant, the countless strange figures roared as they launched their attacks towards Zhuowen. "Zhuowen, enter the Yuan Qi Pagoda." A voice rang out beside Zhuowen's ears. Knowing that it was Lu Hantian's voice, Zhuowen's eyes sparkled. Nodding his head, he brought the demoness into the Yuan Qi Pagoda. From the size of a palm, the Yuan Qi Pagoda grew to a height of several hundred feet, spanning across the sky. Bang! 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 Countless attacks from the strange figures landed on the Yuan Qi Pagoda, causing it to violently shake, while strange crackling sounds rang out. Roar! The strange figures furiously roared as they began to unceasingly attack the Yuan Qi Pagoda. Ear-piercing sounds of metal clashing continuously rang out, appearing extremely ear-piercing in this world. On the fourth floor of the Yuan Qi Pagoda, Zhuowen, Lu Hantian, Grand Devil Lord, Mo Yen by Yanwu Dai, and the demoness gathered together with a solemn expression. At the same time, the Yuan Qi Pagoda's unceasing shaking continuously transmitted to the fourth floor, causing the six of their faces to turn increasingly unsightly. What should we do? The Yuan Qi Pagoda is only a mid-grade Emperor artifact. Under the attacks of tens of thousands of Emperor realm creatures, it simply won't be able to withstand it. Lu Hantian spread out his hands and said with a bitter smile. The other five looked at each other in dismay. For a moment, they fell into silence. Suddenly, the demoness spoke. "This place is very close to the secret realm. I can try to contact the nearby demon soldiers. If I can contact them with Lord Wu Dai's relationship, the Demon King will definitely appear. If you can contact them, that would be the best." Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he stared at the demoness. The latter nodded and narrowed her eyes. She crossed her hands and raised them to the sky. A strange sound wave emitted from her mouth and spread out outside the Yuan Qi Pagoda. At the entrance of the valley, 1,000 meters away, 2 demon soldiers with the head of a snake and the tail of a fish stood within the invisible restriction. These 2 demon soldiers were extremely muscular, and their eyes emitted a faint green glow. Through the restriction, they naturally noticed the countless number of strange human figures 1,000 meters away. Surprise was revealed in their eyes. "What are those things? I've never seen them before in the tomb," one of the demon soldiers said in surprise. The other demon soldier shrugged and rolled his dead fish eyes. He said in a somewhat dull manner, "Who knows? Maybe they're demon soldiers that we don't know about. But there's still a lot of them. Let's let them in." "You idiot! How can you tell that those strange things are demon soldiers? You really have a pig's brain. Guarding this entrance with you is the most unfortunate thing I've encountered in my life." The slightly more normal demon soldier held his forehead. His eyes revealed an expression that said, "You're hopeless," as he scolded. There's a distress signal." The demon soldier that was holding his forehead suddenly had a stern expression. He had keenly captured the sound wave that came from outside. Soon after, he tilted his head to listen. The more he listened, the uglier his expression became. In the end, he was so angry that he kicked the dull-witted demon soldier in front of him. "Why did you kick me?" The dull-witted demon soldier rolled a few times on the ground and looked somewhat innocently at the demon soldier. "I was too excited just now." "You idiot! Guard this entrance for a while. I have something important to report to the Demon King." As he spoke, the demon soldier immediately disappeared from the entrance, leaving the dull-witted demon soldier to quietly crawl to his feet. Then he quietly looked at the countless strange human figures outside and quietly stared blankly. Mu Feng quietly looked at the Yuan Qi pagoda, which was being surrounded and bombarded by the strange humanoid figures. A sliver of ridicule appeared in his eyes as he muttered, "The defensive strength of this mid-ranked Emperor artifact is not bad. However, I still need to add some fire to it." As he spoke, Mu Feng patted the 9 dragons array beneath his feet. Instantly, 9 giant dragons roared towards the sky, before shooting towards the Yuan energy tower in the middle from 9 different directions. Bang, bang, bang. 9 terrifying, ear-piercing explosions resounded, before 9 extremely terrifying explosions erupted. In the next moment, the gigantic Yuan energy tower started to violently shake. In the end, faint cracks started to appear on the surface of the Yuan energy tower. Puff! Within the Yuan energy tower, Lu Hantian's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. In a deep voice, he said, "Not good. The Yuan energy tower can't hold on for much longer." Just as Lu Hantian finished speaking, everyone saw cracks start to appear on the surface of the Yuan energy tower. Furthermore, the cracks started to continuously spread, before finally shattering into countless fragments. Oh, countless black qi drilled in from the outside, crazily shooting towards the 6 people within the Yuan energy tower, as if they wanted to devour everyone. Everyone be careful. Chapter 1269. The Birth of the Blood Demon. Everyone form a circle and block these things. Zhuowen roared and stood back to back with his demonic avatar. The demonic avatar held the slaughtering demonic blade as demonic energy surged out. Countless blade shadows covered his body like locusts, flashing across space. Celestial energy surged from Zhuowen's hand. White light soared into the sky as he swung the tiger head clear gold spear. The spear's shadow formed from celestial energy appeared like the sharpest weapon in the world. Moyen by Yen Lu Hantian Wu Dai, the Lord of Grand Devils, and the Demoness had recovered from their shock as well. They stood back to back and formed a circle, and each of them executed their strongest techniques to block off the countless strange figures that were flashing over menacingly from the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying black qi violently collided with the various attacks from the 7 of them. Immediately, extremely frightening aftershocks erupted from both sides. They were like ripples in water as they spread in all directions. The black qi and the various colored yuan power collided. The various colors that spread were extremely bright and colorful like fireworks. An ear-piercing explosion sounded like thousands of bombs exploding at the same time. The noise was enough to shatter the eardrums of an ordinary cultivator. However, no one present was an ordinary person. Naturally, they would not be affected by such noise. The moment the 2 energies came into contact, the hundreds of strange human figures at the front were directly shattered and annihilated, turning into illusory black qi. However, the number of these strange human figures was too large. Even though the strength of the 7 present was extraordinary, the difference in numbers between the 2 sides was too obvious. The strange human figures could use the sea of people to completely crush the 7 of them. Moreover, what made Zhuowen's expression turn ugly was that the strange human figures that they had annihilated actually wiggled and gave birth to new strange human figures after turning into black qi. In other words, these strange human figures could not be killed. Even if one was annihilated, a new one would be born. There was no end to this. Under the relentless attacks of the strange humanoid figures, the expressions of Zhuowen's group of 7 could be said to be extremely ugly. They were practically at an absolute disadvantage. At this moment, the team was like a lone boat in a vast ocean that could be annihilated by the raging tsunami at any time. Pucci, Lu Hantian, and the Demoness both spat out mouthfuls of blood at the same time. Their faces were incomparably pale. Their eyes were extremely solemn and filled with despair. They knew that there were too many of these strange figures. Even if the 7 of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Big Brother Hantian, Yao Ji, you guys step back first. Leave the rest to us. Zhuowen roared and immediately shrunk the encirclement. Lu Hantian, an enchantress, retreated into the encirclement. Whether it was Lu Hantian or enchantress, both of them had suffered heavy injuries. It was expected that they would be the first to retreat. The defeat of Lu Hantian and the Banshee caused the pressure on Zhuowen and the other four to increase by a lot. The trend of their defeat became even more tilted. Zhuowen, we can't go on like this. I'm afraid that we won't be able to hold on for long. Moyin Baiyan's expression was pessimistic. He was the strongest in the group, but under the siege of so many strange human figures, it was still extremely difficult for him. Zhuowen, release the blood demon. I'm afraid that only that guy can help us escape this calamity. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Zhuowen frowned slightly. The blood demon was an ancient saint-level creature. Although it had been seriously injured and had fallen into a deep sleep before reaching the saint level, it still had the power of a high-level emperor. If he released it, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control it at all. It was very likely that that guy would escape. Pucci. Wu Dai also couldn't bear the pressure and was forced to retreat. In an instant, there were only 4 people left in the encirclement. Even Zhuowen couldn't bear it anymore. Traces of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Zhuowen, I think it's best that you don't put up a final struggle. If you submit to me now, I can promise you that I won't kill the people beside you. Mu Feng stood on the 9 dragons formation as he stood in the air, looking down at Zhuowen and the others. Zhuowen didn't pay any attention to Mu Feng. Instead, his eyes were dark as he continued to block the countless strange human figures rushing over from the surroundings. Zhuowen's attitude naturally caused Mu Feng's eyes to turn dark. With a cold snort, he didn't say anything else and just coldly watched. Looks like I can only release the blood demon. With a soft sigh, Zhuowen flicked his finger and immediately took out the demon-sealing green coffin. With a pat of his right hand, the lid of the demon-sealing green coffin slowly opened with a creak. A frightening pressure flowed out from the green coffin, causing the surrounding air to instantly freeze. Bang! Without the slightest bit of hesitation, Zhuowen furiously smashed his palm against the coffin lid. Instantly, the lid was blasted open, completely revealing the interior of the coffin. A blood-colored pillar of light rushed towards the heavens from the green coffin, seemingly stretching across the heavens and earth. Under the frightening blood-colored pillar of light, the countless strange human figures that were rushing over were all sent flying back. Their scarlet eyes were filled with shock and fear. That's because they had discovered that the aura within the pillar of light was extremely powerful, so powerful that it caused their hearts to tremble. Rumble! A gigantic, blood-colored figure that reached the heavens, and the earth slowly stepped out from the blood-colored pillar of light in the air. As it stepped on the air, the frightening power contained within caused the entire space to tremble violently. Ha ha ha! This demon is finally out. How many years has it been? This demon is finally able to see the light of day once again. Ha ha ha! A savage laughter rang out from the blood-colored figure, continuously reverberating across the heavens and earth. Within the blood-colored figure, a pair of large lantern-like eyes sparkled, containing a cruel smile. What is this thing? Moyin Baiyan, Banshee Grand Demon Lord, and Wu Dai were all puzzled. Only Lu Hantian recognized the true body of the blood demon. After all, the blood demon had been sealed in the Vitality Tower back then. He had even lived in the blood demon's lair for a very long time, so he was extremely familiar with the blood demon's aura. Zhuowen, isn't it inappropriate for you to release the blood demon? Lu Hantian asked somewhat uncertainly. Zhuowen shook his head. This is the only method I have right now. If I hadn't borrowed the power of the blood demon, we would have been completely wiped out by now. I had no choice but to use it. Lu Hantian nodded when he heard Zhuowen's words. However, he was still somewhat worried that the blood demon would turn around and deal with Zhuowen's group, so he remained vigilant in his heart. Zhuowen, You've got guts to actually release this lord. The blood demon suddenly lowered his head and looked down at Zhuowen, who was only the size of his thumb. He grinned, his eyes containing a cruel smile. What, you plan to come out and deal with me? You should know that I still have a trace of your imprint in my hand. Are you sure you can kill me? Zhuowen said indifferently. Humph. I'll help you disperse these disgusting things, and you'll set me free. How about that? The blood demon replied. Zhuowen shook his head and pointed at Mu Feng, who was in the 9 dragons formation. Not only do you have to disperse these things, you also have to help me kill this fellow. If you can do it, why can't I set you free? The blood demon indifferently glanced at Mu Feng, who was not far away, and nodded. All right, remember your promise. After saying that, the blood demon did not hesitate. He waved his huge, blood-red palm, causing an extremely terrifying storm to sweep through the air. A pungent and unpleasant stench pervaded the air, giving people the feeling that they were in a bloodbath. Boom, boom, boom. With just a wave of his hand, over 1,000 strange humanoid figures were completely annihilated, turning into wriggling black chi. Break for this lord. Blood. See overflows the heavens. The blood demon roared out furiously as an endless sea of blood gushed out from his gigantic body. A tsunami that blotted the heavens rolled out from the sea of blood. The blood-red waves were accompanied by blood-red gales, causing extremely frightening energy ripples to form in the air. Boom! 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 The tens of thousands of strange humanoid figures in the surroundings were completely engulfed by the sea of blood, turning into black chi one after another. However, these strange black chi seemed to be indestructible, as even the sea of blood was unable to cause any damage to them. Retreat! A look of astonishment appeared in Mu Feng's eyes. The might of this blood-red figure that had suddenly appeared was truly too terrifying. With just a wave of his hand, he was able to annihilate over 1,000 strange humanoid figures. With just a single move, he was able to annihilate tens of thousands of strange humanoid figures. With a low roar, the countless black chi immediately fled towards the back. As for Mu Feng, who was standing on the 9 dragons formation, he continuously retreated. His gaze was filled with extreme fear as he stared at the gigantic blood demon. If his estimation was correct, the blood demon's strength should be at the 7th level Emperor realm. Its might was overwhelming, and such an opponent was exceptionally troublesome to deal with. Zhuowen wants me to take your head. Are you going to commit suicide, or do you want me to help you? The blood demon took a step forward as he spoke to Mu Feng in an indifferent manner. Take my head? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Although Mu Feng was afraid of the blood demon, he was not afraid. With a cold snort, he patted the 9 dragons formation with his right hand. The 9 dragons formation beneath his feet roared as it shot towards the blood demon. The blood demon frowned slightly. His gigantic palm, which was the size of a palm leaf fan, descended and smashed towards the 9 dragons formation. With a rumbling sound, the entire void exploded. The 9 dragons formation roared and was actually forced to take a few steps back. Its aura had become extremely weak. Haha, a mere heavenly arcane master actually dares to be so arrogant in front of me? Die! The blood demon laughed loudly as his gigantic hands grabbed the 9 dragons formation. No matter how the 9 dragons struggled and roared, they were unable to break free. After that, his hands suddenly tore apart the 9 dragons, causing a rain of blood to fall from the sky. It was an extremely miserable sight to behold. It's your turn now. After destroying the 9 dragons formation, the blood demon laughed out loud. In an instant, he stepped through the air and his gigantic palm, which was like a mountain peak, descended towards Mu Feng's head. Bastard! Run! Mu Feng's expression was extremely ugly. With a wave of his sleeve, he immediately took out the sun shuttle. After that, the sun shuttle erupted with a dazzling radiance. Like a miniature sun, It instantly disappeared before the blood demon's eyes. Trying to escape from me? It's not that easy. Chapter 1270. Demon, King. The moment the blood demon appeared, the tens of thousands of strange figures retreated. Even Mu Feng did not dare to fight against it. This scene caused Mo Yen, Bai Yen, and the others to be stunned. Soon after, they looked at Zhuowen in a strange manner. They did not expect that Zhuowen would have such a monster. The blood demon is an ancient sacred level creature. Although its vitality has been greatly damaged due to various reasons, its strength is still comparable to an ordinary advanced emperor. Zhuowen explained with a faint smile. However, he sighed in his heart. He knew that the trump card of the blood demon could only be used once. After this time, the blood demon would probably completely escape from the demon's sealing green coffin. At that time, it would no longer be under his control. However, he did not regret it. If he had not released the blood demon in that life and death situation, their group would have died. Swoosh! 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 Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from the valley in front of them. A dense horde of demon soldiers appeared before Zhuowen and the others. In front of the demon soldiers, a young woman with a voluptuous figure and thin wings on her back stood. Her bewitching eyes were instantly fixed on Wu Dai, who was beside Zhuowen. Her beautiful eyes revealed a tinge of excitement. Soul Ice Butterfly. Looking at the young woman with thin wings on her back, Zhuowen was startled. This young woman's appearance was too similar to Wu Dai. Needless to say, her original form should also be a soul ice butterfly. Moreover, the powerful aura emitted from her body was as vast and powerful as the sea. Although it could not be compared to the blood demon, the difference was not that great. This young woman's cultivation was definitely around the advanced demon emperor level. Her strength was extremely terrifying. Zhuowen knew that he would not be able to fight back against such an existence. It seemed that Yao Ji did not lie to them. This young woman before them should be the king of the demon soldiers. Her original form was the same as Wu Dai, a soul ice butterfly. However, Zhuowen could keenly sense that there was a trace of death qi lingering between the young woman's brows. Although the death qi was not very dense, it was still captured by Zhuowen. The mystic soul ice butterfly's cultivation level is around the 6th level of the demon emperor realm. Its battle prowess is comparable to an ordinary 7th level demon emperor. However, its lifespan is reaching its end. It won't be able to live for much longer. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out in Zhuowen's mind, causing his eyes to narrow. Is his lifespan coming to an end? Zhuowen's heart trembled as he thought to himself, Your Majesty. Enchantress came before the young woman and knelt down on one knee. Her tone was extremely respectful. Enchantress, you've made a great contribution. I will remember this. The young woman nodded at Yao Ji. With a single step, she arrived in front of Wu Dai and gently asked, Child, what is your name? At this moment, the usually lively Wu Dai was at a loss. This was because she felt that the young woman in front of her gave her an extremely amiable feeling. It was as if the person in front of her was a very important relative of hers. This kind of amiable feeling was similar to that of Zhuowen. The only difference was that she was more dependent on Zhuowen. Towards the young woman in front of her, it was a kind of throbbing from the depths of her blood. Wu Dai! Wu Dai replied in a very low and soft voice. Wu Dai! How about I call you Dai, or in the future? The young woman stretched out her hand and gently stroked Wu Dai's head. And Wu Dai gently nodded. Immediately after, she asked curiously, What is your name? You give me a very familiar feeling. This kind of feeling is as if you're my close relative. It's very amiable, just like my master. And, Master? The young woman's eyes focused and emanated a wisp of cold light. Her eyes were placed on Zhuowen, Mo Yen, Bai Yen, and the others who stood behind Wu Dai, and she said coldly, Someone amongst all of you dares to be Dai Er's master? It's me. Zhuowen took a step forward, looked straight at the young woman, and said indifferently, "You're really bold. A mere peak heavenly master dares to take my mystic soul ice butterfly clan as your slave. What right do you have?" As the young woman spoke, her eyes were filled with terrifying, killing intent. The surrounding air suddenly became cold. Traces of snowflakes began to condense in the surroundings, like the precursor of a snowstorm. This was the mighty force condensed by the young woman's demonic power. "No, he's my master. You're not allowed to hurt him. If it weren't for my master, I wouldn't have been able to advance to the Demon Emperor realm. The reason why I have such achievements is all because of my master." Wu Dai hurriedly broke free from the young woman and stood in front of Zhuowen. The young woman frowned slightly. Her beautiful eyes flickered. She lightly sighed and said, You've really been sold by someone and you're still counting money for him. This human helped you to increase your strength. Isn't it because he wants to borrow your strength for his use? All humans are not good people. I don't care. You can't hurt my master. If you touch him, don't blame me for being impolite." Wu Dai was fuming. She condensed strands of ice and snow power in her hands, as if she would attack the young woman at any time. The young woman frowned slightly and sighed. "Since you've said so, I won't touch him. You guys go into the secret realm together. It's not safe outside." After saying that, the young woman waved her hand. A gust of energy spread out and pulled Wu Dai to her side. Wu Dai wanted to struggle, but the young woman was a 7th-level demon sovereign. How could Wu Dai break free from her grasp? "Girl, I promise you that I won't hurt your master. Now you have to listen to me and come with me. I'll let you meet your master later." Seeing Wu Dai struggling, the young woman faintly transmitted her voice to her. Hearing this, Wu Dai stopped struggling. However, her pair of beautiful eyes kept looking back at Zhuowen and the others. Her eyes were full of worry. After the young woman left, many of the demon soldiers returned to the secret realm. However, these demon soldiers looked at Zhuowen and the others with a trace of warning. After all, Zhuowen and the others were human cultivators. They were not of their race. Naturally, they would not be able to gain their trust. "Zhuowen, I'll take you into the secret realm. Fortunately, because of your relationship with Lord Wu Dai, you can enter the secret realm. If it were any other time, human cultivators would definitely die in the secret realm." Yao Ji came in front of Zhuowen and the others and said helplessly, perhaps because of the experience of going through life and death together, Yao Ji had a better impression of Zhuowen and the others. She was not as repulsive as before. Zhuowen and the others looked at each other and nodded. Soon after, they followed behind Demonis and entered the secret realm. The outside of the secret realm was restored to its original state of desolation. Bang, bang, bang. Above the endless void, a gigantic figure that stood between the heavens and the earth walked across the void step by step. His imposing figure was extremely impactful in the void. In front of the blood figure, a tiny figure was fleeing in panic. "Die for me. Let's see where you can escape to." The blood demon laughed loudly. Taking a step forward, he instantly closed in on Mu Feng. At the same time, his gigantic palm slammed down, directly shooting towards Mu Feng's back. Wherever the palm passed, gales howled and space collapsed, forming an endless black hole. Mu Feng's face was extremely gloomy. With a wave of his sleeve, he threw out countless yuan crystals. These yuan crystals took the shape of a nebula and revolved in front of him, forming a vast and mighty defense. Bang! As the palm slammed down, the blood demon was astonished to discover that the nebula defense was extremely sturdy. His palm was actually unable to shatter it. "You have some ability. However, I still have to break it." The blood demon spoke out in an indifferent tone. The bloody glow from his palm blotted the skies, its might increasing by several folds. A pungent smell of blood started to spread out, causing many cracks to appear on the surface of the nebula defense. Bastard! Zhuowen, you little bastard! Remember this! Mu Feng scolded while gnashing his teeth. With a wave of his sleeve, he threw out even more yuan crystals to attach to the nebula. In an instant, the vast nebula started to revolve. The cracks caused by the blood demon's attack started to repair, and its defense actually increased by another level. After doing that, Mu Feng continued to retreat. In order to block the blood demon's attack, Mu Feng had taken out 2/3 of the yuan crystals he had on him to construct the nebula defense. Even so, he was still not confident that the nebula defense would be able to block the blood demon's attack. I need to hurry back to where my lord is. This blood demon is too strong. I'm afraid that only my lord can contend against it, right? As he thought about that, Mu Feng shot out like a gust of green smoke. He knew that the nebula defense would not be able to block the blood demon for long. Crack! Indeed, not long after Mu Feng left, the nebula collapsed. The blood demon took a step forward and chased after Mu Feng. After an incense stick's worth of time, Mu Feng had already arrived at the palace world. At this moment, the palace world was already filled with a vast and mighty black aura. In the void above, it looked like a black Rubik's cube. My lord! The moment he arrived at the palace world, Mu Feng impatiently wanted to speak. However, he was interrupted by the life form within the black clouds. I already know the details. That blood demon has annihilated tens of thousands of my doppelgangers. Humph! This grudge has been formed. That blood demon should be here very soon. Lure that fellow into the palace world. After all, that's an ancient saint-level life form. It's extremely powerful. It's a nourishment for me, hee. The black aura's voice slowly rang out. In the next instant, Mu Feng was astonished to discover that the black aura within the palace world was actually gradually retreating. In the end, all of the black aura was sucked into the fifth palace at the center. Even the destroyed palace had been restored to its original state. Mu Feng knew that this should be the disguise of that lord. Nodding his head, he slowly turned around and looked into the distance. There, a gigantic figure that reached the heavens, and the earth was walking over, step by step. Its wanton laughter was just like muffled thunder as it rang out across the void. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the blood demon arrived before the palace world. Spotting Mu Feng, who was standing within the palace world, it gave a cold chuckle and said, "Run! Why aren't you running anymore?" Mu Feng slowly retreated, while a sliver of nervousness appeared within his eyes. This was not something that he was faking. Facing an ancient sacred level life form like the blood demon, anyone would feel somewhat scared and fearful. This was a common emotion that one would show when facing a powerful life form. Even though Mu Feng was a scheming person, he was still somewhat shaken. The blood demon, took a step into the palace world. A palm descended from the sky, shooting towards Mu Feng. Chapter 1271. Secret Realm O? The blood demon frowned slightly. The instant his right hand smashed towards Mu Feng, who was within the palace world. Endless black qi gushed out from the central palace. The black qi ferociously transformed into a gigantic hand, which grabbed hold of the blood demon's hand. Furthermore, what caused the blood demon to feel somewhat astonished was that the power contained within the gigantic hand formed by the black qi was exceedingly frightening. The hand that was smashing down was actually stopped in the air, unable to move at all. "What's this?" The blood demon roared out. With a twist of his hand, a bloody glow that blotted the skies spread out. An even more powerful force gushed out, causing the surrounding space to collapse and shatter, forming cracks and black holes. However, the black hand that grabbed hold of the blood demon's hand was like an iron hoop, firmly holding the blood demon's hand in place. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, more and more black qi started to spread out from the palace, extending towards the blood demon's gigantic body. It appeared as though it wanted to devour the blood demon's entire body. Scram! Upon discovering that the black chi was like a maggot that was hard to shake off, a grave expression finally appeared in the blood demon's eyes. Surging blood chi erupted from his body, appearing just like an erupting volcano, extremely berserk and violent. TSK, ancient sacred level life, form blood demon. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, I won't stand on ceremony and enjoy you. An extremely evil voice rang out from within the black chi. In the next instant, the blood demon's eyes shrunk slightly as he discovered a similarly gigantic figure slowly walking out from within the black chi. When the figure finally appeared before the blood demon, the latter's eyes narrowed to the extreme. You, how is this possible? This is the Eastern lands. How can something like you still exist? The blood demon's voice appeared somewhat sharp and extremely ear-piercing. From this, one could tell how shocked the blood demon was. That's not right. Your strength shouldn't be so weak. Is this not your actual body? The blood demon suddenly thought of something, as he spoke out in a somewhat fearful manner. The voice of the figure within the black chi turned somewhat dark and cold as he replied, "This is indeed my clone. My actual body is trapped in the Central Lands, and those old fellows are keeping a close eye on it. Also, you were quite an awe-inspiring existence back then. To think that you've actually fallen to such a state. How lamentable. Humph, since it's not your true body, how dare you try to devour me?" Scram! The blood demon let out a roar, and a bloody light erupted from his body. His strength increased exponentially. With a swing of his arms, the black gas surrounding his body immediately dissipated. However, the figure in the black gas sneered. A pair of arms covered with shells suddenly stretched out and slammed into the blood demon's chest. Thud, thud, thud! The blood demon was caught off guard. He let out a muffled groan and took a few steps back. His complexion became somewhat unsightly. At the same time, the strange black gas attached to the surface of his body and began to devour his flesh and blood energy. It's useless. If you were at your peak, you might be able to shake me off. But look at yourself now. You're only at the 7th level of the martial emperor realm. What can you do with such strength? Obediently become my nourishment, and I will bring you to enjoy supreme glory. The figure in the black gas cackled strangely. His hands shot out again and punched the blood demon. The power of each punch caused the surrounding space to tremble. It was as if the heavens and earth were about to shatter. If a mid-level martial emperor were to face an ordinary punch from this figure, they would probably die. The blood demon felt helpless. He could only brace himself and face the black figure's attacks head-on. Every time he was forced to retreat. At the same time, the black gas attached to his body was increasing. The speed at which it was devouring his flesh and blood energy was also increasing. The blood demon's strength was also weakening. On the other hand, the black shadow was constantly absorbing the blood demon's power, causing its aura to soar. In such a situation, the blood demon was becoming more and more passive, as expected of an ancient sacred level living being. This energy is much more abundant and pure than the mid-level martial emperors. While attacking, the black figure would occasionally click his tongue in amazement. This made the blood demon, who was passively resisting, angry. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His crimson eyes were filled with anger. "Don't look at me like that. Once I absorb all the energy in your body, I should be able to break free from these damn chains. When that time comes, my time will come. You will die a worthy death." Ha! Another punch. The blood demon was forced back dozens of steps. His aura was also extremely weak. His chest heaved up and down, and his crimson eyes dimmed. "Bastard! I'd rather die than be absorbed by a monster like you. Heaven-defying blood escape." The blood demon roared. His voice was filled with unwillingness. The crimson light around his body became denser. Finally, the blood demon's huge body began to shrink, turning into a palm-sized ball of blood. With a whoosh, the ball of blood disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already tens of thousands of miles away. At a glance, it was only a black. That fellow actually used the heaven-defying blood escape. Damn it. I actually forgot that the blood demon had such a secret technique. A pair of strange eyes stared at the blood demon, who had already turned into a black. First, the figure was stunned. Then, a flustered and exasperated expression appeared on his face. However, the black figure quickly calmed down. He stared at Mufong and said, "Where's Zhuowen and his group?" The battle between the black figure and the blood demon could be described as earth-shattering. Mufong, who was watching from the side, was already stunned. At this moment, when the black figure asked, he regained his senses. He respectfully said, "This little one has already released the surveillance hummingbirds." When this little one was being chased by the blood demon, Zhuowen and his group were brought into a secret realm by a group of demon soldiers. Demon soldiers, secret realm? Speaking of which, the demon soldiers in the tomb are quite pitiful. Those fellows were originally the guards of that old bastard. Now, they've been guarding that old bastard's tomb for so long without leaving. I really don't know what they're thinking. Also, that Zhuowen has the river diagram array on him. That thing is the key to opening the inheritance. You can't let that brat know about it. Otherwise, your plan will be ruined. The black figure said in an indifferent tone. Mufong nodded his head and said, "I've never told that Zhuowen about this. He doesn't know the true use of the river diagram array. Sir, you can rest assured." Although I haven't completely escaped, I've absorbed quite a bit of the blood demon's energy. Right now, I'm able to unleash even more power than before. This king will project a shadow into the demon soldiers' secret realm and take it down. Those demon soldiers are quite a lot of energy. This king won't let them go. The black figure gave a cold laugh. In the next instant, an even more terrifying black aura condensed, transforming into a giant shadow that was close to 1,000 feet in size. At the same time, the other black aura split into countless humanoid doppelgangers. They were densely packed together, and their numbers were even more terrifying than before. There seemed to be over 200,000 of them. The entire area within 1,000 feet of the palace world was practically filled with these strange humanoid doppelgangers. They were so densely packed together that they looked like a stretch of black clouds. Mufong, take my projected shadow and 100,000 of them to attack the demon soldiers' secret realm. As for the remaining 100,000 doppelgangers, this king will send them out of the tomb to plunder all the flesh and blood energy in the sea of misery. This king needs enough energy to escape. He, the black figure, said with a hearty laugh. Mufong nodded his head and stood on the shoulder of the nearly 1,000 feet tall shadow. With a wave of his hand, he led the 100,000 doppelgangers and shot towards the demon soldiers' secret realm in a grandiose manner. As for the remaining 100,000 doppelgangers, they shot towards the entrance of the tomb. They were like black clouds that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Above the gully on the vast land, there were groups of warriors wandering around. These warriors were basically below the Emperor realm. After experiencing the Emperor corpse at the bottom of the gully, they no longer had the courage to enter the gully. Fortunately, their goal was only to advance to the Emperor realm. As long as they were lucky, they would be able to find the heart of imperial power on this land. After all, for those below the Emperor realm, the heart of imperial power was considered an extremely good treasure. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A sharp, piercing sound suddenly swept out from the bottom of the gully. After that, the warriors who were still wandering around on the land raised their heads and looked up. Immediately, they saw countless black figures rushing towards the sky from the bottom of the gully. They were so densely packed that they looked like black clouds that covered the entire sky. What is that? Looking at the vast and mighty black aura, many warriors on the land revealed a look of astonishment. This was the first time they had seen this kind of black aura. Not good. Let's escape. Outside a dilapidated temple on the land, the Buddha's avatar suddenly stood up and stared at the countless black aura rushing out from the gully. He could not help but shout at Moyen Wushang, Jia Nan, Gatha, and the others who were sitting cross-legged on the open ground. Before they could react, the Buddha's avatar's Buddhist power surged out and turned into a huge Buddha's palm. It grabbed Moyen Wushang and the others and immediately rushed towards the exit of the emperor's tomb at an extremely fast speed. The warriors on the land who had not entered the tomb had never seen the power of the black aura. Naturally, they did not know how terrifying this strange black aura was. However, Zhuowen knew. Through his body, he knew that the human figures formed by the black aura all had the strength of the Emperor realm. Moreover, what made the Buddha's avatar even more shocked was that the amount of black aura rushing out from the bottom of the gully this time was more than in the tomb. It was estimated that there were more than 100,000 of them. This was really terrifying. Zhuowen, what is that? In the Buddha's palm, Moyen Wushang said solemnly. The Buddha's avatar's eyes flashed and he sighed softly. I don't know what it is either. However, I can tell you clearly that every human figure formed by the black aura has the strength of a low-level Emperor Realm expert. It is enough to crush all of you. I'm afraid that all of you who have entered the Emperor's tomb will be finished. They have the strength of a low-level Emperor Realm expert. Heavens, there are more than 100,000 black auras rushing out from the gully. Every one of them has the strength of a low-level Emperor Realm expert. This, Jia Nan involuntarily exclaimed. The others in the Buddha's palm also looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The power unleashed by 100,000 D-stage experts would likely cause everyone to feel despair. Chapter 1272. Heavenly Worm, ah, ah. Miserable cries resounded over the entire land like a hurricane. This was because the countless amounts of black chi that surged out from the bottom of the gully were just like hungry wild beasts as they rushed towards the warriors on the ground, who were still in a state of shock. Most of the warriors who were curious were swallowed by the black gas before they could even make a sound. Not even a trace of them was left. The other warriors who were far away saw this scene and felt a chill in their hearts. They scattered like birds and beasts and fled towards the exit of the Emperor's tomb. Unfortunately, it was too late. If they had made a prompt decision, like Buddha Zhuowen when they saw the black gas, they might have been able to escape successfully. However, it was too late now. At the entrance of the Emperor's tomb, Buddha Zhuowen led Moyen Wushang and the others to quietly look at the terrifying black gas that almost covered the entire land. Their eyes were filled with fear. Zhuowen, your original body and my grandfather are still in the depths of the gully. Are you all right? Moyen Wushang suddenly thought of something and asked Buddha Zhuowen excitedly. Buddha Zhuowen nodded and said, Miss Wushang, don't worry. The dean and my original body are in a safe place. Let's quickly leave the Emperor's tomb and return to excellent God Island. I'm afraid that the black gas will soon spread to the Misery Sea. As he spoke, Zhuowen looked at the terrifying black gas that was wantonly devouring the cultivators on the ground. He even saw that the black gas was increasing in number after devouring the cultivators' flesh and blood. This made Zhuowen's heart turn even colder. At the same time, he also remembered what Xiaohe said to him. He whispered, Xiaohe is right. This thing is a disaster. Let's go back to excellent God Island. With a sigh, Buddha Zhuowen no longer cared about the tragedy in the Emperor's tomb. He led Moyen Wushang and the others and quickly left the Emperor's tomb. He knew that once the black gas killed all the warriors in the Emperor's tomb, it would target the Misery Sea. At that time, the disaster of the Misery Sea would really descend. Whoosh! In the mausoleum, a bloody light suddenly cut through the void and instantly arrived in a dilapidated valley. Outside the valley, a figure quietly stood. Blood Demon? The figure stared at the blood-red light that had appeared in front of him with a strange look in his eyes. Perhaps it had heard the voice, but the blood-red light suddenly paused and revealed its true body. At this moment, Xuan Mo's body was no different from an ordinary person. However, his entire body was covered in blood. His pair of blood-red eyes were extremely dim, and his aura was extremely weak. His entire body gave off a decadent aura. How did you end up like this? The figure that appeared outside the valley was naturally Zhuowen. The reason why he appeared here was because he sensed the aura of the blood demon. Therefore, he walked out of the demon weapon's secret realm. The blood demon indifferently glanced at Zhuowen and coldly said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that there was such a thing in the mausoleum?" Zhuowen was stunned. He looked at the blood demon with a strange expression. He did not understand what the latter was talking about. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao He suddenly appeared in front of him and indifferently said, "This matter has nothing to do with Zhuowen. It's impossible for him to know the identity of that thing." The blood demon looked at Xiao He with some fear. He coldly snorted and said, "You actually didn't tell this kid that something that shouldn't have appeared in the Eastern Territory actually appeared. This demon is really unlucky for 8 lifetimes. You used the heaven-defying blood escape? It seems like you suffered a great loss in front of that thing," Xiao He said with a strange expression. "Humph. Although that thing wasn't its true body, this demon's strength wasn't at its peak. It's natural that I wasn't its opponent. Also, you forgot about that thing's devouring ability. If this demon didn't use the heaven-defying blood escape, I'm afraid I would have been devoured by that thing," the blood demon said with a gloomy expression. Xiao He nodded and indifferently said, "You should enter the demon-sealing green coffin first. With the side effect of the heaven-defying blood escape, if you don't want your vitality to be damaged, you can only seal yourself. Otherwise, the strength that you have painstakingly recovered will fall again." The blood demon's eyes flickered. He roared angrily and entered the demon-sealing green coffin. At this moment, he was extremely depressed. He originally thought that he could escape from the demon-sealing green coffin, but he did not expect to return to his original state. After sealing the green coffin, Zhuowen's expression turned ugly. He said in a low voice, "According to the information from the Buddhist avatar, the black gas has surged out of the mausoleum. It is now wantonly slaughtering the warriors below the Emperor realm in the Emperor's tomb. Looks like that thing is eager to escape. It is wantonly plundering the warriors' flesh and blood. If this continues, the Sea of Misery will face a great disaster," Xiao He said solemnly. Zhuowen's expression was extremely serious. He looked at Xiao He and said, "Xiao He, what is that thing?" "Looking at you and the blood demon, you seem to be very familiar with that thing." Facing Zhuowen's question, Xiao He's eyes flickered. She sighed and said, "I can only tell you that it is called the sky worm. It is an extremely ominous creature. Moreover, the sky worm that is trapped in the Emperor's tomb is not its real body. It is only a clone." "Not its real body, only a clone?" Zhuowen was shocked. The thing that was trapped in the palace world was so terrifying that even the blood demon could not compete with it. However, it was only a clone of the sky worm. Zhuowen found himself in a mess. If a mere clone possesses such terrifying strength, then how terrifying would the main body be? Zhuowen thought to himself, trembling in fear. Then where is its real body? Zhuowen was curious about where the sky worm's real body was. In the center of the continent, in a place called Middle Earth. That place is a lot more vast than Eastern Earth. For example, Middle Earth status in the continent is equivalent to Abysmal Realm status in Eastern Earth, Xiao He said solemnly. Middle Earth? Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He had only heard of Eastern Earth, Southern Barbarian, Western Region, and Arctic continent. However, this was the first time he had heard of Middle Earth. However, from Xiao He's tone, he could tell that Middle Earth had an extremely high status in Heavenly Armor continent. It should be the center of Eastern Earth, Southern Barbarian, Western Region, and Arctic continent. Where did this sky worm come from? Was its real body sealed in Middle Earth? Zhuowen asked curiously. I've said before that this skyworm is a disaster. It has indeed been sealed in Middle-earth. As for its origins, Xiaohei fell silent when it reached there. It seemed to have something difficult to say. It sighed softly. You'll know when you truly step onto the stage of Middle-earth. Zhuowen also knew that it did not want to talk about the skyworm's origins. At the same time, he became more and more curious about Xiaohei's identity. Was Xiaohei related to this sky worm in some way? However, since Xiaohei did not want to talk about it, Zhuowen obviously would not ask any further. Suddenly, Zhuowen's gaze landed on the space in the distance. Surging black qi swept over in a mighty manner from there. In front of the black qi was an illusory figure that was almost 1,000 feet tall. Zhuowen also saw a figure standing quietly on the shoulder of the illusory figure. He was no stranger to that figure. It was Mu Feng. Let's enter the secret realm first. Looks like the skyworm clone knows the location of the demonic weapon's secret realm, Xiaohei said with a slightly changed expression. Zhuowen nodded and stepped into the secret realm. At the same time, the demon soldiers in the secret realm also noticed the vast amount of black qi that was surging towards them. All of the demon soldiers were shocked. Moyin by Yen Lu Hantian, the Grand Demon Lord, and the Enchantress suddenly stood up at the top of a mountain in the secret realm. They also saw the surging black qi and the enormous illusory figure. Swoosh! A figure flew over. Moyin by Yen and the others immediately went forward. Their gazes all landed on the figure as they asked, Zhuowen, what exactly happened? The location of the demonic weapon's secret realm has been discovered. Mu Feng is attacking with those strange black qi, Zhuowen said with an ugly expression. Swoosh, swoosh. Not long after Zhuowen landed on the mountain, the Demon King also landed on the mountain with Wu Dai. The Demon King was called Yao Dai. At this moment, her gaze was firmly fixed on Zhuowen as she coldly said, It's all because of you, human cultivators, that my demonic weapon's secret realm has been exposed. Aunt Yao, don't blame Master and the others. I'm also with them. If the secret realm has been exposed, I'll also have a share in it, Wu Dai said coquettishly. Looking at Wu Dai, who was wholeheartedly on Zhuowen's side, a trace of helplessness appeared in Yao Dai's eyes. She said, Stay here with them. I'll command the demonic soldiers to gather together and resist those damned insects. Senior Yao Dai, do you know the identity of those insects? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Yao Dai indifferently glanced at Zhuowen and said, Those insects were sealed by my master back then. How could I not know? If it weren't for those insects, my sovereign region wouldn't have been destroyed in a single night. Even the emperor's tomb that my master built wouldn't have been reduced to its current state. Also, the unsealing of those insects is also related to you, right? Zhuowen and the others looked at each other in dismay as awkward smiles appeared on their faces. Although the main culprit behind the unsealing of the heavenly insect avatar was Mu Feng, it was indeed related to them. Forget it. You guys just stay here obediently. I'll have to gather the demonic soldiers to resist those insects. Yao Dai shook her head and no longer paid any attention to Zhuowen and the others. With a stomp of her foot, the thin wings on her back suddenly flapped. Bringing with them endless wind and snow, she flew into the sky above the secret realm and shouted, All demonic soldiers, gather and set up the demon god array. Yes. Countless voices echoed throughout the entire secret realm. In the next instant, over 10,000 demonic soldiers shot out from every corner of the secret realm. Under Yao Dai's command, they split up in the sky. Close to 10,000 demonic qi gushed out, converging between all the demonic soldiers. In the end, they transformed into gigantic phantoms that reached the heavens and the earth. Chapter 1273. Demon God Array. Demon God slashes the heavens. Yao Dai stood on the shoulder of the gigantic demon god. Her beautiful eyes were filled with malice as she stared at the endless black qi rushing over, as well as the gigantic illusory figure in front of the black qi. She knew that this illusory figure was the projection of the heavenly insect avatar and possessed extremely terrifying strength. Bang, bang, bang. The demon god took a step forward as the gigantic demon blade that spanned across the sky was swung out. Space crumbled as a demonic blade light filled the heavens and earth. Blade chi swept out as ear-piercing screeches resounded in the surroundings. The might of this blade was extremely terrifying and powerful, causing even Zhuan's heart to tremble. Standing on the heavenly insect avatar, Mu Feng's face was filled with shock. The might of this blade attack from the demon god was extremely terrifying. He did not know if the heavenly insect avatar could block it. Naturally, the worry in Mu Feng's heart was completely unnecessary. The heavenly insect avatar coldly snorted before its 12 arms extended out. Like 12 pythons, they exploded with rumbling sounds. Bang, bang, bang. The demon blade and the heavenly insect avatar's arms heavily smashed against each other, causing terrifying air waves to spread in all directions. The surrounding space started to crumble inch by inch, forming numerous terrifying black holes. Stomp, stomp, stomp. The demon god and the illusory figure retreated at the same time. The might radiating from every step caused the surrounding space to violently tremble. Kill. Countless black chi transformed into strange human figures. Battle cries soared into the sky as they rushed towards the secret realm. However, just as they were about to make contact with the secret realm, they were blocked by a thick light barrier. An extremely powerful and sturdy defensive yuan formation was set up outside the secret realm. Although there were many strange human figures, most of them were blocked by the light barrier. They were densely packed together, causing them to appear extremely numerous. Standing on the demon god's shoulder, Yao Dai also saw the terrifying number of strange human figures, causing her to frown slightly. However, she was extremely confident in the defensive strength of the light barrier. Therefore, she was not very worried. Instead, she continued to command the demon god to continue fighting with the heavenly insect avatar. Yao Dai, what's the point of you guarding this tomb for so long? That old bastard has already died. Why don't you submit to me, and I won't touch a single one of your demon soldiers? The heavenly insect avatar said indifferently. Yao Dai sneered and said, You are delusional. Master treated me with great kindness. If it weren't for you, how could Master have died? You're already on my must-kill list. If it weren't for the fact that I'm not strong enough, I would have killed you already. Haha. Yao Dai, it's impossible for you to kill me. Since you're so stubborn, I'll capture you and destroy your demon soldier's secret realm. At that time, all the demon soldiers will become my nourishment. The heavenly insect phantom laughed heartily. Rolling black gas gushed out, bringing with it an unparalleled force as it continuously blasted towards the demon god. The two enormous bodies continued to exchange blows in the void. The powerful energy shockwaves had the ability to shake the heavens and earth, causing the hearts of many demon soldiers to tremble. Mu Feng, open your mind and accept my power. Destroy this demon god in one fell swoop. Suddenly, the heavenly insect's voice rang out in Mu Feng's mind as he stood on the heavenly insect phantom, causing him to frown. Don't worry, I won't attack you. If I really wanted to attack you, would you still be alive? Perhaps it had guessed Mu Feng's worries. The heavenly insect added another sentence. All right. Mu Feng decisively nodded his head. Soon after, he opened his mind. Immediately, waves of black gas gushed into his body. His eyes were filled with a scarlet color. Merge into my projection. Mu Feng's mind shook as he nodded his head. Immediately, black gas gushed out from the heavenly insect phantom, wrapping around Mu Feng. At this moment, Mu Feng had become a medium for the heavenly insect avatar to transfer its power. Oh! The heavenly insect phantom roared as its body swelled several times. All 12 arms swept out simultaneously. However, the demon god was not afraid. The demon blade swept out, creating countless blade lights. Bang! The arm struck the demon blade. Immediately, Yao Dai was shocked to discover that the demon blade had actually shattered. Subsequently, the 12 arms clenched into fists and unceremoniously smashed onto the demon god's body. Puff! In an instant, the demon god's huge body completely collapsed. Nearly half of the demon soldiers had died. Not good. Yao Dai spat out a mouthful of blood, stretching out her jade-like hand. A surge of demonic energy gushed out and pulled all the demonic soldiers that were still alive over to her. With a stomp of her foot, she retreated into the secret ground. Oh, you guys are pretty quick to escape. However, after breaking this restriction, all of you will die. The heavenly insect phantom coldly snorted. With a step, it arrived in the sky above the demon weapon's secret realm. 12 fists came smashing down like meteors. Instantly, the light barrier that enveloped the secret realm violently trembled. However, this light barrier was extremely sturdy and did not show any signs of shattering. This restriction was set up by that old bastard? How troublesome! The heavenly insect phantom's expression was startled. His eyes revealed a cold intent as he threw out punch after punch, causing the entire demon weapon secret realm to violently tremble. Many demon soldiers within the secret realm trembled as fear rose in their hearts. Swoosh! After Yao Dai brought the remaining demon soldiers back to the secret realm, she landed on the mountain peak where Zhuowen and the rest were. Aunt Jiao, how are you? Wu Dai stepped forward. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry as she looked at Yao Dai, who looked a little pale. Yao Dai waved her hand and forced a smile. Wu Dai, I am fine. The heavenly insect avatar is not far from breaking free. His strength is already very close to his peak. Boom! 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 Another violent tremor came from the secret realm. Yao Dai revealed a bitter smile and said, "This restriction was set up by my master. Although its defense is extremely sturdy, I am afraid that it will not last for long." How long can it last? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Yao Dai was stunned. Soon after, she said in a deep voice, about a month. If the heavenly insect was at his peak, he might be able to destroy this restriction. However, that guy has not broken free, and his strength is not that strong. He should be able to last for a month. A month? That should be enough. Zhuowen nodded. Soon after, he said to Yao Dai, Senior Yao Dai, can you find a quieter place for me? Zhuowen, are you preparing to break through to the Emperor realm? Lu Hantian suddenly asked. Yes, if I break through to the Emperor realm, I might be able to deal with the heavenly insect avatar outside, Zhuowen said solemnly. However, Yao Dai frowned and said, Are you kidding? Even if you break through to the Emperor realm, you will only be a first-level great emperor. The heavenly insect avatar is very powerful. I am afraid that ordinary 7th-level great emperors will not be able to deal with it. What is the use of breaking through to the Emperor realm? However, Zhuowen shook his head and said, Senior, you can set up a demon god formation. If the demon god formation has 2 7th-level great emperors, can it defeat the heavenly insect avatar? Yao Dai was stunned and said, I am a 7th-level great emperor. If there is another 7th-level great emperor to form the demon god formation, its power will be greatly increased. The heavenly insect avatar will not be a match for it. However, no one here has the strength of a 7th-level great emperor, right? If I break through to the Emperor realm, my fighting strength will be comparable to a 7th-level great emperor. If you are willing to believe me, why don't you wait until I break through to the Emperor realm? Zhuowen suddenly said proudly. As soon as he said this, the entire mountain fell silent. Everyone stared at Zhuowen in a daze and fell into a state of speechlessness. Are you kidding? A first-level great emperor fighting strength comparable to a 7th-level great emperor? How is that possible? Yao Dai's gaze turned cold. She naturally did not believe Zhuowen's nonsense. This is the only way now. Regardless of whether you believe me or not, the heavenly insect avatar will completely break through to the secret realm in a month's time. At that time, the demon soldiers will face a calamity, Zhuowen said indifferently. Yao Dai's beautiful eyes flickered when she heard this. In the end, she nodded. She also knew that she had no other choice. She would wait until Zhuowen broke through to the Emperor realm. If he really had the fighting strength of a 7th level Great Emperor, then even without them, the demon soldier's secret realm would cease to exist. Come with me. It is not that easy to break through to the Emperor realm. My palace was built by my master back then. It contains the law of time. The flow of time inside is 10 times faster than outside. Yao Dai glanced at Zhuowen indifferently. In the end, she agreed to Zhuowen's suggestion. With a wave of her hand, she led the few of them away from the mountain. In a short while, the group arrived at a hill. At the top of the hill stood a magnificent palace. This should be Yao Dai's palace. Let's go in, Yao Dai said casually. Then she stepped into the palace. Zhuowen and the others naturally did not stand on ceremony and followed closely behind. The interior of the palace was elegantly decorated. There was a wisp of fragrance in the air. It was quite refreshing to smell it. The moment they entered the palace, Zhuowen discovered that it contained a wisp of the law of time. Although the law of time was much weaker than the 3 heavens and earth in the Azure Dragon Palace, it was still very good. After all, the law of time in the Azure Dragon Palace was too powerful. 1 year inside was 1 day outside. Yao Dai's palace was not so abnormal. 10 days inside was 1 day outside. I will arrange a room for you. I hope that you really have such strong fighting strength after breaking through. Otherwise, I will kill you before the heavenly insects come. Yao Dai glanced at Zhuowen indifferently. Then she led Zhuowen into the depths of the palace alone. Wu Dai, Lu Hantian, and the others stayed in the hall. Zhuowen has broken through to the Emperor realm. Can he really have the fighting strength of a 7th level emperor? Moyin Baiyan asked doubtfully. He had never seen a cultivator who had the fighting strength of a 7th level emperor just after breaking through to the Emperor realm. Lu Hantian and the Lord of Taiyamo were just as confused as Moyin Baiyan. I believe that what Master said is true. He is a dragon soul cultivator, Wu Dai said with a smile. Chapter 1274. 9 dragons, devouring stars, dragon soul cultivator? But even if it's a dragon soul cultivator, it shouldn't be that exaggerated, right? A 1st level emperor can rival a 7th level emperor? Moyin and Baiyan were stunned at first, then said in disbelief. Wu Dai shook her head and smiled. You will know when Master breaks through. There's no point in guessing now. Hearing that, Moyin, Baiyan, and the others all nodded. Although they were doubtful of Zhuowen's words, there was no other method that they could use right now. They could only believe that Zhuowen would truly possess such powerful battle strength after breaking through. A clear sound of footsteps came from the depths of the palace. Yao Dai's graceful figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. The 3 of you can train in my bedroom or go out. Wu Dai, come with me. Yao Dai faintly glanced at Moyin and Baiyan before she pointed at Wu Dai and said, Okay. Wu Dai nodded. She took a step forward and followed Yao Dai. Moyin and Baiyan looked at each other and pondered for a moment. They decided to cultivate in Yao Dai's palace. After all, there was the law of time in her palace. Although there was only 1 month in the outside world, they had 10 months' worth of time in her palace. In a quiet room, Yao Dai slowly sat on a stone bench and silently glanced at Wu Dai. The latter's eyes flickered, and she looked away. Wu Dai, Aunt Yao's life is coming to an end. I can't live for too long. After a moment of silence, Yao Dai suddenly spoke. Her voice was slightly low. What, Aunt Yao, are you lying to me? You're still so young and beautiful. How can your life be coming to an end? Wu Dai shook her head in disbelief. Yao Dai shook her head. Immediately, she beckoned with her jade-like hand, and a white ball landed in her hand. She said, "This contains all the inheritance that Aunt Yao has cultivated. Take it and study it. The heavenly insect phantasm is very powerful. In a month's time, the demon weapon secret realm will face a calamity. Fortunately, you appeared in time, so Aunt Yao's inheritance will not be broken." "Auntie Yao, that won't happen. I believe that if Master really breaks through to the Emperor realm, his power will increase by hundreds or even thousands. By then, he'll be able to rival a level 7 Great Emperor," Wu Dai said hopefully. Yao Dai smiled bitterly when she saw Wu Dai's expression. She passed the ball to Wu Dai and said, "Even if Zhuowen is as strong as a first Heaven Emperor, there will always be accidents. I'll pass the inheritance to you first. Also, take this key with you. If you really can't stop the heavenly worm's shadow, take this key and enter the forbidden area of the secret realm. The forbidden area is extremely hidden, and even the heavenly worm will have a hard time finding it. You just need to hide for a period of time. Once the heavenly worm escapes, you will be safe." As she spoke, Yao Dai took out another key and handed it to Wu Dai. However, her eyes were filled with determination, making it difficult for Wu Dai to refuse. Thus, she could only accept it. In a spacious stone room, there was a prayer mat in the center. Aside from that, there were 4 or 5 stone benches scattered around the room. Zhuowen sat on the prayer mat quietly. His eyes flickered as he said softly, "Xiao Hei, do you think I can successfully break through to the Emperor realm in these 10 months?" A Xiao Hei dog hovered before him. It frowned slightly and asked, "How many hearts of imperial power do you have?" 12 in total," Zhuowen replied without any hesitation. "That should be enough. The energy contained within 12 hearts of imperial power is extremely vast. You should know that a single heart of imperial power is enough to push a heavenly venerate, cultivator, directly to the Emperor realm. You have 12 of them, and you've cultivated in the Azure Dragon Hall for 10 years. You've accumulated enough. It's time for you to erupt." Xiao Hei nodded. Its eyes burned with passion. After all, once Zhuowen successfully broke through to the Emperor realm, it would completely materialize. Of course, Zhuowen looked forward to it even more than Xiao Hei. After all, ordinary cultivators could complete materialization at the 4 venerates level. But Xiao Hei, this monster, wanted to reach the Emperor realm. It was truly a trap. "Let's begin." Zhuowen did not waste any time. With a flick of his finger, he took out all 12 hearts of imperial power from his spirit ring and let them revolve around him. Dense star energy spread out, lingering around Zhuowen. At the same time, Zhuowen formed a seal with his hands. All the pores on his body opened, and the star energy in the surroundings surged into his body in a spiral. Time flew. 29 days had passed in the outside world. In these 29 days, the heavenly insect shadow constantly bombarded the defensive seal on the surface of the demon soldier's secret realm, causing the secret realm to be in a constant state of trembling. It caused many demon soldiers to be on tenterhooks and their minds to tremble. Moreover, cracks began to appear on the surface of the seal. All the demon soldiers knew that the seal would not be able to hold on for much longer. At most, it could only hold on for 1 more day. Hence, many demon soldiers were filled with despair. In Yao Dai's palace, Yao Dai silently gazed at Wu Dai, who was sitting cross-legged and absorbing the white ball to cultivate. Her eyes revealed a trace of affection. In more than 9 months, Wu Dai's cultivation speed was indeed very fast. She had already broken through to the 2nd rank Demon Emperor realm. She was not far from the 3rd rank Demon Emperor realm. Moreover, because she had received Yao Dai's inheritance, Wu Dai's strength was actually very strong. She was almost comparable to a 4th rank Demon Emperor realm expert. I should go out. I don't know if Zhuowen has really succeeded in breaking through. Even if he has, I'm afraid it won't be of any help. Yao Dai sighed softly. The smile at the corner of her mouth became even more bitter. She still did not believe in Zhuan's bold words. Hence, she had already prepared a backup plan for Wu Dai. Slowly getting up, Yao Dai quietly left the room. Not long after Yao Dai left, Wu Dai, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes revealed a determined look. Boom! Suddenly, the entire demon soldier's secret realm shook violently. A terrifying pressure suddenly spread throughout the secret realm. At this moment, it was as if the sky had collapsed, giving all the demon soldiers a terrifying pressure. Yao Dai, who was about to step out of the palace, stopped in her tracks. Her beautiful eyes stared at the depths of the palace. The pressure was coming from the depths of the palace. She muttered in a low voice, "Zhuowen has broken through?" Not only Yao Dai, but Mo Yen, Bai Yen, Lu Hantian, and Grand Demon Lord also stood up. Their gazes fell on the depths of the palace. They could feel a powerful pressure that made their hearts tremble. It was as if they were facing an insurmountable mountain. "It's Zhuowen?" The three of them looked at each other. At the same time, they thought of Zhuowen, who was in seclusion. "It's Master. Master is about to break through." In the room, Wu Dai suddenly stood up. Her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. At the same time, all the demon soldiers in the secret realm felt the sudden pressure. Their hearts trembled, their legs trembled, and their eyes were filled with shock. What's going on? Why has such a terrifying pressure appeared all of a sudden? This was the same thought that appeared in the minds of countless demon soldiers. Even the phantoms of the heavenly insects that constantly bombarded the barrier and the countless strands of black qi stopped moving. Their actions were surprisingly uniform. They raised their heads and looked at Yao Dai's palace in the secret realm. Boom! In the depths of the stone chamber, a deep hole suddenly exploded. A tall and straight figure slowly stepped out from the hole. Around him, there was endless dragon qi dissipating, as if 10,000 dragons were worshipping him. Quietly floating in the void, the figure raised his head to look at the sky. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Soon after, a pillar of light shot out from his body and soared into the sky. This pillar of light was like a fluorescent light in the darkness, illuminating the entire world. The already terrifying pressure became even more terrifying at this moment. If the pressure from before was like a hill, then the pressure that came crushing down now was equivalent to a 10,000 zhang tall mountain. A huge crack appeared in the sky, revealing a resplendent starry sky. Above the starry sky, there was endless starlight. Strands of astral energy poured down from the pillar of light and fused into Zhuowen's body. At the same time, accompanied by the astral energy, 9 emperor stars slowly descended. Roar! To everyone's surprise, the 9 emperor stars were completely different from the emperor stars of ordinary cultivators. They were no longer spherical stars. Instead, they were 9 huge dragons. Each dragon was several thousand feet long, and each of the 9 dragons held a black star in their mouths. They were the emperor stars. 9 dragons, swallow stars. No one had expected that the emperor star that Zhuowen descended after breaking through to the emperor realm would be so different. The emperor star was actually held by a huge dragon, as if it was being protected by 9 huge dragons. It looked extremely strange. Furthermore, the power that each of the 9 huge dragons displayed was enough to swallow mountains and rivers. Has this guy really broken through to the emperor realm? Why is his aura so terrifying? Yao Dai was stunned. She rubbed her lips with her right hand. After a long while, she slowly said this. At the same time, she recalled what Zhuowen had said before. A 1st-level great emperor can fight a 7th-level great emperor. Perhaps Zhuowen is telling the truth. Yao Dai's eyes shone brightly as she came back to her senses. She muttered to herself. Before, Zhuowen's words had no proof, so she naturally did not believe him. However, Now that the phenomenon caused by Zhuowen breaking through to the Emperor realm was so terrifying, she more or less believed him. At this moment, Zhuowen stepped out and stood on the 9 huge dragons. Then he floated in the center of the 9 huge dragons. The 9 emperor stars in his mouth began to rotate with him as the center. Then, an earth-shaking dragon roar came from Zhuowen's body. It was like rolling thunder that resounded through the entire void. Chapter 1275. Heavenly dragon sealing. Zhuowen's heart trembled a little as he looked at the 100,000 feet large dragon in the sky. He licked his somewhat dry lips and softly said, "Xiao Hei." The enormous dragon head lowered slightly. A pair of small sun-like golden eyes stared at Zhuowen and nodded slightly. A teasing voice sounded in Zhuowen's mind. "Zhuowen, this is the original form of this dragon lord. Are you shocked?" Zhuowen's trembling heart calmed down a little when he heard the familiar voice. He nodded and replied, "I am indeed shocked. 100,000 feet, large dragon body, is indeed terrifying. Yes. However, this dragon lord is still far from my peak condition. The strength that I can unleash is at most at the 7th level of the Emperor realm. Brat, keep the 9 Emperor stars. This dragon lord will help you completely refine them and turn them into your dragon seal." Xiao Hei waved its enormous dragon claw as it spoke. A terrifying power spread across the entire sky. Soon after, the 9 huge dragons that carried the 9 Emperor stars let out a clear dragon roar and completely merged together. They turned into a dragon seal that quietly floated in the air. Swoosh! The dragon's seal landed on Zhuowen's palm as soon as it was formed. It looked like a seal had been engraved on it. Waves of dragon aura spread from the seal, appearing exceptionally strange and powerful. Now that you have broken through to the 1st level of the Emperor realm, this dragon lord will teach you the first dragon skill. This dragon skill is called the Heavenly Dragon Sealing Seal. This dragon sealing seal contains the chains of the heavens and the earth. It has the terrifying power to bind the heavens and the earth. Xiao Hei's voice sounded the moment the dragon sealing seal entered his palm. It struck his mind. At the same time, a surge of information flowed into his mind, causing his head to ache a little. Heavenly dragon sealing seal? Not long after, Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes, and a blazing light flashed in his eyes. Then he pushed his right hand forward, and the dragon seal in his palm shot out. Clang! Countless black chains that were as thick as thighs surged out from the dragon sealing seal. With him as the center, the area within 100 miles was completely bound by the chains. The entire air froze because of this. If one took a closer look, it was as if the space within 100 miles did not exist. It was actually sealed within the dragon sealing seal. This heavenly dragon sealing seal could even seal space. This heavenly dragon sealing seal was indeed terrifying. Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the dragon sealing seal entered his palm. His eyes revealed an excited smile. The heavenly dragon sealing seal was very powerful. With it, he was confident that he could even seal an intermediate-level Emperor Realm expert and fight against an ordinary 7th-level Emperor Realm, Emperor Realm, Emperor Realm. This is only the first dragon skill. If you can break through to the middle level of the Great Emperor Realm, you'll be able to unlock the second one. If you break through to the high level of the Great Emperor Realm, you'll be able to unlock the last one. Each dragon skill is more terrifying than the last. Xiao Hei's following words did indeed cause Zhuowen's eyes to be filled with brilliance. He did not expect that this heavenly dragon locking seal was only the first move, and that there would be 2 even more terrifying dragon skills after it. Kid, although you have completely materialized this dragon lord as soon as you entered the Emperor realm, your strength is still not enough. This dragon lord's materialization will not last long. However, during this period of time, I will help you destroy the heavenly worm, Phantasm. When the time comes, I will rely on you to deal with the remaining small fry. Xiao Hei said faintly. Immediately after, the dragon body swung violently and soared into the sky. It directly flew out of the secret realm and approached the heavenly worm phantasm. Zhuowen's expression was grave. He could feel that the massive amount of star energy in his body that had been converted from entering the Emperor realm was being consumed continuously. In just a short while, he realized that 1/10 of the energy in his body had disappeared into thin air. Xiao He is really a bottomless pit. Even though she has completely materialized, the amount of energy required is still so great. Zhuowen revealed a bitter smile. Xiao He had only appeared for a short while, but 1/10 of the star energy in his body had already been consumed. However, he also knew that as he became stronger in the Emperor realm, the star energy in his body would also become more and more abundant. At that time, Xiao Hei's materialization would also be able to last longer, and the power of her materialization would also become much stronger. At this moment, the materialized Xiao Hei was definitely his strongest trump card and fighting strength. Furthermore, her fighting strength was probably stronger than an ordinary 7th level emperor. Senior Yao Dai, set up the demon god formation and help my dragon soul kill the heavenly worm phantasm. Zhuowen suddenly shouted to Yao Dai below. After Zhuowen's shout, Yao Dai, who was originally in a daze, suddenly came back to her senses. She tapped her foot and let out a shrill cry. Immediately, countless demon soldiers began to gather and reformed the demon god formation. Rumble! A several thousand feet tall demon god appeared, holding a demon blade in its hand. Zhuowen entered the core of the demon god formation under Yao Dai's command, causing the power of the demon god formation to become even more terrifying than before. Go! Destroy the heavenly worm phantasm. Yao Dai's eyes were densely cold as she stood in the middle. Soon after, the enormous demon god stepped forward and followed closely behind the 100,000 feet large black dragon. The demon blade in her hand slashed horizontally. Blade light tore through the void and rushed towards the heavenly insect illusory figure. Great Nether Saint Dragon, you're not dead? How is this possible? The heavenly worm phantasm's 12 arms suddenly struck out and heavily slammed into the blade light. Immediately after, it involuntarily took a few steps back. A pair of blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Xiao Hei as a low voice slowly rang out. I'm a lucky dragon. I won't die that easily. You, on the other hand, have the ability to send a clone to the eastern lands in a place as heavily guarded as the middle lands. You're quite capable. Xiao Hei sneered coldly and swung its huge dragon tail. Instantly, the entire space was torn apart. The dragon tail was like a whip of death. Layers of abstract, heavenly worm phantasm appeared. The heavenly worm phantasm seemed to be extremely afraid of Xiao Hei. It blocked the dragon tail while retreating. Xiao Hei's name is the Great Nether Saint Dragon. Zhuowen was stunned. In the past, Xiao Hei had always been secretive about its name. But now, the heavenly worm phantasm seemed to know Xiao Hei and was able to call out its name. Back then, even your master didn't dare to be so presumptuous in front of me. You're just a pet. How dare you attack me? The heavenly worm phantasm took dozens of steps back and snorted. Xiao Hei sneered. If this was your real body, I wouldn't have dared to do this. But this is just a phantom of your clone. How dare you talk nonsense in front of me? Die! After saying that, Blackie attacked the shadow once again. At the same time, the demon god also descended. That gigantic demon blade brought with it an unparalleled might as it descended from the sky and slashed down with a rumble. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the heavenly worm phantasm was forced back. Its blood-red eyes slowly narrowed. Wait until I'm completely free. I'll teach you a lesson. With that, the heavenly worm phantasm tore open space and left. It left just like that. In the demon god array, Yao Dai and Zhuowen looked at each other. They were surprised. They didn't expect the heavenly worm phantasm to leave so quickly. However, the two of them understood. With Zhuowen joining the demon god array, the power of the demon god array was greatly increased. In addition, Xiaohe was also quite strong. No matter how strong the heavenly worm phantasm was, it would be suppressed. It might even be killed. Leaving now was a wise choice. Xiaohe glanced at the heavenly worm phantasm that had left. After letting out a dragon roar, it went back into Zhuowen's forehead. At this moment, Zhuowen's face was a little pale. The short exchange with Xiaohe had exhausted half of the astral power in his body. If the heavenly worm phantasm continued to fight, Zhuowen would definitely be in trouble. If he gave himself away, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhuowen, whether it's the dragon seal or this dragon lord's materialization, it consumes a lot of energy. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best to use it sparingly. After entering Zhuowen's knowledge, Xiaohe suddenly said. However, its voice sounded a little tired. Obviously, even after the materialization, Xiaohe's power was terrifying, but the corresponding consumption had increased by hundreds or thousands. Xiaohe, you're called the Abyss Saint Dragon? You know the heavenly worm? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Yes, my name is indeed the Abyss Saint Dragon. The heavenly worm was this dragon lord's mortal enemy. Speaking of which, the reason this dragon lord became like this is all thanks to the heavenly worm, Xiaohe said in a low voice. What happened to you back then? Zhuowen asked curiously. Xiaohe was silent for a while, then sighed. Once you enter the central region, this dragon lord will understand most things. At that time, this dragon lord will also tell you some things. You're still too weak now. You haven't even set foot in the 9 nether realm in the eastern region, let alone the central region. Once you enter the central region, you'll understand the truth because the central region is the source of the calamity back then. Hearing these words, Zhuowen also knew that it was basically impossible to obtain any useful information from this fellow. Thus, he decided not to pursue the matter any further. Zhuowen, let's get rid of all the heavenly worm phantasms together, Yao Dai suddenly said in the demon god array. Zhuowen nodded. Immediately, the huge demon god took a step forward. The mountain-like demon blade danced, creating endless blade lights in the void. As the blade lights flashed, countless heavenly worm phantasms were completely annihilated into nothingness. Even if the heavenly worm phantasms had the characteristic of rebirth, in the face of a power that was countless times stronger than their own, this characteristic of rebirth would be scattered and destroyed. About an hour later, the demon god wreaked havoc outside the secret realm and finally dealt with the endless heavenly worm phantasms. Swoosh! Chapter 1276. Abyss Saint Dragon. I never imagined that I would encounter the Abyss Saint Dragon here. The heaven worm's deep voice reverberated within the black chi. Mu Feng slowly stood up. His face was still a little pale. Merging with the heaven worm's illusory figure earlier had caused him to expend a lot of energy. However, strands of black chi surged into his body, causing his exhaustion to immediately dissipate. Thank you, sir, Mu Feng respectfully said to the heaven worm. It's all right. Take my illusory figure and head to the inheritance ground of that old bastard. Although you don't have the complete river diagram formation, you still have half of it. Coupled with my strength, you should be able to snatch the inheritance. That old bastard's inheritance will definitely contain the method to undo the seal on my body. The heaven worm's sinister voice slowly reverberated. Originally, it had planned to allow its countless clones to continuously plunder the energy of the flesh and blood, allowing its strength to continuously increase. Once its strength had recovered to its peak, it would be able to completely break free from the seal. However, this method required a long process. Now that Zhuowen possessed the complete river diagram formation, this already caused the heaven worm to feel a sense of urgency. If Zhuowen knew the location of that old bastard's inheritance, it was very likely that he would be the first to obtain it. Once Zhuowen obtained the inheritance, the former would definitely obtain the sealing method. At that time, the heaven worm would truly be in a dire situation. Hence, it was somewhat anxious for Mu Feng to receive the old bastard's inheritance. "Sir is willing to help me?" A blazing light erupted from Mu Feng's eyes. Although the heaven worm had made a promise back then, it had only promised to help him obtain the inheritance of the Emperor Tomb's owner after it had escaped. Now that it had decided to help him obtain the inheritance before it had even escaped, how could he not be overjoyed? Humph! If you had directly snatched the river diagram formation from Zhuowen's body back then, I'm afraid that all of this would not have happened. This time, you must obtain that old bastard's inheritance as soon as possible. Otherwise, my patience will not be as good. However, Heavenly Insect's voice was extremely cold. Mu Feng, who was originally excited, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him as he nodded repeatedly. He had indeed miscalculated when dealing with Zhuowen. Now he had even allowed Zhuowen to grow. Especially after Zhuowen had advanced to the Emperor realm, the battle prowess he had displayed had even made him shudder with fear. "Go, I will give you a portion of my power. This time, you must obtain that old bastard's inheritance." The heavenly worm spoke in an indifferent voice. Waves of black qi lingered around Mu Feng's body before finally entering between his brows. "My lord, Mu Feng will take his leave first." Mu Feng gently nodded his head the instant the black aura shot into his forehead. Taking a step forward, he transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared from the world of the palace. Inside the secret realm, countless demon soldiers were cheering, but Yao Dai was not happy. "Auntie Yao, what's wrong? Aren't you happy to have repelled those things?" Wu Dai could not help but ask when she saw the expression on Yao Dai's face. Yao Dai shook her head and sighed softly. Mu Feng should be the candidate that Heavenly Insect guided into the Emperor Tomb. With Heavenly Insect strategy, I'm afraid that Mu Feng will enter Master's place of inheritance. At that time, it's very likely that he will snatch Master's inheritance. "Your master is the creator of the Emperor Tomb?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. However, as if he had thought of something, he frowned and said, "Isn't the creator of the Emperor Tomb a half-saint? Mu Feng is an Arcana Master. Can he accept a half-saint's inheritance?" Yao Dai was startled and said, "It seems that you don't understand my master at all. To tell you the truth, although my master's cultivation is at the half-saint level, he is also an Arcana Master. Moreover, he is an Arcana Saint Master. Otherwise, do you think such a huge project like the Emperor Tomb could be built without a powerful Arcana Master?" "What, an Arcana Saint Master?" It wasn't just Zhuowen. Lu Hantian, Mo Yen, Bai Yen, and the Grand Devil Master were shocked as well. They never expected that the Master of the Emperor Tomb was actually a powerful existence at the Arcana Saint Master level. Level 7 Arcana Masters were called Heavenly Arcana Masters. As for level 8 Arcana Masters above level 7, they were called Arcana Saint Masters. And Arcane Saint Master's methods had already reached a terrifying level of perfection. Such an existence was already comparable to the legendary saints. No wonder Mu Feng wanted to enter the Emperor's tomb by any means possible. It was all for the sake of obtaining the inheritance of the Arcane Saint Master. Mu Feng mentioned the river diagram formation to me before. Could it be that the river diagram formation is related to the master of the Emperor Tomb? Zhuowen suddenly said. Back then, Mu Feng had mentioned the river diagram formation to him more than once. Moreover, Mu Feng had urged him to cultivate it as soon as possible. Moreover, when Mu Feng revealed his true identity, he had mentioned that the river diagram formation was very important. Moreover, Mu Feng's target this time was the master of the Emperor Tomb. Zhuowen guessed that the river diagram formation was definitely related to him. "The river diagram formation is the key to unlocking my master's inheritance?" Could it be that Mu Feng has the complete river diagram formation on him? That shouldn't be possible. The river diagram formation was already incomplete back then. It's not possible for Mu Feng to have the complete river diagram formation. It should be incomplete. Yao Dai said in astonishment. Mu Feng indeed doesn't have the complete river diagram formation. However, I do. Zhuowen said in an indifferent tone. Shortly after, the surrounding atmosphere became strangely quiet. Yao Dai stared blankly at Zhuowen, almost biting her tongue. What did you say? You have the complete river diagram formation? After regaining her senses, Yao Dai said in disbelief. Zhuowen nodded. Shortly after, he tapped his forehead with his right hand, instantly summoning the jade cauldron. On the surface of the jade cauldron, the entire river diagram appeared. Instantly, a huge dragon horse stepped out from the river diagram. On the back of the dragon horse, there was a strange diagram. This was the river diagram. It's actually the river diagram formation. How did you get the complete river diagram formation? Yao Dai asked in astonishment. Mu Feng had the incomplete river diagram formation. I was the one who completed it. Zhuowen replied in an indifferent tone. Yao Dai's face froze as she stared at Zhuowen. She was somewhat speechless. After a moment of silence, she slowly opened her mouth and said, Looks like my master has a successor. You should also be an Arcana master, right? You're definitely the first person I've seen to be able to draw the river diagram formation. As she spoke, Yao Dai tapped her jade-like hand, and a piece of information entered Zhuowen's forehead. Shortly after, a look of astonishment appeared on Zhuowen's face. This is a map? To be more precise, it should be the location of my master's inheritance. Since you're able to draw the river diagram formation, you have the qualifications to obtain my master's inheritance. Yao Dai said with a gratified smile. Many thanks, Senior Yao Dai. A look of excitement appeared on Zhuowen's face. This was the inheritance of an Arcana Saint Master. If he could obtain this inheritance, it would be equivalent to having a powerful teacher to guide him in the aspect of mental energy. His future path as an Arcana Master would undoubtedly be much smoother. Not good. Mu Feng is already heading towards my master's inheritance. We need to stop him. Yao Dai's expression suddenly changed. Doesn't that Mu Feng not have the river diagram formation on him? He shouldn't be able to open my master's inheritance, right? Zhuowen said in a somewhat nervous manner. Yao Dai smiled bitterly and said, Although that's the case, the heavenly insect is about to break free. Its strength has increased by who knows how many times. With the heavenly insect's help and the help of the incomplete river diagram formation, my master's inheritance might be opened. At that time, if the inheritance falls into Mu Feng's hands, the heavenly insect will immediately break free. The consequences would be unimaginable. I'll go and stop that Mu Feng now. Senior Yao Dai, I have a presumptuous request. Zhuowen suddenly said. Yao Dai had already given him the map of the inheritance, so he didn't need any guidance to head towards the inheritance of the master of the emperor's tomb. What presumptuous request? Yao Dai asked. There are a total of 200,000 clones of the heavenly insect. 100,000 of them have already been destroyed by us. However, the other 100,000 have already left the emperor's tomb and are beginning to spread towards the outside world. Currently, the entire Bitter Sea is in an abyss of suffering. I hope that Senior can lead the monster soldiers to help the Bitter Sea. Zhuowen suddenly said respectfully, You mean you want me to leave the Emperor's tomb and help the Bitter Sea eliminate the heavenly insect clones? Yao Dai asked with a slight frown. Zhuowen nodded and said, Those clones are constantly plundering the flesh and blood of the cultivators on the other islands of the Bitter Sea. If this continues, the heavenly insect may accumulate enough energy. At that time, it will use brute force to break open the seal. At that time, even if I obtain the inheritance, I will be powerless. Therefore, we must stop it. Aunt Yao, what Master said is right. There are many cultivators in the bitter sea. If the heavenly insect clones really absorb all of them, there's no need for Mu Feng to obtain the inheritance. They can still break open the seal. Wu Dai also advised. Yao Dai's beautiful eyes flashed, and she sighed softly. What you all said makes sense. We must not let the heavenly insect escape. Otherwise, we will really be finished. However, Zhuowen, are you sure you can deal with Mu Feng? You don't need our help? Yao Dai was still a little worried about Zhuowen, and her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at him. In the battle just now, does Senior Yao Dai still think that I am not a match for Mu Feng? Zhuowen said with a confident smile. That's true. Your dragon soul is indeed terrifying. However, you still have to be careful. Yao Dai advised. Zhuowen nodded, and a demonic eye appeared on his forehead. The demonic eye transformed into a demonic clone and said, This demonic clone will follow you to the bitter sea to eliminate the heavenly insect clones. My main body will head directly to the inheritance grounds. After speaking, Zhuowen took a step forward and rose into the air, leaving the secret realm. He had the map that Yao Dai had given him and was naturally aware of the exact location of the inheritance grounds. Now, he only hoped that Mu Feng would not be the first to reach the inheritance grounds. Yao Dai looked at Zhuowen's departing figure and withdrew her gaze. Floating in the air, she shouted, All demon soldiers gather. This time we will leave the Emperor Tomb and eliminate the heavenly insect clones. We must prevent the heavenly insect from breaking out of the seal. Yes, yes. Voices of agreement could be heard from the secret realm. None of the demon soldiers would disobey the Demon King's orders. Chapter 1277. Calamity in the Sea of Bitterness in the Emperor's Tomb. The huge black storm was still sweeping, as if it would never change. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would see that there were countless black chi bursting out from the black storm and spreading in all directions. These black chi were like dark clouds that spread towards the depths of the Sea of Bitterness. Within the black chi, there were ferocious human figures that were constantly wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. On the excellent Spirit Island, countless warriors raised their heads to look at the sky. They all saw the dark clouds that covered the sky in the direction of the Emperor's Tomb. What is that? There seems to be some kind of creature within the black clouds. The gazes of many warriors were quite sharp. With a glance, they saw the strange human figure that was continuously surging within the black cloud. The faint, ghostly wails and wolf howls that were faintly emitted caused many warriors to feel a chill in their hearts. The excellent Spirit Island was naturally not the closest island to the Emperor's Tomb. Those islands that were closer were already covered by the black clouds. Following that, many warriors on the excellent Spirit Island were horrified to discover that strange human figures were descending from the depths of the black clouds. Ah! Ah! Miserable cries suddenly rang out continuously. Following that, the warriors on the excellent Spirit Island discovered that the islands that the black clouds passed were filled with endless fishy winds, accompanied by miserable cries. What exactly is that thing? That thing seems to be devouring the flesh of the warriors. The closest island to the excellent Spirit Island was already covered by the black clouds. At this moment, the warriors on the excellent Spirit Island finally saw the human figures that were constantly moving within the black clouds. They saw that these human figures had insect-like heads, and their bodies were covered with tough shells. They looked extremely terrifying. What was even more strange was that these strange human figures actually had 12 arms. There were many of these strange creatures in the black clouds. They were densely packed. At a glance, one scalp would go numb. Swoosh! 3 sun and moon shuttles cut through the void and instantly landed in the main city in the center of the island. 9 figures walked out of the sun and moon shuttles. They were Moyen Wushang, Kanan, Gatha, Soft Note, Emo Lingtian, Zhuowen's Buddhist avatar, LV Tao, Clear Lotus, and Fallen Star. Because Zhuowen had the 100 transformation technique, he could completely alter the appearance of the Buddhist avatar, making it no different from the main body. We have to find Grandmaster Lan Miao and the others as soon as possible. Right now, in the academy, only they have enough power to mobilize enough manpower and resources to defend against the incoming attack of the Skyworm clone. After getting off the Sun-Moon shuttle, Moyin Wushang said as he walked towards Jiaxin College, because of the existence of Zhuowen's Buddhist avatar, they knew what had happened in the Emperor's tomb. At the same time, they also knew that these strange figures were the heavenly insect avatars. In the square of the Arcane Tower, Grandmaster Lan Miao, Grandmaster Tusida, Grandmaster Tian Yi, and Grandmaster Wukong gathered together. The four of them were Mu Feng's direct disciples. Their mental strength was at the complete 6th grade. Although that was the case, the four of them were also from the outer courtyard. They were Mu Feng's disciples in the outer courtyard, so they naturally didn't know Mu Feng's true identity. In this regard, Moyin Wushang and the others didn't tell the four about Mu Feng. After all, there was no proof. If they said that Mu Feng was a spy from the Blue Dragon Hall, they couldn't guarantee that the four of them wouldn't attack because they suspected them. Zhuowen Wushang, you said that the creature in the black clouds came out from the Emperor's tomb and can absorb the energy of warriors' flesh and blood? Grandmaster Lan Miao frowned and said with a slightly ugly expression, not only Grandmaster Lan Miao, Grandmaster Tian Yi, Grandmaster Wukong, and Grandmaster Tusida didn't look any better. After all, what Zhuowen and Moyin Wushang said was really beyond their expectations. They didn't expect that in the Emperor's tomb there would be such a strange creature like the heavenly worm. It could absorb the energy of warriors' flesh and blood to enhance its strength and escape. If what you said is true, this is really a disaster for the Bitter Sea. Grandmaster Lan Miao sighed softly. Now we have to stop the heavenly worm avatar. Otherwise, the fate of the entire excellent Spirit Island will be the same as the other islands. It's very likely that it will cease to exist. Buddhist Zhuowen said seriously. Lan Miao nodded and said, the outer court has the cultivation tower and the arcane tower. These two iconic buildings have powerful defensive abilities. However, the cultivation tower is under the control of the Dean. We can't use the power of the cultivation tower. We can only open the defensive array of the arcane tower. Leave the cultivation tower to me. Grandpa has already taught me the method to open the cultivation tower's defensive array. Now, what we need to do is to gather all the disciples of the Excellent Spirit Academy into the two towers to resist the invasion of the Heavenly Worm Avatar. Moyin Wushang said with a serious expression. In that case, it's best. The four of us will open the Arcane Tower's defensive array first. You guys assign some people to gather all the disciples of the Academy. When the time comes, we will enter the tower to avoid the disaster. After Grandmaster Lan Miao finished speaking, he hurriedly entered the Arcane Tower with Grandmaster Tusida and the other two. After all, they could see that the speed of the black cloud was extremely fast. If they didn't act quickly, it would be too late when the black cloud completely descended on the excellent Spirit Island. Zhuowen, Jianan, and Gatha, you guys help me gather all the disciples of the Academy. I will open the Cultivation Tower's defensive array. Moyin Wushang said with a serious expression. The Buddhist Dao's Zhuowen nodded and hurriedly left with Jianan's group. Not long after, the Arcane Tower and the Cultivation Tower, the two most iconic buildings of the Academy, actually erupted with pillars of light that soared into the sky. Two terrifying powers spread out, enveloping the entire excellent Spirit Island, causing countless warriors to raise their heads and look in that direction. There were countless runes flowing on the surface of the Arcane Tower. They were like small swimming tadpoles. They looked extremely mysterious. On the other hand, the Cultivation Tower burst out with ice and fire energy. On one side, there was a sea of fire. On the other side, there was an extremely cold place. It looked extremely strange. All the disciples of the excellent Spirit Island come to the Arcane Tower and the cultivation tower to avoid the impending disaster. You only have 10 minutes. If you don't come, the 2 towers will automatically close. At that time, it will be impossible to enter even if you want to. A vigorous voice rang out from the sky above the academy. Zhuowen led Jia Nan, Gatha, and the others as he shouted towards the ground. His voice was amplified by Yuan power. It spread throughout the entire academy and filled the ears of many warriors. What? The arcane tower and the cultivation tower are open. We have to go in quickly. It seems that the black cloud is an extremely ominous thing. The other students scattered in the academy heard the voice that reverberated in the sky. They were startled at first, but after they reacted, they rushed towards the arcane tower and the cultivation tower. After 10 minutes, at the top of the arcane tower and the cultivation tower, Moyan Wushang and Grandmaster Lan Miao looked at each other. Shortly after, they waved their sleeves and completely sealed the entrances of the 2 towers. In the sky above the excellent Spirit Island, there was only the soaring ice and fire energy and the spiral rune energy left. There's still us. We haven't entered yet. There were still many warriors outside the 2 towers. Because they were too far away, they didn't arrive in 10 minutes. They were blocked outside the 2 towers. However, no matter how they screamed, the entrances of the 2 pagodas remained motionless. The time it took to brew a cup of tea was already the limit. At this moment, the black clouds had already filled the sky above the entire excellent God Island. In an instant, the originally bright, excellent God Island became incomparably dark. Awoo! Waves of ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls spread out from the black cloud. Shortly after, black shadows descended from the black cloud like falling snow. No! What are these things? Why are they so strong? Help! A series of wails came from the entire excellent Spirit Island. Whether it was the students who had yet to arrive at the arcane tower or the cultivation tower, or the warriors who were scattered in other areas of the island, they all became the targets of the heavenly insect avatars. The individual strength of these heavenly insect avatars was at the level of low-level Emperor Realm. In the excellent Spirit Island, those who had such strength were simply rare. Hence, this was a one-sided massacre. Under the attack of the heavenly insect avatars, the warriors of the excellent Spirit Island were utterly defeated. The consequence of failure was to become the nourishment of the heavenly insect avatars. Their flesh and blood were absorbed, leaving not even a trace behind. The martial artists in the arcane towers and cultivation towers naturally saw what was happening outside. Their faces all paled, and some of the more mentally fragile fellows even began to retch. This method of swallowing the flesh and blood of martial artists was far too bloody. They had never seen anything like it before. Moyan Wushang quietly looked at the scene. Although there was a trace of reluctance in her beautiful eyes, she had to do this. After all, whether it was the time or the space of the cultivation tower, they were limited. She could only protect a portion of the people, but she could not save everyone on the excellent Spirit Island. Don't blame yourself. Our ability is limited. It's already good enough that we can save a portion of the people. After all, we are not saviors. What we can do is to do our best to save the people that we should save. A hand gently patted Moyan Wushang's shoulder. Immediately, Moyan Wushang turned her body slightly and saw Zhuowen behind her, calmly looking at her. You're right. We'll do our best. Moyan Wushang revealed a smile, but it was quite bitter. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, an extremely violent trembling sound was emitted from the entire cultivation tower. The numerous warriors in the tower all staggered and almost fell to the ground. What's going on? What's happening outside? Frightened voices filled the cultivation tower. After all the warriors stabilized their bodies, their eyes were filled with fear. Those heavenly insect avatars are attacking our cultivation tower. Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes slightly sank as she said in a low voice. Chapter 1278. Demon, God, reinforcements, whether it was the cultivation tower or the arcane tower. Both were shaking violently, as if they were on the verge of collapsing. Many warriors in the tower were frightened. Although the two towers trembled intensely, they were not broken by the countless number of heaven insect avatars. This caused many of the warriors in the towers to inexplicably sigh in relief. Their hearts were filled with joy. "Zhuowen, we can't go on like this. If these heavenly insect avatars don't retreat, won't we be trapped in the tower forever?" Moyen Wushang looked at Zhuowen. Her beautiful eyes were full of worry. Although their safety was now guaranteed, they couldn't go on like this. Being trapped in the cultivation tower was not a solution. "Don't worry, the rescue will be here soon." Zhuowen of the Buddhist Tao laughed. He had sensed from the devil, Tao doppelganger, that Yao Dai had brought countless demon soldiers and arranged a powerful demon god array. They were rushing towards the wonderful Spirit Island. Of course, wherever they passed, the heavenly insect doppelganger along the way were all annihilated by the demon god. Zhuowen from the Buddhist Tao knew that with the speed of the demon god, it wouldn't take long for them to reach excellent God Island. At that time, it would be their chance to escape. Rescue? Zhuowen, are you comforting me? These heavenly insect avatars are too terrifying. Unless it's an advanced emperor, it's impossible to rescue us. Moyen Wushang shook her head. She didn't believe Zhuowen's words. She obviously thought that Zhuowen was comforting her. Zhuowen from the Buddhist Tao smiled faintly and didn't explain too much. He knew that when the demon god arrived at Excellent God Island, Moyen Wushang would naturally understand. The pagoda was still shaking. This violent shaking caused many warriors in the pagoda to be distraught, making it difficult for them to enter a meditative state to cultivate. After all, even a saint would find it difficult to cultivate in such a state. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the violently shaking body of the cultivation tower stopped abruptly. The gazes of the numerous cultivators, who were originally upset, suddenly froze. Moreover, they revealed suspicious expressions. They were somewhat puzzled as to why the cultivation tower, which was originally shaking, suddenly stopped. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, the warriors in the tower heard the earth-shattering sounds of battle coming from outside the tower. It was as if an extremely terrifying and violent battle was taking place outside the tower. However, the crowd didn't think that was possible. After all, the number of celestial insect clones was too terrifying. Every one of them had the strength of a low-level emperor. What kind of existence could fight against so many celestial insect clones? Hence, many warriors curiously looked through the windows of the tower. Soon after, they were shocked to discover that a 10,000 feet large figure was walking over from the void. Demonic power surged all over his body. The 10,000 feet large demonic blade in his hand danced, and many heavenly insect avatars were directly shattered. What is that? It seems to be destroying those strange creatures. Is it here to save us? Looking at this scene, many warriors were stunned. Moyen Wushang, who was originally worried sick at heart, relaxed. Her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly fell on Zhuowen of the Buddhist way. She said in shock, "Zhuowen, is this the rescue you were talking about?" Zhuowen of the Buddhist Tao nodded and smiled. Moyen Wushang's voice wasn't soft, so the other cultivators in the cultivation pagoda heard him clearly. What? Did Zhuowen summon this godlike 10,000-meter tall illusory figure? Is this true? Whispers rumbled in the tower. Everyone's eyes fell on Zhuowen. There was shock, gratitude, envy, and of course, doubt. Is he bragging? The strength of this 10,000 feet large figure is at the 7th level emperor realm. How could it be summoned by Zhuowen? After all, he is only a peak heavenly master. Voices of doubt also erupted one after another. Many cultivators' eyes were filled with suspicion. They thought that Zhuowen was just trying to please the crowd with claptrap. What do you mean by this? Brother Zhuo would never lie. Since you think that this 10,000 feet large figure was not summoned by Brother Zhuo, then who do you think it was? Jianan's face turned red, and he said unhappily. Zhuo Wen grabbed Jianan's shoulder with one hand and shook his head as he said, "There's no need to be angry because of this. We'll naturally know who's right and who's wrong after the demon god's projection dispels all the Skyworm clones." Hearing Zhuowen's words, although Jianan was indignant, he did not dare to act rashly. He could only nod and return to Zhuowen's side. "Looks like you are guilty." Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice sounded, causing Zhuowen to frown. His gaze fell on a figure not far away from the cultivation tower. This figure was extremely sturdy, and his body was filled with a domineering aura. His gaze was somewhat venomous as he stared at Zhuowen. Perhaps because he had sensed Zhuo Wen's gaze, his expression was somewhat unnatural. However, he still met Zhuo Wen's gaze without any fear. "Diba." Zhuo Wen narrowed his eyes. He was a little surprised. This person was Diba, who was ranked second on the Heavenly Master list. He had some conflicts with him back then. When the Emperor's tomb opened, Diba did not enter because he was in seclusion. Looking at his aura, he was much stronger than before. Although he had not advanced to the Emperor realm, he should be close. Perhaps it was because his cultivation had increased. But Diba was much more confident when facing Zhuowen. "What does my guilty conscience have to do with you?" Zhuowen stared at Diba indifferently. A terrifying emperor's aura surged out from his body, enveloping the entire tower like a tsunami. As Diba was targeted by Zhuowen, he had to bear the most terrifying emperor's aura. Plop! This emperor's aura was too terrifying. Diba could not bear it and knelt on the ground. His face was as pale as snow, and his forehead was covered with bean-sized beads of sweat. "You have advanced to the Emperor realm?" Diba supported his body with all his might as he looked at Zhuowen in front of him. His eyes were filled with fear. The surrounding warriors who had doubted Zhuowen also trembled and did not dare to speak anymore. Zhuowen was only a new student of this year. He had started later, but he had reached the imperial power plane first. This speed of advancement made many cultivators feel ashamed and ashamed. They were so ashamed that they could not show their faces. Zhuowen waved his sleeve, and the heavy emperor's aura slowly retracted. Diba still maintained his kneeling position. He lowered his head and did not dare to look at Zhuowen again. He found that at this moment he was like a clown in front of Zhuowen. It was extremely laughable, and he even tried to provoke Zhuowen. After withdrawing the emperor's aura, Zhuowen ignored Diba. To him, Diba was just a small character. He did not put him in his eyes. At this moment, his gaze fell on the demon god array outside the tower. Inside, Zhuowen, Wu Dai, Mo Yen, Bai Yen, Taimo Lord, Lu Hantian, and Yao Dai were all there. Boom! 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 The power of the demon god array was terrifying. With a casual swing of the demon blade, countless sky insect avatars were annihilated. They turned into formless black gas and dissipated in the air. About an hour later, the sky insect avatars on Excellent Spirit Island were completely annihilated by the demon god. Boom! The demon god stepped onto the empty ground in the outer courtyard, looking down at the Arcana Tower and the Cultivation Tower from above. Soon after, the people in the towers discovered that several figures had rushed out from the demon god, including Dean Mo Yen and Bai Yen, whom they were extremely familiar with. "Grandfather." Looking at Bai Yan's figure, Moyen Wushang immediately opened the entrance of the Cultivation Tower. With a step, he rushed out of the Cultivation Tower and rushed towards Moyen Wushang. "It's the Dean. It seems that the one who summoned this powerful phantom should be the Dean and not Zhuowen." Looking at Moyen and Bai Yen, countless warriors in the tower started to discuss spiritedly. Their eyes were filled with excitement. In their hearts, they had a feeling of being reborn after a calamity. Buddhist Zhuowen also followed Moyen Wushang out of the Cultivation Tower. Behind him were LV Tao and the other two. The three of them rushed towards Lu Hantian with excitement in their eyes. With Moyen Wushang taking the lead, the other warriors in the tower naturally rushed out of the tower and gathered around Moyen Wushang. After all, Moyen Wushang was the dean of the outer courtyard. With his existence, the entire academy seemed to have a backbone. Wu Dai, I will bring the demon soldiers and continue to rush towards the other islands. After all, there are too many sky insect avatars. We must destroy them one by one. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. In the demon god array, Yao Dai said to Wu Dai. Then, she brought the demon god array and rushed out, leaving excellent Spirit Island. Dean, you are really amazing. You can actually invite such a powerful helper to help our excellent Spirit Island escape from a life and death calamity. Yes, if it wasn't for you, Dean, our excellent Spirit Island would really be in a terrible situation. At that time, I'm afraid that even the academy would cease to exist. Everyone was surrounding Moyen and Bayen. Cheers and cheers were unceasingly resounding. Many people were praising Moyen and Bayen in their language. Moyen Wushang revealed an astonished expression and said, "Who told you that the demon god array was invited by this old man?" As soon as these words came out, the surrounding cheers died down. Many people's gazes fell on Zhuowen. Could it really be that this Zhuowen was the one who invited this demon god array? All of this is thanks to Zhuowen. If it wasn't for Zhuowen, this old man's life wouldn't exist. Moreover, the demon god array came out of the Emperor Tomb because of Zhuowen. It helped Bitter Sea get rid of those sky insect avatars. Moyen Wushang's following words immediately caused the surrounding warriors to become silent. Their gazes were filled with complicated expressions as they fell on Zhuowen. They didn't expect that the demon god array was really summoned by Zhuowen. Previously, they actually doubted the latter because of this. How laughable was this action? Chapter 1279, Book of Luoan. Your main body is still in the Emperor's tomb and you're planning to send your clone to the 9 Netherworld realm? Moyen Bayan's pupils shrank as he spoke in a somewhat surprised voice. With Zhuowen's aptitude, he already had the qualifications to enter the inner courtyard. But what he was puzzled about was that Zhuowen's main body was still in the Emperor's tomb. So why was he in such a hurry to enter the 9 Netherworld realm? Zhuowen revealed a bitter smile. There were only 5 months left until Mu Qinshue's 3-year cold poison outbreak. If he didn't go to the inner courtyard now, he might not make it in time. Fortunately, the heavenly flame 9 flames karmic fire was stronger than the Buddha's clone. It didn't matter even if his main body couldn't make it in time. As long as his Buddha's clone entered the inner courtyard and found Mu Qinsue, he would be able to solve the problem of Mu Qinshue's cold poison. Is it because of Big Sister Qinshui? Moyen Wushang's beautiful eyes flashed as he spoke in a low voice. There was also a trace of strange emotion in his voice. Zhuowen didn't say anything and only nodded. His eyes revealed a trace of hope and worry. So it's because of that little girl. Since it's like this, you should enter the inner courtyard with me. After all, I still need to hand over Elder Hui Xie's token to Old Man Tindu. The heavenly insect's clone is too strong. Even if your main body obtained the inheritance of the Emperor's Tomb's master, you can only seal it at most. You can't completely solve this problem. Moyen Bayen took a deep look at Zhuowen. He had also heard about Mu Qinshue's relationship problems. After all, Moyen Wushang had mentioned it to him before, so he could understand why Zhuowen was so anxious to enter the 9 Netherworld realm. Zhuowen, wait for me for a few days. I need to arrange everything on excellent Spirit Island. When the time comes, I'll bring you to the 9 Netherworld realm. Moyen Bayen said to Zhuowen. All right. Zhuowen nodded in agreement. A figure flashed across the dark void. Zhuowen, who had 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back, instantly appeared on top of a vast mountain range. He stopped and looked into the distance, staring at the void before him. His sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Senior Yao Dai said that the land of inheritance is in this endless mountain range. I wonder where it is exactly. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. His gaze landed on the mountain range below. The mountain range below was extremely large. It seemed to be endless with no end in sight. Thinking up to this point, Zhuowen transformed into a lightning shadow before instantly entering the mountain range. At this moment, he was worried that Mu Feng would beat him to it. The air above the mountain range was filled with white clouds and mist. Even with Zhuowen's sharp eyes, he could only see things within 100 meters in front of him. Whoosh! After aimlessly traversing the mountain range for about an hour, he was attracted by a strange sound. "It's to the front left," Zhuowen muttered in his heart. Taking a step forward, he shot towards the front left. Naturally, his footsteps were extremely light. At the same time, the aura emitted from his entire body was retracted. Zhuowen always had a cautious attitude towards the unknown. If not, it was very likely that he would fail miserably. Bang, bang, bang. As the sound grew louder and louder, Zhuowen's footsteps also became slower and slower. Finally, he came to a stop on a rock wall. That was because he discovered that the sound came from the other side of the rock wall. It seemed as though someone was smashing something. Damn it! Why is the restriction arranged by this old fellow so powerful? I've already used the incomplete river diagram array to weaken it. Even with Lord Strength, I'm still unable to shatter it. A flustered and exasperated voice suddenly rang out, attracting Zhuowen's attention. It's Mu Feng's voice. Zhuowen's heart trembled as he immediately recognized the owner of the voice. Wasn't it Mu Feng, the one who planned the change in the emperor's tomb? As he thought of this, Zhuowen retracted his aura. At the same time, his gaze passed through the cracks on the rock wall and landed on the other side. This was a rather large piece of empty land that was filled with rocks. At the front of the empty land, there was a pond that was dozens of feet wide. The surface of this pond was extremely calm, just like a glossy mirror. Strangely, there was a gigantic divine turtle floating in the middle of the pond. On the back of the divine turtle, there was an extremely mysterious and large diagram. This diagram was actually similar to the river diagram. The river diagram, the Audiobook, the sage. At the instant when he saw the divine turtle in the pond, this sentence surfaced in Zhuowen's mind. The dragon horse appeared from the yellow river, carrying the river diagram. The divine turtle appeared from the Luo River, carrying the Book of Luo. In this pond, the diagram on the back of the divine turtle was very likely to be the Book of Luo that corresponded to the river diagram. At this moment, both of Mu Feng's hands were pointing in the air. He was actually inscribing a broken river diagram formation. Within the river diagram formation, a dragon horse carrying a broken river diagram on its back was galloping across the boundless yellow river toward the divine tortoise in the pond. Bang! The divine turtle in the pond furiously raised its head. With a stomp of its 4 gigantic claws, its gigantic body leapt into the air. Surrounding its body were pillars of water. As the endless pillars of water shot out, they smashed against the dragon horse's body, causing the dragon horse to retreat a few steps. Whoosh! At the instant when the dragon horse retreated, the divine turtle's head and limbs retracted into its turtle shell. In the next instant, the gigantic turtle shell started to spin rapidly, causing countless gales to sweep up in the surroundings. Like a shadow, the rapidly spinning turtle shell shot out explosively. Bang! With a roar, the dragon horse gave a stomp of its hooves. As the yellow river gushed out, it formed a yellow waterfall in front of it, appearing just like a solid defense. However, in the face of the rapidly spinning turtle shell, the yellow river waterfall was like a piece of paper, instantly shattering apart. In the next instant, the turtle shell heavily smashed against the dragon horse. Oh! With a wail, the dragon horse's gigantic body instantly collapsed. As for Mu Feng, who was inscribing the river diagram array, he gave a muffled snort as he retreated a few steps back. His eyes were filled with both shock and fury. "My lord, it's time for you to take action." At the instant when the dragon horse collapsed, Mu Feng gave a loud roar. In the next instant, a black ray of light shot out from the depths of his forehead. In the next instant, it transformed into a 1,000-foot-tall shadow. Naturally, its appearance was that of the heavenly insect. This divine turtle isn't simple. Although it's not a real body, and is just a shadow created by the Book of Luo's array, its strength cannot be underestimated. The heavenly insect shadow clicked its tongue in wonder. Extending its right hand, it suddenly held towards the divine turtle. Black chi surged out, causing the surrounding space to collapse and shatter. Bang! The gigantic palm heavily smashed against the divine turtle. In the next instant, the heavenly insect shadow faintly frowned as it discovered that the divine turtle's strength was extremely great. His right hand had nearly collapsed under the might of the divine turtle's attack. Block it for this lord. The heavenly insect shadow coldly snorted as even more black chi gushed out, transforming into countless black tentacles that wrapped around the rapidly spinning divine turtle, causing it to come to a stop. Bang! At the instant when the divine turtle was bound, an extremely powerful water pillar erupted from the pool. Like a snake, it ferociously rushed out, smashing against the heavenly insect shadow. The latter was instantly smashed apart by the enormous might of the water pillar. Oh! With a howl, the divine turtle took advantage of this opportunity to escape from the binding of the countless tentacles. With a fearful expression, it retreated back into the pool. Its pair of eyes stared intently at the heavenly insect shadow as a sliver of fear surfaced within its eyes. The strength of the heavenly insect shadow was extremely terrifying, causing it to feel rather fearful. What a cunning divine turtle! Mu Feng, as long as this lord is able to tie this divine turtle down, you can find an opportunity to enter the pool. All of a sudden, the heavenly insect shadow said to Mu Feng. Taking a step forward, it stepped into the pool and started to engage in a battle with the divine turtle. Countless splashes of water exploded out, causing a large amount of water to splatter in the surroundings. Terrifying power radiated out, causing the surrounding space to shatter inch by inch. It was an exceedingly terrifying sight. Mu Feng stood at the side of the pool as he quietly watched the scene unfold before him, waiting for an opportunity to enter the pool at any moment. Now's the time. At the moment when the battle between the heavenly insect shadow and the divine turtle had reached its climax, the divine turtle was suddenly sent flying back dozens of steps by a punch from the heavenly insect shadow, revealing the entrance to the pool below. Mu Feng's eyes sparkled as he took a step forward. Mental energy gushed out from his entire body, transforming into a shadow as he shot towards the entrance. However, there was a figure that was faster than Mu Feng. With 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back, he instantly appeared before Mu Feng. Sending a ferocious punch rumbling out, it landed directly on Mu Feng's face, causing the latter to be unable to react and could only retreat. Whoosh! At the instant when Mu Feng retreated, the figure had already transformed into an illusory bolt of lightning. In an instant, it disappeared before his eyes, entering the entrance to the pool. Arg! Damn Joan! Mu Feng retreated a few steps, only reacting after a long while. Raising his head, he roared furiously towards the heavens, flustered and exasperated. Without a doubt, the one who had forced him back and entered the entrance to the pool was Zhuowen, who had been lying in wait behind the rock wall. At the instant when Zhuowen disappeared into the pool, the divine turtle was enraged. With a howl, waves that blotted the skies swept up from the entire pool. Like the bloody mouth of a gigantic beast, it swallowed the heavenly insect shadow hole. Clearly, the divine turtle had assumed that the fish that had escaped the net was an accomplice of the heavenly insect shadow. Therefore, it had vented all of its anger on the heavenly insect shadow. It's that little bastard again. Mu Feng, you trash. The heavenly insect shadow was feeling extremely sullen, thinking about how it had painstakingly fought for an opportunity for Mu Feng. In the end, it had ended up benefiting Zhuowen. Anyone who had encountered such a situation would definitely feel depressed. Mu Feng's mood was even more depressed than the heavenly insects. He had never expected that a troublemaker like Zhuowen would suddenly appear out of nowhere. Arg! The heavenly insect shadow roared as it unleashed its strongest power, blocking the furious attack of the divine turtle. At the same time, it hurriedly retreated out of the range of the pool, its blood-red eyes turning extremely gloomy. My lord, Mu Feng did not know what to say. His eyes flickered as he trembled with fear. Chapter 1280. Tower of Trials Mu Feng was knocked to the ground as his gaze turned cold. However, this coldness only appeared for a moment before it disappeared. He quickly got up and did not dare to say a word. Roar! At this moment, within the pool, the black tortoise's eyes were filled with warning as it stared coldly at Mu Feng and the heavenly insect's shadow. Then, it entered the pool and chased after Zhuowen. It was responsible for guarding the inheritance within the pool. Naturally, it would not allow any fish to escape the net. Lord, the black tortoise has left. It should be chasing after Zhuowen. Should we enter the pool now? Mu Feng's eyes flashed as he asked, Idiot, do you think that the black tortoise is stupid? The black tortoise has already set up the array of the Book of Luo above the pool. That is the most powerful maze. Even I can't find the entrance now. Originally, I was holding the black tortoise back so that he could not unleash the array of the Book of Luo. Coincidentally, the entrance appeared. However, I did not expect that Zhuowen would be the first to get to it. The heavenly insect's face was ugly as it looked at Mu Feng with an unfriendly gaze. Mu Feng was a yes man, not daring to say anything. However, his eyes were filled with a sliver of coldness and venom. Mu Feng was an extremely scheming person. All along, he had been the one to scheme against others. Now he had actually been tricked by Zhuowen. Right now we can only wait. Wait for Zhuowen to come out. If he has really obtained the inheritance of that old fart, we will snatch the inheritance back from him when he comes out. The heavenly insect's shadow said calmly. Mu Feng's eyes flickered as he spoke in a somewhat worried manner. Zhuozheng possesses an extremely powerful dragon soul. After breaking through to the Emperor realm, the strength he has displayed is extremely frightening. If he truly comes out, will we really be able to stop him? My strength is constantly increasing. When that kid comes out, I might be able to forcefully break through the seal. At that time, a mere Zhuowen will be nothing. However, before the heavenly insect's shadow could finish speaking, its face suddenly froze. It cursed in a low voice, damn it. That group of demon soldiers has actually walked out of the Emperor's tomb and started massacring my clones. Bastards. At this moment, in the sky above the Sea of Misery, the gigantic demon god's shadow swept across the void as it chased after the heavenly insect's clones. The demon god's shadow was extremely powerful. The Sea of Misery had a strong gravitational force. But in front of the demon god's shadow, as it was still able to fly across the Sea of Misery at an extremely fast speed. Half of the celestial swarm avatars that had spread throughout the Sea of Misery were destroyed by the demon god's shadow. The remaining ordinary celestial swarm avatars shrieked and retreated. They did not dare to fight the demon god's shadow. The heavenly insect's clones that had retreated all retreated into the Emperor's tomb under the guidance of the heavenly insect. Although half of them had been destroyed by the demon god's shadow, the remaining half had absorbed the energy from the flesh and blood of quite a few cultivators. Overall, the heavenly insect's strength was constantly increasing. I can't go to the Sea of Misery. I can only enter the Emperor's tomb first. I'm still a hair away from breaking free. The heavenly insect frowned as it murmured to itself. Its gaze landed on the pool before it. It knew that the most important thing for it to break free right now was the legacy of the old bastard in the pool. As a result, once Zhuowen really did emerge, it had to snatch it away at all costs. At this moment, Mu Feng discovered that the aura of the heavenly insect's shadow beside him was constantly increasing. Surprise filled his eyes. My lord, your aura. Mu Feng said softly, "I've summoned all the heavenly insects clones from the Sea of Misery and merged them into my body. What's detestable is that I'm still a little lacking in energy. It's all because of that damned demon soldier. He actually dared to come out of the Emperor's tomb and destroy my heavenly insects clones." The heavenly insect said coldly. Hearing this, Mu Feng nodded his head. His eyes flickered and no one knew what he was thinking. In the deep, ice-cold pool, a figure with 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back continued to sink, causing waves to surge in the water. I've already been in this pool for an incense stick's worth of time. Why do I feel that this pool is so deep that I can't see the bottom? Suddenly stopping, Zhuo-wen looked around at the endless darkness of the underwater world. His brows furrowed. He felt that he had lost his sense of direction and had no idea where to go. "Zhuo-wen, there's an array of the Book of Luo in this pool. Although you've just entered the entrance of the pool, if you don't break the array of the Book of Luo, it won't be easy to find the legacy in the pool." Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out. "Is it the array of the Book of Luo?" Previously, Mu Feng had been longing for the river diagram array. Perhaps the key to breaking the array of the Book of Luo is the river diagram array. "You can try the river diagram array," Xiao Hei continued. Hearing this, Zhuo-wen nodded his head. His right hand tapped on his forehead. The instant he took out the jade cauldron, a water pillar shot towards him. Fortunately, Zhuo-wen reacted in time. He took a step forward and dodged the water pillar. Soon after, his cold gaze landed on the huge black figure that was rushing towards him. "It's the divine turtle that's chasing after me." Zhuo-wen quietly stared at the turtle shell that was engulfed by countless water tornadoes. However, he felt a trace of nervousness in his heart. The divine turtle was extremely powerful and was almost comparable to the heavenly insect Shadow. If Zhuo-wen wasn't nervous, it would be a lie. This array of the Book of Luo was set up by an arcane Saint Master. The power it can unleash is indeed terrifying. If you can reach the realm of an arcane Saint Master, the array you set up will only be stronger, not weaker, Xiao Hei indifferently said, perhaps because she felt the reverence in Zhuo-wen's heart. Zhuo-wen nodded his head and said, "Then I'll try the river diagram array. After all, I have the complete river diagram array on me. I wonder if I can trigger the divine turtle." As he spoke, Zhuo-wen took a deep breath. His right hand patted the jade cauldron. The river diagram engraved on the jade cauldron exploded with a blazing light. Soon after, Zhuo-wen gathered mental energy in his hands and sketched out a mysterious path in the air. One could only see the river diagram array being drawn. Oh! A huge draconic horse galloped out of the river diagram array while stepping on the yellow river. It quietly stared at the approaching godly turtle. Whoosh! When it was about 100 meters away from the dragon horse, the divine turtle's huge body stopped. It looked down at the dragon horse that was much smaller than itself. There was a trace of surprise in its eyes. It could feel that although the dragon horse in front of it was much weaker than it, the aura it gave off was very intimate. Its gaze landed on the complete river diagram on the dragon horse's back. There was a trace of sadness in its eyes as it softly said with a hoarse voice, "The river diagram, the complete river diagram. Master's unfulfilled wish. Have you completed it?" The divine turtle's gaze moved away from the dragon horse and landed on Zhuo-wen. The hostility in its eyes slowly disappeared. Instead, it revealed a strange sense of intimacy. Looking at the intimacy in the eyes of the divine turtle, Zhuo-wen's gaze revealed a trace of surprise. However, he also knew that it should be attributed to the complete river diagram array. Back then, Master had said that if anyone could complete the complete river diagram array, then they would have the qualifications to become his disciple. "Follow me." The divine turtle's voice resounded in Zhuo-wen's mind. He knew that this was the divine turtle's voice transmission. Soon after, he saw the divine turtle slowly walking in front of him. It bent down and gestured for him to stand on its turtle shell. Although this unforeseen event was a little dramatic, Zhuowen was not too surprised. Long ago, when Mu Feng's strange attitude towards him, he already knew that the complete river diagram array on his body would definitely play an important role in the Emperor's tomb. Now everything was clear. This role was related to the inheritance of the Emperor's tomb's master. The divine turtle's speed was extremely fast. It was like a bolt of lightning in the pool. In about half an incense stick's time, it reached the bottom of the pool. This array of the Book of Luo is really mysterious. It's like a maze, trapping people in the pool. While the divine turtle was moving, Zhuowen was constantly paying attention to his surroundings. Soon after, he realized that every time the divine turtle moved, it would follow a specific path. Although it seemed messy and disorderly, it actually contained a trace of a special pattern. He knew that the divine turtle's steps should be the method to break out of the array of the Book of Luo. At the bottom of the pool, there were pieces of black reefs. Upon closer inspection, there were traces of buildings on these reefs. Perhaps a long time ago, these were the remains of a building. The divine turtle landed in front of a tower-like reef. The surface of this reef was covered with dark green seaweed and moss. Its surface revealed a trace of an ancient aura. Zhuowen stepped down from the turtle shell. His gaze landed on this reef. Only now did he see that this reef was actually a tall tower. However, because the surface was covered with moss, it looked like a reef. At the bottom of this tower, there was an arched stone door. However, at this moment, the stone door was tightly shut. The divine turtle pointed at the stone door and said in a deep voice, "Human, this is the Tower of Trials set up by my master. If you can pass through the Tower of Trials, my master's inheritance will be yours. Also, before you enter, you have to tell me your name first." "Zhuowen," Zhuowen said indifferently. Then he continued, "I can pass through the Tower of Trials to obtain the inheritance." "Not necessarily. It depends on your performance inside. If you can achieve a satisfactory performance, even if you don't pass, you'll still be qualified to receive the inheritance." "It all depends on your performance," the black tortoise said calmly. "Since it's a trial, there should be a certain degree of danger, right?" Zhuowen asked indifferently. The divine turtle nodded and said, "Of course. You were able to draw the complete river diagram array. This has already proven your talent. If you can't even pass through the Tower of Trials, then it can only be said that you drew the river diagram array by luck. Towards such a trial taker with a fluke mentality, my master will naturally not be kind. He will kill all of them. You're on your own now." Chapter 1281. The human body has secrets. Since you were able to draw the river diagram array, it means that you are fated with my master. However, if you want to obtain my master's inheritance, you still have to pay a certain price. The divine turtle glanced at Zhuowen and continued, "Of course, if you feel that this trial is too cruel, you can give up. I won't force you." Zhuowen immediately shook his head. What a joke! He had snatched the opportunity to enter the pool from Mu Feng with great difficulty. Moreover, this was the inheritance of the master of the Emperor's tomb, an arcane Saint Master. How could he give it up? "Since that's the case, you can go in." The divine turtle revealed a gratified expression as he spoke to Zhuowen. Nodding his head, Zhuowen did not hesitate. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the arched door. Of course, this arched door was closed. Therefore, he immediately looked at the divine turtle. "Place your hand on the surface of the stone door. I will guide you into the trial tower." The divine turtle's indifferent voice continued to ring out. Zhuowen naturally did as he was told. Instantly, a wave of spatial energy spread out from the arched door and enveloped Zhuowen's entire body. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared outside the door. "I say, little turtle, this Zhuowen is the first person in 1,000 years to complete the river diagram. Aren't you being a little too unreasonable by letting him enter the trial tower?" Not long after Zhuowen disappeared, An illusory voice rang out in this space. The moment this voice rang out, the divine turtle's expression became a little angry. "You damned fellow! How many times have I told you, don't call me little turtle?" The black tortoise, who had always been indifferent, revealed a furious expression. It was a sharp contrast from before. If Zhuowen were here to see the black tortoise in this state, he would definitely be stunned. "Since you don't like little turtle, I'll call you little turtle, or little turtle, or little silly turtle. With our relationship, we naturally need to call each other intimately." The illusory voice rang out again, causing the divine turtle's head to be filled with black lines. He gritted his teeth, but could not do anything. After all, he knew that the owner of this voice was much more powerful than him. He did not dare to provoke him. "Haha, I won't tease you any more. Can you tell me the reason why you let that little fellow enter the Tower of Trials?" Perhaps it had sensed the helpless expression on the black tortoise's face, but the ethereal voice became cautious. "Humph." Master had indeed said that so long as someone was able to perfect the river diagram, then that person would be able to obtain his inheritance. But didn't you notice that the little guy's river diagram was engraved on a broken jade cauldron? The black tortoise also became serious. You mean that jade cauldron is the legendary?" At this point, the ethereal voice suddenly stopped, as if it was afraid of something. "Yes, it's very likely that it's that thing, the thing that Master couldn't find even after searching all over the world." The black tortoise said softly, "If it's really that thing, then you should let this little guy accept your master's inheritance. At that time, he might be able to bring your master's inheritance to greater heights." The ethereal voice said in a low voice. The black tortoise shook his head and said, "It's because this little guy has that thing on him that I'm even more cautious. I want to see if this little guy has the qualifications to possess something that even my master didn't have back then. I remember that your master stayed in the Tower of Trials for 49 days before coming out, right? Do you think that this little guy will surpass your master's results?" The ethereal voice asked with interest. "This little guy's spiritual talent is not bad, but I feel that it's still slightly inferior to my master's. Perhaps passing the Tower of Trials shouldn't be too much of a problem, but the time taken will definitely surpass my master's 49 days, the black tortoise said confidently. "Hee. Looks like you have a lot of confidence in your master. When the time comes, let's see how long this little fellow will take to complete the training." After the illusory voice finished speaking, it slowly disappeared without a trace. The black tortoise looked around. Although the voice was now silent, it knew that the fellow had been paying attention to this place. The moment Zhuowen opened his eyes, he suddenly realized that he was in front of a rather monotonous stone wall. This stone wall was 10 feet long and 5 feet tall, and its surface was engraved with densely packed words. At a glance, even Zhuowen felt a little dazzled. The human body has a secret, and it contains the universe within. It can connect heaven and earth, and it can enter the 9 underworlds. Elemental energy enters the meridians, and spiritual energy hides in the Niwen. If the two are combined, then immortal energy can be created. When Zhuowen's gaze landed on the first line of the stone wall, his expression froze. Especially the third line, elemental energy enters the meridians and spiritual energy hides in the Niwen. If the two are combined, immortal energy can be created. It really shocked Zhuowen. When Zhuowen slowly read down, the shock on his face was immediately replaced by ecstasy. This was because the content of the words engraved on the stone wall was actually a method to combine the elemental energy in the meridians and spiritual energy in the Niwen Palace to create a powerful immortal energy. The first time Zhuowen came into contact with immortal energy was naturally the immortal stone that he obtained from the Azura Island auction. The immortal stone contained a special array that could combine spiritual energy and elemental energy and transform them into immortal energy. Moreover, Zhuowen, who had used immortal energy before, naturally knew how powerful immortal energy was. It was far more powerful than elemental energy, no matter if it was a cultivation technique or an emperor weapon. With the support of immortal energy, its power would definitely increase by more than a few times. However, the array in the immortal stone was incomplete, so there was a limit to the number of times it could be used in a day. However, the method described on the stone wall was completely different from the principle of the immortal stone. The immortal stone could be said to be a kind of foreign medium. But in fact, the human body could also be used as a medium to continuously combine the spiritual energy and elemental energy in the body to form a new power, immortal energy. If the cultivation was successful, immortal energy could completely replace elemental energy and spiritual energy, becoming the newest and most powerful source of energy for a cultivator. It was unlike elemental energy and spiritual energy, which had to be used separately. This was because the content engraved on the stone wall mentioned that immortal energy could be used like elemental energy in battle, and like spiritual energy, it could also be used to engrave arrays and display various arcanist techniques. In other words, if one really completely combined the spiritual energy and elemental energy in the body into immortal energy, not only would one's battle strength be much stronger than elemental energy, but one would also be much more efficient in arcana techniques. Moreover, it was also mentioned that if one wanted to become an arcana Saint Master, the minimum requirement was to have immortal energy in the body. Otherwise, there would be no hope of becoming an arcana Saint Master. Within a month's time, completely comprehend the content on the stone wall and combine it with a trace of immortal energy. You will pass. If you fail, you will be obliterated. The indifferent voice echoed in the tower, causing Zhuowen's eyes to narrow slightly. It seemed that what the black turtle said before was not baseless. If he really failed, there might really be danger to his life. Moreover, when he entered the Tower of Trials, he discovered that there were a total of 3 levels in the tower. This was only the first level, and it already required him to cultivate immortal energy. He wondered what the next 2 levels were for. If we're talking about immortal energy, I'm not a newborn calf. However, Zhuowen smiled. He was not too worried about the so-called punishment because it was not the first time he came into contact with immortal energy. He had even used it many times. In terms of understanding of immortal energy, he was even more profound than some old fellows. Moreover, there was a complete cultivation method of immortal energy on the stone wall. 1 month's time, to Zhuowen, could be said to be extremely ample. Thinking of this, Zhuowen took out the immortal stone and silently felt the operating principle of the strange array in the immortal stone. As he comprehended the cultivation method on the stone wall, he entered into a meditative state. 3 days later, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up. He slowly stretched out his right hand. In the center of his palm, there was a trace of milky white light. This milky white light was immortal energy. Moreover, it was not immortal energy produced by the immortal stone. Instead, it was transformed by Zhuowen himself. Right now, I'm only at the preliminary stage. I can only integrate a trace of immortal energy. However, it's enough, muttered Zhuowen softly. As expected, just as he finished speaking, a spatial energy wrapped around Zhuowen, causing him to instantly disappear in front of the stone wall. When Zhuowen opened his eyes again, the stone wall had already disappeared. In its place was a huge stone hall. Around the stone hall were 4 huge pale white flames. The white flames spread out and illuminated the stone hall. At this moment, outside the Tower of Trials, the divine turtle was silently lying on the ground. A pair of indifferent eyes quietly stared at the Tower of Trials. This brat passed the first level. It's only been 3 days. Perhaps it had discovered something. The divine turtle suddenly stood up and stared at the second level of the Tower of Trials that had already lit up. This light meant that the person inside had already reached the second level. Little turtle, this brat only used 3 days to pass the first level. I remember that back then, your master used 9 days to pass the Tower of Trials. This brat's speed is 3 times faster than your master's. Haha. The moment the divine tortoise stood up, the illusory voice rang out once again. Even though the voice was uninhibited, if one listened carefully, one could still hear a hint of surprise in it. Obviously, this illusory voice was also quite surprised that Zhuowen had passed the first level in 3 days. This is only the first level. The second and third levels are very difficult. They can't be passed in a short time. The divine turtle coldly snorted and lay on the ground again. Then let's wait and see. Chapter 1282. For Kill Formation, the reason why he paid attention to the ceiling as soon as he entered the stone hall was because there were pieces of special patterns engraved on the ceiling. These patterns are all formation diagrams. Zhuowen muttered softly as he raised his head and looked at the ceiling with some astonishment. The core of an origin formation set up by an arcanist was naturally the formation diagram. If the formation diagram was set up, one only needed to arrange origin crystals on top of the formation diagram to form a powerful origin formation. Formation diagrams required an arcanist to use their mind power and spend a lot of effort to draw them out. Zhuowen's ultimate sword formation diagram was something that Master Lan Miao had spent a lot of time to successfully draw out. Formation diagrams were secrets that many arcanists did not pass on. Although Zhuowen had obtained some origin formations, he did not understand the principles behind them at all. However, Zhuowen had previously studied with Grandmaster Lan Miao for a period of time. Hence, he had some knowledge about the outline of a formation. Therefore, after seeing the pattern at the top of the hall, he immediately recognized that it was a Yuan formation. There were also some words carved around the formation diagrams. They were densely packed like tadpoles. As Zhuowen read, Zhuowen's eyes grew brighter and brighter. This was because the words introduced how to use immortal energy to draw formation diagrams. According to the introduction of these words, using immortal energy to draw formation diagrams was much more efficient than using mind power. If one was skilled enough, they could even use immortal energy to instantly set up formation diagrams and use the power of formation Dao to kill enemies. Although Zhuowen was a rank 6 arcanist, he had never thought of using immortal energy to instantly set up formation diagrams and use formation Dao to kill enemies. Zhuowen gradually understood. The first level of the Tower of Trials allowed one to cultivate immortal energy on their own. It could be considered a kind of foundation for immortal energy cultivation. The second level allowed one to practice immortal energy and use it to draw formation diagrams and kill enemies. One could faintly feel that this trial actually contained a trace of inheritance. After all, even a fool would know that the method of cultivating immortal energy was extremely precious. This kind of method was simply unheard of in the outside world and had never been seen before. In other words, when he stepped into the Tower of Trials, the inheritance of the Tomb Master had already begun. However, the punishment of the Tower of Trials was indeed very cruel. If one could not complete it, they would be killed immediately. If one did not have enough talent and was unable to comprehend the immortal energy, the Tower of Trials would not be an opportunity, but a calamity. Use your immortal energy to draw out any perfect formation diagram. You have a time limit of 1 month. If you exceed the time limit, you will be killed immediately. The same cold voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen nodded his head, but his gaze was fixed on the mural at the top. There were a total of 4 array diagrams on it, and each array diagram was extremely profound. If they were to be drawn, their power would be extraordinary. These 4 diagrams naturally had names. They were the slaughter diagram, the absolute slaughter diagram, and the annihilation diagram. These 4 diagrams were arranged in 4 different directions to form the 4 kills diagram. The 4 kills diagram consisted of 4 smaller diagrams, and each diagram alone was able to display great power. If the 4 diagrams were to be combined together to form the 4 kills diagram, then its power would be tens or even hundreds of times stronger than the individual diagrams. Its power was vast and mighty, like the might of the heavens. Zhuowen's demonic doppelganger cultivated the slaughtered demonic Tao, so he had a certain understanding of the four kills diagram. However, what he lacked now was to use his immortal energy, which he was not very familiar with, to draw out at least one of the diagrams. This could be considered as his main problem. The first diagram he chose was the slaughter diagram. His eyes were filled with seriousness, and at the same time he operated the mental energy in his Niwen palace and the elemental energy in his meridians. The two types of energy gathered in his body, forming a milky white immortal energy that appeared in his palm. Zhuowen condensed the immortal energy at his fingertips, and soon after, he began to draw slowly in front of him, according to the pattern of the slaughter diagram. Stroke by stroke, the diagram intertwined in the void. When the diagram was a quarter complete, a gust of slaughter intent burst out from the diagram. Zhuowen was caught off guard and directly retreated dozens of steps. His chest was heaving up and down, and his blood and qi were boiling. Failed! He frowned slightly. He had clearly drawn according to the slaughter diagram, but when he drew a quarter of the diagram, it actually failed and shattered. It's because your celestial qi isn't enough to support the entire slaughtering formation. That's why the slaughtering formation failed when it was only a quarter of the way through. Blackie's voice suddenly rang out, causing Zhuowen to have a look of understanding. Continue to draw. I don't believe that I will fail. Zhuowen gritted his teeth and did not give up. He continued to condense his immortal energy and continued to draw in the void. The second time, he still failed when he drew a quarter of the diagram. Continue! After the second failure, Zhuowen continued to try. The third failure, the fourth failure. On the 10th attempt, Zhuowen's immortal energy actually increased a little in the process of desperately drawing the diagram. For the first time, it broke through a quarter, and he actually drew half of the diagram before it failed and shattered. When he found that his immortal energy continued to increase after failing, Zhuowen's eyes shone with unprecedented brilliance, and he continued to draw the slaughter diagram with all his might. In the process of practicing the slaughter diagram without any regard for his life, he became more proficient in the cultivation of immortal energy, and the reserve of immortal energy in his body also became more profound. While Zhuowen was practicing the slaughter diagram in the trial tower, the sea of misery outside the monarch's tomb had completely calmed down. After the demon god array, led by Yao Dai, drove away the heavenly insect clone, they did not return to the monarch's tomb, but returned to the auspicious god island. After all, they had destroyed the heavenly insect's plan to invade the sea of misery and absorb the energy of the cultivator's flesh and blood. If they returned to the monarch's tomb now, they would definitely suffer the heavenly insect's revenge. After all, the heavenly insect's power in the monarch's tomb was the strongest. Mo Yen and Bai Yen naturally welcomed Yao Dai and the rest of the demon soldiers to the auspicious god island, and even treated them with great hospitality. After all, this was a group of demon emperors, and Yao Dai was even stronger, comparable to a high-level emperor. At this moment, on the other side of the auspicious god island, a rather large sailboat quietly floated above the sea of misery. This sailboat was called the Skypiercer, and it was Mo Yen and Bai Yan's own flying monarch weapon. Its speed was not much slower than Mu Feng's sun shuttle. At this moment, Mo Yen, Bai Yan, and Zhuowen quietly stood in front of the Skypiercer, and behind them was a group of outer court students. They all stared at Zhuowen and Bai Yan with reverence in their eyes. Behind Zhuowen, the Lord of Grand Demons, Lu Hantian, Lve Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian silently followed. Beside Mo Yen and Bai Yan were Moyan Wushang and Qing Yin. Among them, Lve Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian had all broken through to the Emperor realm after absorbing the heart of imperial power. Zhuowen was quite pleased with this. Wushang and Qing Yin have absorbed the heart of imperial power and have advanced to the Emperor realm. At that time, they will have the qualifications to become an official disciple of the inner court. Mo Yen and Bai Yan glanced at Moyan Wushang and Qing Yin behind them and said to Zhuowen with a smile, Zhuowen nodded. However, he looked at the group of students behind him and said, "Principal, I'll bring a few people with me to the 9th netherworld realm this time. Is that okay?" Mo Yen and Bai Yen curled their lips and said, "I understand what you mean. Jia, Nan, and Gatha have impressive armor souls, and they've also absorbed the heart of imperial power. If they enter the inner court, they'll probably have a limitless future. As for Mo Lingtian, he's quite talented as well. There's no doubt that he'll advance to the Emperor realm. Thank you, Principal." Zhuowen looked grateful. Then he waved at the crowd. Jia, Nan, Gatha, and Mo Lingtian walked over excitedly. Jia Nan had already reached the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm and was almost on par with Mo Lingtian. However, Gatha was extremely terrifying. She had actually reached the Emperor Realm. Zhuowen couldn't help but sigh inwardly at how heaven-defying the Heaven's Wrath Armor Soul was. It actually allowed Gatha to cultivate so quickly. He knew that back then, Gatha's cultivation was slightly weaker than his. Now, there wasn't much difference between them. Moreover, if Gatha released the Heaven's Wrath Armor Soul, her battle strength would be terrifying. She could be comparable to a mid-level emperor. Moreover, as her cultivation deepened, Gatha would also unearth more powerful abilities of the Heaven's Wrath Armor Soul. Xian Xing didn't come? Zhuowen suddenly asked Mo Lingtian. Back then, because Xian Xing was too weak, he couldn't pass through the Black Storm. Therefore, he returned to Jiazhen Island and avoided the calamity of the heavenly insect clone. Mo Lingtian smiled bitterly when he heard Zhuowen's question. Xian Xing knows that his cultivation isn't enough. He doesn't plan to follow us to the 9th netherworld realm. Zhuowen nodded. Xian Xing's talent was indeed ordinary. He couldn't keep up with everyone's pace in the outer court. If he entered the inner court, the gap between them would only grow. Xian Xing's decision was clearly very wise. "I want to go too." Not far away, Wu Dai, who was following beside Yao Dai, suddenly had tears in her eyes. She stared at Zhuowen with her big, watery eyes. Her voice was choked with sobs. Zhuowen tilted his head. His gaze first landed on Yao Dai. When he saw the increasingly dense aura of death between Yao Dai's brows and the pleading look in her eyes, he let out a low sigh. He smiled at Yao Dai and said, "Little Dai, your Aunt Yao still has some things that she needs you to do. You should accompany her more during this period of time. When my main body comes out, I will bring you to the 9 netherworld realm." Wu Dai looked at Yao Dai, who had a hopeful look in her eyes, and a trace of sadness rose in her heart. Although she had just become a demon emperor and her mind was still a little pure, it didn't mean that she was stupid. She could naturally see that Yao Dai didn't have much time left. Although she was reluctant to part with Zhuowen, she also knew that Yao Dai, who was in her twilight years, needed her more at this moment. "Okay, Master, when your real body comes out, you must bring me there. Otherwise, I won't be polite." As she spoke, Wu Dai waved her fist at Zhuowen. The blush on her cheeks made Wu Dai appear rather cute at this moment. Zhuowen slowly walked in front of Wu Dai and stretched out his right hand to gently rub her head. He softly said, "Don't worry, Master will definitely bring you there." As he spoke, Zhuowen turned around and stepped into the cloud-piercing sail. "Set sail." The instant Zhuowen stepped onto the deck, Mo Yen and Bai Yen shouted. Standing at the bow of the ship, Yuan power poured into the controller in his right hand. Immediately, the cloud-piercing sail shot out, turning into a shadow and disappearing before everyone's eyes. Wu Dai's beautiful eyes stared blankly into the distance. Her eyes were filled with absent-mindedness. After a long while, her cheeks turned even redder, almost like a ripe red apple. This moment of flirtatiousness stunned countless cultivators on the shore. "Little Dai, your master has already left. Let's go." Yao Dai naturally noticed the expression on Wu Dai's face, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. How could she not see that Wu Dai's feelings for Zhuowen were unusual? However, she also acknowledged Zhuowen. The strength and talent that the latter had displayed were definitely not inferior to her previous master. Chapter 1283. The third floor. 10 days gradually passed. On the second floor of the trial pagoda, Zhuowen's hands danced in the air, drawing a mystical path. The path contained the Tao of slaughter. Zhuowen seemed to have sunk into a state where he forgot himself as he slowly stepped forward. His hands moved in sync with his footsteps, and he used his hand as a brush. Milky white celestial power gushed out from his fingertips, and the outline of the slaughtering array gradually floated to the surface of the water. The last stroke. Suddenly, Zhuowen came to a stop. He raised his head and glanced at the outline of the slaughter formation in the air. Following this, he tapped with his right hand. Bang! When Zhuowen drew the final stroke, a terrifying slaughter intent exploded in the entire space. It was like a volcano erupting, unstoppable. In the air, countless murderous sword shadows emerged from the slaughter formation. Each sword shadow was accompanied by a strong murderous aura, giving it a terrifying appearance. The slaughter formation is done. Zhuowen's eyes flickered fiercely. He could not help but grin. It's quite impressive that you've managed to draw the slaughter formation in 10 days. Kid, try and see if you can draw the other 3 formations, Xiaohei urged all of a sudden. Zhuowen nodded. His eyes flickered with confidence. As he was drawing the slaughter formation, the immortal force in his body continued to grow. It was a lot stronger than before. Soon, his gaze landed on the second array diagram, the killing array diagram. Zhuowen pointed with his right hand and slowly drew the outline of the slaughtering formation diagram. However, when he had drawn 2/3 of the diagram, a frightening slaughtering intent rushed out from the slaughtering formation diagram. It was as if a 10,000-foot-tall mountain was crushing down, causing Zhuowen's hands to involuntarily stop. Bang! The incomplete killing array diagram instantly shattered and dissipated, while Zhuowen frowned slightly. Slaughter, slaughter, extermination, and extermination. Looks like each diagram is more complicated than the last. With my current immortal force, it's really slightly difficult to draw out the outline of this second diagram. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. Try using the immortal energy, fused with the immortal stone. This dragon lord can feel that the immortal energy fused with the immortal stone is much purer than the immortal energy you are currently cultivating. Perhaps it might be able to draw the outline of the remaining 3 formation diagrams. Xiaohei suddenly reminded. Zhuowen's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said, You're right. I actually forgot about the immortal stone. After all, Zhuowen had only recently grasped the cultivation method of immortal energy, so the immortal energy he condensed naturally couldn't be too pure. On the other hand, it was obvious that the immortal stone came from the hands of a powerful arcana master, and the formation within it was extremely complicated. Even Zhuowen couldn't quite understand it. The immortal energy he fused with it would definitely be much purer and more powerful than the current Zhuowen, who was a layman. Thinking of this, he took out the immortal stone and began to fuse his mental strength and origin energy into the immortal energy through the immortal stone. Then he began to draw the killing formation diagram stroke by stroke. At this moment, outside the training tower, the black tortoise stared in shock at the second level of the training tower that was surging with boundless killing intent. He muttered in a low voice, This kid has already drawn the killing formation diagram of the 4 kills formation diagram so quickly? It's only been 10 days. This kid is a good seedling. He only used 3 days to comprehend the immortal energy on the first level. On the second level, he only used 10 days to complete the killing formation diagram of the 4 kills formation diagram. This result is much better than your master's, right? The ethereal voice sounded again. The black tortoise didn't reply to the ethereal voice. Instead, his gaze fell on the training tower, and he said in a deep voice, The most crucial part of the training tower is the 3rd level. If he can also take more time than my master on the 3rd level, I will admit that this kid's talent is indeed above my master's. Ha! I say, little turtle, Looks like you really can't forget about your master. The result is actually very obvious. I'm guessing that this kid won't take too long to pass through the third level. The illusory voice laughed out loud. Don't call me little tortoise, you be asterisk starred. The black tortoise roared in anger. Why hasn't that kid entered the third level yet? Suddenly the ethereal voice sounded with a hint of surprise. The black tortoise came back to his senses and noticed the light spot that was still on the second level. Perhaps he thought of something, and he said in a strange tone, "This kid can't be planning to draw the 4 kills formation diagram, right?" "That's possible." The ethereal voice was silent for a while before it spoke. The black tortoise had a mocking look in his eyes, and he said indifferently, "This kid is overestimating himself. The 4 kills formation diagram is divided into the killing formation, the killing formation, the killing formation, and the killing formation. Among them, the killing formation diagram is the simplest formation diagram. The killing formation diagram is the most complicated formation diagram. It's already good that he can draw the killing formation diagram, but it's very difficult to draw the other formation diagrams. And you're right. The killing array diagram is much more difficult than the killing array diagram. That little fellow's ambition is a little too big. However, after he suffers a little, he will give up on the 4 kills array diagram and directly enter the third level," the illusory voice said in agreement. Boom! However, the indistinct voice hadn't finished resounding out when strands of the profundities of slaughter suddenly erupted from the second level of the pagoda of trials. It was as if the entire second level had transformed into a battlefield where slaughter shot into the sky without end. Sensing the murderous intent that soared into the sky, the black tortoise was stunned. The ethereal voice was also completely frozen. "The killing formation diagram has been drawn. This kid," the black tortoise's limbs trembled, and he almost fell to the ground from the shock. Not long after the killing ultimacy appeared, the killing ultimacy and killing ultimacy also erupted from the second level. At this moment, the 4 kills formation diagram was completely drawn on the second level of the trial tower. Even the black tortoise who was outside the trial tower could clearly feel the powerful killing ultimacy from the second level. This, the black tortoise suddenly realized that he was completely at a loss for words. He did not know how to express his feelings at that moment. Not long after the killing formation diagram was set up, this kid immediately set up the remaining killing formation, the killing formation, and the killing formation one after another to form the 4 kills formation. "Little tortoise, do you think that this kid's talent is not as good as your master's?" The ethereal voice paused for a moment before it suddenly burst with excitement as it spoke to the black tortoise. "Sigh, this kid's talent is indeed terrifying. It's natural for him to receive my master's inheritance." The black tortoise sighed softly as a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. He had been guarding this place for a long time and naturally hoped that his master's inheritor would be a unique genius. Not only was Zhuowen able to perfect the river diagram formation, but he was also able to use the immortal power that he had just cultivated to set up the 4 kills formation in a short period of time. This was definitely a one-of-a-kind demonic existence. Perhaps after this kid received his master's inheritance, he would definitely be able to bring it to greater heights. Let's look forward to this kid's performance on the third level. The ethereal voice laughed and fell silent. In the stone temple, Zhuowen silently stared at the 4 formation diagrams in the void with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. He did not expect that the immortal power that was fused from the immortal stone could be used to outline the remaining 3 formation diagrams so easily. It seems that the immortal power that was fused from the immortal stone is much higher than the one in your body now. Xiao He clicked his tongue in wonder. Zhuowen nodded, but his gaze fell on the 4 kills formation. He said, "The power of this 4 kills formation is terrifying. If a living creature is unfortunate enough to fall into this formation, It will definitely be crushed into pieces by the killing intent within. Perhaps even its soul and nascent soul will not be able to escape. The 4 kills array only appeared in the void for a short while before it dissipated. Zhuo Wen, on the other hand, was stunned. After all, the immortal power of the immortal stone is limited. Your 4 kills formation cannot be maintained for too long. Unless the quality of the immortal power in your body is comparable to the immortal power that was fused with the immortal stone, it will be very difficult to maintain the 4 kills formation. Xiao He continued, I see. It seems that I still have a very long way to go on the path of immortal power. Now that I have met the requirements of the 2nd level, I think I should be able to enter the 3rd level, right? Sure enough, as soon as Zhuowen finished speaking, a force of space filled the air and Zhuowen immediately disappeared from the spot. When Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes, he found that he was on a white jade stone bridge that was suspended in the air. On both sides of the stone bridge was an endless void. In the distance, countless stars were scattered all over the void, emitting a faint starlight. I wonder what kind of trial is on the 3rd level. Looking around, Zhuowen found that other than the endless void and stars, the only special thing about this place was the white jade stone bridge beneath his feet. However, the white jade stone bridge was suspended in the void without a beginning or end. He did not know where the stone bridge began or ended. Whoosh! While Zhuowen was observing the surroundings of the white jade stone bridge, in the center of the white jade stone bridge, wisps of starlight filled the air and turned into a tall and straight figure. This was a young man about the same age as Zhuowen. He wore a long green robe, held a feather fan in his hand, and wore a silk headband on his head. He looked like a scholar with a mind full of wisdom. This person gently waved the feather fan and smiled at Zhuowen. He said, Congratulations on entering the 3rd level of the Tower of Trials. The trial on the 3rd level is actually very simple. You just have to use the immortal power and array Tao that you comprehended on the first 2 levels to attack me. If you can pass by me on the white jade stone bridge, you will pass the 3rd level. Use array Tao to attack you. Zhuowen was stunned. He'd never used the formation Tao to attack. However, he knew that immortal force could instantly set up formation diagrams. So if he possessed immortal force, he could indeed rely on the energy of the formation Tao to fight. However, he had only just come into contact with immortal power and had not experienced actual combat. Therefore, when this person proposed this method of fighting, he could not help but be startled. Haha, since you don't plan to attack first, then I will. Remember, your life and death are up to the heavens. If you are killed by me, you can't blame anyone else. Do you understand? Chapter 1284. 100 Beasts Array, 100 Beasts Array. In an instant, the young man had formed the outline of a huge array. Hundreds of beasts appeared in the array and roared towards the sky. Their roars were shrill, and the sound waves were powerful enough to shake one's soul. Tiger. The moment the 100 Beasts Array was formed, the young man tapped his feather fan again. Instantly, a huge tiger leaped out of the 100 Beasts Array. It roared and charged toward Zhuowen. Massacre Array. Zhuowen's eyes turned solemn. He took a step forward, and the mental energy and yuan power in his body surged crazily. They merged into a powerful immortal power. Using his hand as a brush, he drew out many tracks in the air and formed a huge massacre array. Shadows of slaughter swords appeared in the array and looked extremely terrifying. Puff! The moment the tiger formed by the power of the array came into contact with the massacre array, it was annihilated by the countless slaughter sword shadows. Not bad. To pass the 2nd level of the trial tower, one must be able to form at least one array. Since you have chosen the simplest massacre array, it will not be easy for you to pass my test. The young man smiled faintly. His expression did not change even when the tiger was annihilated. It was as if everything was under his control. Lion, wolf, eagle, sparrow, crocodile. As he spoke, the young man waved his right hand. Instantly, Huge beasts flew out of the 100 beasts array. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Their ferocious aura filled the sky. Every single one of them was not simple. No wonder it is called the 100 beasts array, using the power of the array to create all kinds of beasts and ferocious beasts. The power produced is actually so strong. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and did not dare to be careless. He tapped with both his hands, and the power of the massacre array grew stronger. The slaughter sword shadows contained an endless amount of slaughter aura. They turned into a blood-red vortex that appeared in the sky. A foul wind blew as if the blood-red vortex contained an endless amount of slaughter. Boom! 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 The 100 beasts flew over and collided with the blood-red vortex. The powerful force caused the entire sky to tremble. Terrifying energy waves spread out and cracks appeared in the sky. Thud, thud, thud! As soon as they collided, Zhuowen's slaughter array fell into a disadvantageous position, and it kept retreating. The slaughtering array is too weak. You will definitely lose. The young man spat out these words indifferently. He pointed his feather fan at the void and actually summoned the shadow of a ferocious beast that was over 1,000 feet long. This ferocious beast was shaped like a tiger with a pair of wings on its back. It had a pair of sharp fangs and emitted a cold light. Let Cheongqi play with you for a while. This game is about to end. The young man waved his feather fan, and the enormous Cheongqi spread its wings and shot out like a bolt of black lightning. Its large fan-like claws seemed to tear through space as it heavily slammed into the killing array. Rumble! When the terrifying power came crashing down, it actually caused the massacre array to tremble violently. Zhuowen was even more shocked to discover that traces of cracks had begun to appear on the surface of the array. What a terrifying power! Zhuowen waved his right hand and hurriedly retreated with the massacre array. However, Cheongqi naturally would not let Zhuowen off so easily. It led the 100 beasts behind it and charged forward in a mighty manner. Looks like I have to use the slaughtering array. Looking at Cheongqi and the 100 beasts that were chasing after him, Zhuowen knew that the weakest slaughtering array of the 4-kill array would not be able to deal with them. He flipped his right hand and took out an ordinary celestial stone. Soon after, he condensed an even purer and more powerful celestial energy. While continuously retreating, Zhuowen's right hand formed a sword finger. The powerful celestial energy that was condensed from the celestial stone emitted an extremely rich, milky white light. Soon after, his right hand slowly drew an outline in the void. Instantly, a wave of slaughtering energy gushed out. Behind the slaughtering energy, there were countless figures with weapons in their hands as they fought against each other. Their battle intent soared to the heavens and could split metal and stone. Slaughtering array, come out! Zhuowen roared furiously as the slaughtering array formed in the void. Immediately, countless figures with weapons in their hands stepped forward. The sound of war drums resounded from the slaughtering array. It was mighty and rather ear-piercing. Bang! Suddenly, Cheongqi, who was leading the 100 beasts, was blocked halfway by the slaughtering array. Numerous figures lined up in the void as slaughtering energy gushed out from each other. Their battle intent soared to the heavens. Slaughtering array? Apart from comprehending the slaughtering array, this guy has also comprehended the second slaughtering array. The moment the slaughtering array appeared, the young man's gaze froze. His right hand that was holding the feather fan almost lost its grip. Naturally, he knew that there were a total of 4 slaughtering array on the second floor. They were the slaughtering array, exterminating array, and exterminating array. These 4 slaughtering array formed the 4 slaughtering array. Being able to use celestial energy to draw 1 slaughtering array was already very impressive. Being able to draw 2 slaughtering array was already considered a genius. As for being able to draw 4 slaughtering array to form the 4 slaughtering array, the young man had never seen it before. In his opinion, for a warrior who had just started cultivating celestial energy, The probability of drawing the 4 slaughtering array was almost impossible. It could even be said that being able to draw 2 slaughtering array consecutively was already considered extremely monstrous. After all, every warrior who had entered the training tower did not understand celestial energy at all. They had just come into contact with celestial energy not long ago. Moreover, for some warriors who had mastered celestial energy, it was not that easy to draw the 4 slaughtering array completely. After all, the power of the 4 slaughtering array was indeed terrifying. If one did not have a thorough understanding of slaughtering Tao, it would not be that easy to draw the slaughtering array. However, Zhuowen was able to draw 2 slaughtering array consecutively. When the slaughtering array and exterminating array were combined, the power that erupted would be extremely terrifying. Kill! The moment the slaughtering array blocked the Qiongqi and the 100 beasts, Zhuowen's right hand pointed at the slaughtering array. Suddenly, the slaughtering sword shadows swept out and merged with the slaughtering array. The countless figures and weapons in the slaughtering array were immediately replaced by the slaughtering sword shadows. Boom! The slaughtering array and exterminating array were combined. The killing intent soared into the sky. Clouds that looked like blood appeared in the sky, looking extremely terrifying. Countless figures swept out and directly clashed with the Qiongqi and the 100 beasts. Puff! Puff! The power of the combination of the slaughtering array and exterminating array was many times stronger than before. When the 2 of them clashed, the 100 beasts fell one after another. Blood filled the entire white jade stone bridge. Slash! Zhuowen took a step forward with the slaughtering array and exterminating array. In an instant, he was in front of the Qiongqi ferocious beast. Billowing slaughtering array energy violently blasted out from his right fist and heavily hit the Qiongqi ferocious beast. Bang! The Qiongqi ferocious beast let out a wail and quickly retreated until it was above the young man. Its aura had become extremely weak. Zhuowen did not show any mercy. He took a step forward and stretched out his right hand. He suddenly pressed down. The power of the 2 slaughtering arrays poured out and completely enveloped the Qiongqi ferocious beast and the young man. Puff! Without a doubt, the Qiongqi ferocious beast died a violent death. The young man's hands surged with celestial energy and formed a defensive array in front of him. It temporarily blocked the attack of the slaughtering array and exterminating array. However, it looked like he was struggling under the attack of the 2 slaughtering arrays. You've lost this round. Zhuowen lightly spat out these words. He pointed out his right hand again, and a purer celestial energy swept out from the celestial stone. Instantly, Zhuowen started to draw the slaughtering array again. Exterminating array. When Zhuowen completed the last stroke, an extremely terrifying aura filled the slaughtering array. It contained an aura of despair. This was the power of the exterminating array. The young man's eyes were wide open, and he was completely stunned. Zhuowen could still draw the 3rd slaughtering array. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? Being able to draw 2 diagrams consecutively at the initial stage of coming into contact with immortal energy, he defined the person as a monster. Then, being able to draw 3 diagrams consecutively would make him a peerless monster. Originally, in his opinion, such a peerless monster would be hard to come by, but now he actually encountered one. Slaughtering array and exterminating array. Kill! Zhuowen roared angrily, and 3 huge slaughtering arrays appeared behind him. Surges of ultimacy of slaughter surged into his body, causing his robe and hair to flutter wildly. He looked like a god of slaughter descending upon the world. Bang! The defensive array in front of the young man was directly shattered. In the face of the slaughtering aura, he was forced to retreat dozens of steps. The figure formed by starlight seemed to have dimmed a lot. I've lost. Congratulations on completing the 3rd level of the trial. The young man stopped near the white jade stone bridge. His eyes were slightly dim, but there was no trace of resentment. After all, he was not a living being of flesh and blood. He was only responsible for guarding the third level of the trial tower. Zhuo slowly landed under the bridge. Looking at the young man who had accepted his defeat so calmly, he was surprised. He realized that although the guard was not a living being of flesh and blood, his spiritual intelligence was not much worse than a human warrior. In fact, he was even more intelligent. "Thank you very much." Zhuo kept the 3 slaughtering arrays and took a step forward, brushing past the young man. Just as he was about to reach the other end of the white jade stone bridge, the young man suddenly opened his mouth. "Successor, I'm very curious. How many slaughtering arrays did you draw on the second level? Was it 3? Zhuowen's footsteps paused, but he did not say anything. Instead, he beckoned with his right hand. Immediately, a destructive force surged out from the void. Soon after, the young man saw the trajectory of a formation that contained destruction being drawn in the void. "Slaughtering array," the young man muttered in a low voice. His feet seemed to be rooted to the ground as he firmly fixed his gaze on Zhuowen's back. This lad had actually drawn 4 slaughtering arrays in succession. This was the first time he had seen such a thing in countless years. Chapter 1285. Chess World. When Zhuo finally appeared outside the Tower of Trials, the black tortoise's huge body appeared in front of him. Its pair of dark eyes stared at Zhuo. "Haha, little tortoise, this boy only used 15 days to complete the Tower of Trials. Do you think this boy's talent surpasses your master's?" The illusory voice suddenly rang out, causing Zhuowen's pupils to shrink slightly. He looked around and was shocked in his heart. He was completely unable to sense where the voice had come from. It was as if it had appeared out of thin air. The black tortoise's eyes darkened and replied indifferently, "I admit that this boy's talent is indeed stronger than my master's. However, whether it is martial arts or mental strength, just having a high talent does not mean that one can become a peerless powerhouse. In addition, one must have a strong will and not die prematurely. Only then will one have great achievements. High talent also means that one has a high starting point. As long as one does not slack off, one's achievements will not be too bad. Let's not argue about this anymore. You can now bring this boy to your master's place of inheritance," the illusory voice said indifferently. The black tortoise nodded and immediately signaled to Zhuo. The latter naturally understood and stepped onto the black tortoise's back. Then, the man and the ghost disappeared into the group of reefs. "Senior Black Tortoise, may I know who the owner of the voice was?" Zhuo suddenly asked curiously. From the black tortoise's wary attitude, he knew that the owner of the voice was definitely not ordinary. The black tortoise shook his head and said ambiguously, "He is a very stubborn guy. However, I can't reveal his identity. If he wants you to know, he will appear. If he doesn't want you to know, and I tell you, that guy might fight me to the death." The black tortoise's attitude naturally surprised Zhuo. However, since the black tortoise did not intend to say anything, he naturally did not need to ask further. However, he became more curious and interested in the owner of the voice. After a while, the black tortoise carried Zhuo through the group of reefs and came to an underwater valley. Inside, there was a rather ancient stone statue. The surface of the stone statue was covered in moss, and its facial features were blurry. It was obvious that it had been there for a long time. "You have the complete river diagram formation on you. According to the dragon horse's guidance, you can naturally enter the land of inheritance," the divine tortoise said to Zhuo in a low, muffled voice after landing below the stone statue. "Thank you, Senior Black Turtle." Zhuo cupped his hands respectfully and summoned the Jade Cauldron. At the same time, he relied on the river diagram in the Jade Cauldron and began to draw the river diagram array stroke by stroke in the void. The boundless yellow river gushed out, and a huge dragon horse carrying the river diagram stepped out of the yellow river. It let out a clear neigh as it stared at the stone statue. Whoosh! In an instant, the The dragon horse took a step forward and dashed towards the stone statue's chest. Zhuowen, who had been observing closely, followed closely behind. The moment the dragon horse entered the stone statue's chest, he discovered that there was a human-sized hole in the statue's chest. No wonder the Monster King said that the river diagram formation was the key to opening the inheritance of the monarch tomb's master. So that's how it is. Looking at the hole in the stone statue's chest, he instantly understood the meaning of the key. He even realized that the trial tower was unnecessary. He had the river diagram formation on him, so he could directly enter the stone statue to receive the inheritance. There was no need to go through the trouble of entering the trial tower and then coming out to receive the inheritance. However, he also instantly understood that the trial tower was arranged by the divine tortoise without permission. Zhuowen did not reject this arrangement. After all, he had gained a lot of benefits from it, which allowed him to have a deeper understanding of immortal power. Let's go in and take a look. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he took a step into the black hole. Soon after, he felt the scene before his eyes change. He discovered that what appeared before him was a stone hall made of stacked jade. The stone hall was supported by large, crystal-clear jade pillars. What surprised Zhuowen was that the furnishings in this large stone hall were extremely simple and monotonous. There was only a jade-colored stone table in the stone hall, and beside the table were 2 jade-colored stone stools. On the stone table, there was a chessboard. Apart from that, there was nothing else in the stone hall. Looking at the simple side of the stone hall, Zhuowen frowned. His heart was filled with suspicion. In this stone hall, he did not see anything related to the inheritance. Apart from the table, 2 stools, and a chessboard, there was nothing else. With suspicion in his heart, Zhuowen slowly walked to the stone table and sat on one of the stools. However, his gaze was fixed on the chessboard on the table. On the chessboard, black and white chess pieces were arranged in a mess. Although it looked messy, Zhuowen faintly felt that this somewhat messy arrangement was extremely comfortable and appropriate. It was clearly a mess, but he felt that it was appropriate. This feeling was somewhat strange to Zhuowen. Is there something strange about this chessboard? Muttering softly, Zhuowen focused and quietly stared at the chessboard. Suddenly, he discovered that the chess pieces on the chessboard seemed to have come alive. The chess pieces on the chessboard were moving, and they were actually drawing profound trajectories on the chessboard. Chessboard world, chessboard world. A powerful voice rang out from the chessboard, resounding through the entire stone hall. Afterwards, Zhuowen discovered that the chess pieces on the chessboard moved faster and faster. They were like stars flickering with black and white light, turning into a white cloud. Through the white clouds, Zhuowen saw a world. Inside, there were mountains, birds chirping, flowers fragrant, waterfalls flowing, and woodcutters moving about. It was like a paradise. At the other end of this paradise, there was a flight of stairs that stretched across the horizon. The flight of stairs was very long, as if it led to the ends of the world. Chessboard world, chessboard world. This chessboard actually contains a miniature world. The master of the tomb must have carved an extremely powerful formation into the chessboard to create it. Zhuowen murmured to himself. He took a step forward and entered the chessboard world. Standing in the air, he overlooked the entire chessboard world. Like a bird, he wandered through the world. He discovered that the humans in the chessboard world were all ordinary people. There were no powerful cultivators. Walking through the chessboard world step by step, Zhuowen saw the vicissitudes of life, the various states of the world: birth, old age, sickness, death, love, hate, and relationships. He could not help but sigh. In the lives of ordinary people, he had seen far too much in the chessboard world. They were unable to transcend life and death, unable to control fate. The only thing they could do was follow the laws of the world. They came when they were born, and they left when they died. At the end of their lives, they were reduced to dust. This is life, but this is not the life I want. Finally, after stepping through everything in the chessboard world, Zhuowen arrived at the end of the world. His gaze became sharp, deep, and determined. He knew very well that everything in the world had a limit. They were restricted by the rules and could not escape the restriction of their lifespan. Even powerful cultivators would reach the end of their lifespan if they were unable to become even more powerful. They would be reduced to dust like ordinary people. However, Zhuowen wasn't willing. He wanted to continue walking. He wanted to walk as high as the heavens and as deep as the earth. He definitely wouldn't be mediocre in his life and turn into a pile of dirt. Instead, he wanted to stand tall in the heavens and earth and live eternally. Become stronger. I need to become stronger. Zhuowen reached out his right hand and grabbed at the sky. Then, his gaze fell on the staircase that led to the sky. His eyes shone brightly. Zhuowen took a step forward and stepped onto the staircase. He walked up step by step with determination in his eyes. He walked into the clouds, into the void, and into the endless darkness. He did not stop. As long as the staircase was as high as it was, he would go as high as it was. He did not stop or hesitate. This is an array diagram. The moment he stepped into the void, Zhuowen discovered that there was a huge stone tablet on the other side of the void. On the stone tablet, there was a complicated array diagram. This array diagram was even more profound than the slaughter array diagram. Zhuowen stared at the array diagram on the stone tablet. His hands moved in the void involuntarily. A mysterious aura swept out and a powerful pressure surged out. What a profound array diagram! After copying 1/10 of it, Zhuowen discovered that with his current cultivation level and immortal energy reserves, he was unable to continue copying this nameless array diagram. This is an arcane Saint Master's array diagram. Your cultivation level is too low. It is almost impossible for you to comprehend an array diagram of this level. Even copying it is very difficult, Xiaohei said in a low voice. It really is an arcane Saint Master's array diagram? Can this also be considered a type of inheritance? When the immortal energy in his hands dispersed again, Zhuowen stopped. Instead, he stared at the array diagram on the stone tablet and silently memorized it. He knew that his cultivation level was too low right now. When his cultivation level reached a higher level in the future, perhaps he would be able to completely comprehend it. Zhuowen sat before the stone tablet for 3 days. He silently observed the slivers of heavenly law contained within the array diagram. This was an indelible benefit to his formation Tao and mental energy. 3 days later, Zhuowen continued to advance on the staircase. In just a short while, he actually encountered another identical stone tablet beside the staircase. However, the array diagram on the stone tablet was completely different. Zhuowen continued to stay before the second stone tablet for 3 days. Although he was unable to comprehend the profundity of the formation diagram within the stone tablet, at the very least, it provided indelible training and benefits to his array Tao and immortal force. As expected of an arcane Saint Master, his attainments in the formation Tao are who knows how many times greater than mine. A sliver of admiration appeared in Zhuowen's eyes as he slowly stood up. An arcane Saint Master was an existence comparable to a legendary saint. Just the immortal energy they grasped was already terrifying enough, not to mention the various strange and unpredictable methods of the formation Tao. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that as he continued to comprehend these profound diagrams, the immortal force in his body continued to grow. At the same time, his spiritual force and origin energy also showed signs of rapidly increasing as his immortal force grew. Chapter 1286. Heavenless soared the void staircase was extremely long. Zhuowen walked up the staircase, step by step. He found that there were 16 steels on the staircase, and each steel was engraved with different formations. Every single formation diagram contained profound truths. Although Zhuowen's current level of cultivation was too low to comprehend the formations, he was able to constantly temper his immortal force by copying the formations. Then he would use the immortal force to feed back his mental strength and origin force, causing the two powers in his body to constantly increase. In front of the 16th stele, Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment his temperament had changed. He became free and easy, as if he had shed all his splendor. The aura on his body was much stronger than before. You've gained a lot. By comprehending the formations in these steles, your spiritual power has advanced again, reaching level 6 complete. Xiao Hei's slightly surprised voice rang in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen smiled and said, "It's not just my spiritual power. The celestial power fed back from comprehending the formations is extremely rich. My original power has just reached the peak of level 1 Emperor Realm. I'm afraid it won't be long before I can advance to level 2 Emperor Realm." Speaking of this, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with excitement. After a warrior advanced to the Emperor Realm, it was naturally more difficult to break through than before. Of course, advancing to the Emperor Realm was slightly easier than advancing to the Emperor Realm from the peak of Celestial Master Realm. After all, advancing from the Celestial Master to the Emperor Realm was a big leap. Once a warrior crossed the threshold, there would be an unprecedented transformation. Because of Xiao Hei, Zhuowen needed to be well prepared to advance. He had to accumulate enough to have a slight chance of breaking through to the Emperor Realm. This could be seen from the fact that he had used 12 Hearts of Emperor. After crossing the threshold of the Emperor Realm, the next advancement was naturally relatively simple. Of course, this was compared to advancing to the Emperor Realm. If compared to the small realms of the Four Reverends realm, advancing to the small realms of the Emperor Realm was naturally more difficult. After all, Zhuowen had just advanced to the Emperor Realm. It was extremely fast for his original power to reach the peak of level 1 Emperor Realm in such a short period of time. We're reaching the end. When Zhuowen walked past the 16th stone tablet, he discovered the end of the void staircase. At the other end of the staircase, there was a huge pavilion made of beautiful jade floating in the air. The void pavilion was made of beautiful jade. It was richly carved and magnificent. As Zhuowen stepped into the pavilion, a trace of tranquility appeared in his heart. He felt relaxed and happy. There was a faint fragrance lingering in the pavilion. When the fragrance entered his nose, it refreshed his mind. Zhuowen felt as if his mind had become much clearer under the effect of this fragrance. The pavilion was very quiet, and the furnishings inside were also very monotonous. A shabby praying mat floated in the middle, and behind the praying mat was a stone platform. There were only two things on the stone platform: a long sword covered in cracks and a plain wooden tablet. At first glance, these two things seemed very unremarkable. However, when Zhuowen took a closer look, he discovered that these two things were extraordinary. Although the long sword covered in cracks looked shabby, it revealed a trace of pressure that made Zhuowen's heart skip a beat. Zhuowen had seen quite a few high-class emperor weapons in the past. However, he was stunned to discover that the pressure from this tattered longsword was actually above that of a high-class emperor weapon. "This is a saint weapon!" Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out, causing Zhuowen's entire body to tremble. He stared at the shabby long sword in front of him, his throat trembling and his mouth dry. Zhuowen had indeed seen a saint weapon before. It was the Azure Dragon Hall. However, other than the Azure Dragon Hall, he had not seen any other saint weapons. Now that Xiao Hei said that the shabby long sword in front of him was a saint weapon, Zhuowen could not remain calm. "That's not right. The pressure of this long sword is much weaker than the one in the Azure Dragon Hall. Is this really a saint weapon?" Zhuowen asked with some doubt. Since emperor weapons are divided into different grades, saint weapons are naturally divided into different grades. Emperor weapons are divided into low grade, mid grade, and high grade. Saint weapons are also divided into 3 grades: profound saint weapon, heavenly saint weapon, and immortal saint weapon. Xiao Hei explained indifferently. "I see. Since saint weapons are divided into 3 grades, does that mean that saints are also divided into different grades? Zhuowen asked curiously again. Saints were legendary existences in the Eastern land. It was said that such figures could move mountains and fill seas with a wave of their hand. They could even open up their own small worlds and use their own saint force to forge a powerful world. The strength of their various divine abilities could be said to be deeply rooted in people's hearts. Because Zhuowen had never come into contact with the saint realm, he naturally did not know much about the division of saints. However, he knew that Xiao He definitely knew. After all, this guy's origin was extraordinary. It was very likely that he came from the mysterious Central Land. Asking Xiao He was naturally not a problem. It is indeed as you have guessed. Saints are also divided into different grades. Above the Emperor realm is the Pilgrimage realm. In layman's terms, we call Pilgrimage realm cultivator saints. There are 3 major realms in the Pilgrimage realm, which are Profound Saint, Heavenly Saint, and Immortal Saint. Furthermore, the reason why saints possess various abilities that martial emperors do not possess is because saints have grasped the law of the divine inscriptions. The so-called law of the divine inscriptions is a law that saints comprehend through the law of the heavens and earth and their supreme saint power. Although the power of the Saint Mark law is much weaker than the laws of heaven and earth, it is, after all, comprehended from the laws of heaven and earth. It also contains a trace of the laws of heaven and earth, which is the so-called heaven's might. It is precisely because of the power of the laws that the strength of saints completely surpasses all Emperor realm cultivators. Xiao He paused at this point, giving Zhuowen time to digest what he had said. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of understanding. He silently digested all the knowledge about the saint realm that Xiao He had told him. He did not know about it before, but with the existence of Xiao He understood the specific realm of saints one step ahead of others. Then this long sword in front of us should be the lowest level of saint tool, which is also a profound saint tool. Zhuowen's gaze fell on the broken long sword and muttered in a low voice, "You are right. This long sword should have been refined by the master of the Emperor's tomb." Although the master of the Emperor's tomb was only a semi-saint, he also had the identity of an arcane saint master. Even if his martial arts realm had not reached the pilgrimage realm, it should not be difficult for him to refine a profound sage-level saint tool by relying on the power and knowledge of the arcane arts. Xiao He indifferently replied. Zhuowen nodded and said with a slightly hesitant voice, "Then the Azure Dragon Palace is of a higher level than this long sword. It should be a heavenly saint tool? You underestimate the Azure Dragon Palace too much. The Azure Dragon Taoist was an influential figure 10,000 years ago. He was a saint, immortal saint. The Fighting Buddha Demon Saint and the Wind Thunder Divine Monarch were also at this level. They were extremely famous geniuses back then, so the Azure Dragon Palace is an immortal saint tool." Xiao He shook his head and said, "It is actually so powerful." Zhuowen's eyes revealed a shocked expression. Speaking of which, his luck was really good. Whether it was the Wind Thunder Divine Monarch, the Fighting Buddha Demon Saint, or the Azure Dragon Taoist, they were all saints of the immortal saint realm. They were definitely the peak existences among saints, and he had actually encountered them before. Although he had never seen them in person, he had obtained the things of these 3 saints. The Wind Thunder Divine Monarch's thunder 3 wings, the Fighting Buddha Demon Saint's Buddha Demon Eye, and the Azure Dragon Taoist's entire inheritance. This profound saint tool is completely broken. How much power can it still retain? After the excitement, Zhuowen discovered a serious problem. That was, the long sword in front of him was a little damaged. Could it still be used? From the damage of the saint tool, it was not difficult for Zhuowen to imagine how fierce the battle between the owner of the Emperor's tomb and the heavenly insect Avatar was. Even the saint tool was broken. That battle was really a little terrifying. Looking at the situation of this saint tool, I'm afraid it is only a little bit away from being damaged. If I'm not wrong, this long sword of the saint tool level can only be used twice at most. After 2 times, I'm afraid it will directly disintegrate." Xiao He said with a little pity. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a touch of disappointment, but immediately returned to normal. With a wave of his right hand, he grasped the long sword in his hand and said softly, "After all, it is a saint tool. If it can be used twice, it will be of great help to me." Holding the long sword, Zhuowen discovered that there were 3 small seal characters carved on the hilt of the sword. He murmured in a low voice, "Heavenless sword." "It's named Heavenless Sword. Does it mean that it is lawless?" Thinking of this, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a strange look, but it was only fleeting. After storing the Heavenless Sword into his spirit ring, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the ordinary wooden tablet on the stone platform. There was a rather profound pattern drawn on the wooden tablet. When Zhuowen stared at the pattern, he frowned slightly. He actually felt as if he had fallen into endless darkness, and his head actually became dizzy. What are the patterns drawn on the wooden tablet? Zhuowen took a few steps back and turned his head away. His heart faintly trembled. The patterns on the wooden tablet were too strange, as if they wanted to devour his consciousness. Damn, it's actually the Saint Rune Law. Suddenly, Xiao He's slightly fluctuating voice rang out, causing Zhuowen's pupils to shrink. He also did not expect that the patterns drawn on the wooden tablet would actually be the Saint Rune Law. When Zhuowen calmed down, he also understood. Although the owner of the Emperor's tomb was only a half-saint, he should have first comprehended the Saint Rune Law and become an invincible Emperor Lord before stepping into the half-saint realm. This also explained why the Saint Rune Law was left behind in the tomb of the owner of the Emperor's tomb. Since it's a Saint Rune Law, why is it that my consciousness is unable to detect it at all? In fact, my consciousness was nearly devoured by it. Zhuowen frowned slightly as he spoke in astonishment. Chapter 1287. Bai Feng, you can give this Saint Rune Law to your father, Zhuo Xiaotian, for reference. It should be able to speed up his advancement to the invincible Sovereign Lord realm, Xiao He said indifferently. Zhuowen nodded and no longer looked at the runes on the wooden tablet. Instead, he kept it in his spirit ring. Just as Xiao He had said, his current cultivation was too low. It was impossible for him to comprehend the Saint Rune Law. Giving it to his father was the most appropriate choice. Moreover, Zhuowen had a feeling that if he could pass the 3rd level of the Azure Dragon Hall, he might be able to obtain the complete inheritance of the Azure Dragon Taoist, as well as the Saint Rune Law. After all, the Azure Dragon Taoist was a celestial saint existence. His Saint Rune Law was definitely very powerful. The moment he put away the wooden tablet, a powerful aura suddenly filled the entire pavilion. Then Zhuowen was stunned to find that the shabby praying mat floating in the middle of the pavilion was bursting with blazing light. The light then slowly condensed into a hunched figure. It was an old man with a hunched back and a face full of wrinkles. However, his eyes were extremely sharp and emitted a terrifying light. The old man stared at Zhuowen without saying a word. Instead, he stretched out his skinny right hand. Zhuowen was shocked to find that the jade cauldron in his sea of consciousness involuntarily flew out. The river diagram contained within the jade cauldron, and a huge dragon horse stepped out. With a neigh, it appeared in the void while stepping on the yellow river. The complete river diagram and this jade cauldron. The light in the old man's eyes became even more intense. Then his gaze moved down and landed on Zhuowen. He smiled and said, "This old man remembers that the river diagram was incomplete. Did you complete the complete river diagram?" Zhuowen was secretly shocked. This old man was so powerful that he could silently summon the river diagram and jade cauldron from his sea of consciousness. It was as if the old man was extremely familiar with the river diagram. After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen nodded and said, "I did complete the river diagram. Senior, are you the master of the Emperor's tomb?" "Master of the Emperor's tomb? Interesting, you can call me that too." This entire tomb was indeed built by this old man. "Of course, my name is Bai Feng. You can call me Elder Bai." The old man smiled faintly and revealed his identity. Elder Bai, the outside world is saying that you have fallen. Perhaps there is a problem with the rumors. You're not dead? Zhuowen asked tentatively. Elder Bai chuckled and said plainly, you don't have to test me. I can tell you clearly that this is only a strand of my spirit. I'm already dead. This strand of spirit is only there to guide my successor. Can you tell me what happened in the monarch region and the monarch tomb? Is it related to the heavenly insect avatar? Zhuowen nodded his head when he heard Old Bai speak in such a manner. Immediately, he began to inquire about the matter back then. Oh, you actually know about the heavenly insect? Elder Bai was startled. Soon after, his deep gaze focused on Zhuowen from afar. His eyes revealed a contemplative expression. Clearly, he was extremely surprised that Zhuowen actually knew about the heavenly insect. After all, this thing was not inferior to the eastern lands. It was unlikely that an ordinary person would know about it. Old fellow, Zhuowen knew about the heavenly insect because this dragon lord told him. There's no need to make a fuss. Suddenly, a black light shot out from between Zhuowen's brows and revealed the appearance of Xiaohe. You are the great Nether Saint Dragon. Elder Bai's gaze landed on Xiaohe. He was initially startled, but soon after he seemed to have thought of something. His gaze immediately became extremely interesting. However, his gaze quickly landed on the jade cauldron and muttered to himself in a low voice. That's right. This child possesses this jade cauldron. No wonder you would follow by his side. Elder Bai, you recognize this jade cauldron? Hearing Elder Bai's muttering, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Elder Bai nodded his head and said, I have indeed heard of this jade cauldron. Back then, I even came out to search for this cauldron after reading some of the stories. However, I was unable to find it. This is because, according to the legends, this cauldron was damaged in a great battle 10,000 years ago, after which it fled into the distant void and disappeared without a trace. Then what kind of cauldron is this? Zhuowen suddenly became nervous and asked in a deep voice. It could be said that the reason why Zhuowen came to the Sky Armor Continent was inseparably related to this jade cauldron in his mind. Therefore, he was very curious about the origin of this cauldron. I am not very clear about the exact origin of this cauldron. I only know that this cauldron is called the Fushi cauldron. There is also an ancient saying regarding this cauldron. Since you have perfected the river diagram, you should also know this ancient saying, right? Elder Bai smiled faintly and said, The river diagram, the Audiobook, and the saints follow. Zhuowen said in a deep voice, The river diagram and the Book of Luo are two powerful formations. Back then, after I found the river diagram and the Book of Luo by accident, I found out about the existence of the Fushi cauldron. Moreover, these two formations are a part of the Fushi cauldron. Therefore, I thought of searching for the Fushi cauldron. Unfortunately, I was unable to find it. Now that I have seen the Fushi cauldron after my death, I don't know if I am lucky or unlucky. Elder Bai smiled bitterly. Zhuowen revealed a look of understanding. The damaged river diagram was found by Mu Feng in this emperor's tomb. This place of inheritance of Elder Bai was protected by the Book of Luo's formation. It turned out that all of these were inseparable from his jade cauldron. Then, what is the relationship between this Fushi cauldron and Xiaohe? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Haha, the great Nether Saint Dragon was extremely famous 10,000 years ago. It was said that he was the best friend of the owner of the Fushi cauldron. Elder Bai shook his head. However, his gaze landed on Xiaohe as he laughed. Xiaohe was silent for a moment. Then she said indifferently, It seems like you know quite a lot. As she spoke, Xiaohe looked at Zhuowen and said, Kid, back then, this dragon lord said that I chose you because of this jade cauldron. Since it chose you, there must be a reason for it. That's why this dragon lord chose to follow you in the end. I know. If it wasn't for you, I probably wouldn't have been able to reach this step. However, what I'm curious about is, Who exactly is the owner of the Fushi cauldron? Zhuowen's gaze landed on Xiao He. He knew that Xiao He definitely knew the identity of the owner of the Fushi cauldron. His name is Fushi. During that great battle 10,000 years ago, he went missing. Even I don't know where that guy went. Xiao He shook her head. She was slightly sad as she said this. Seeing Xiao He like this, he knew that Xiao He and that Fushi were probably very close. Perhaps we might find some clues about Fushi after entering the Central Plains. Zhuowen chuckled. Xiao He nodded. Her eyes were filled with gratitude. She knew that Zhuowen had decided to help her find Fushi. Old man, you've said so much nonsense. Why don't you tell me about the Imperial region? Also, it's not that easy to become an arcane Saint Master. You actually managed to become an arcane Saint Master in the Sea of Bitterness. Even I find it a bit inconceivable. Old man, you should have quite a few secrets on you, right? Blackie said rather impolitely. Elder Bai was slightly helpless. He said indifferently, I'm not from the Sea of Misery. I'm from the Central Plains. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect that the owner of the tomb wasn't from the Sea of Misery, but from the Central Plains of the core region of the Heavenly Armor Continent. That's right. Becoming an arcane Saint Master is even harder than becoming a saint. In the entire 9 Netherworld realm, there are probably less than a handful of people who can become arcane Saint Masters. It's indeed very unusual for an arcane Saint Master to appear in the Sea of Misery. Xiao He nodded. She wasn't too surprised. This elder Bai was able to recognize her identity as the great Nether Saint Dragon and even recognized the Fushi cauldron. It was clear that this person was extraordinary. There might not be someone like her in the entire Eastern Plains. This also meant that Xiao He's expression didn't change much after hearing Elder Bai say that he was from the Central Plains. In the Central Plains, only the Chaos Temple and the 4 great battlefields can nurture arcane Saint Masters. Which of these 5 forces do you come from? Xiao He suddenly asked. The Chaos Temple. Elder Bai said indifferently. So, it's the Chaos Temple. Then, you're probably the one who brought the Sky Insect avatar out of the Central Plains? Xiao He suddenly asked in a deep voice. Zhuowen became vigilant when he heard this. If what Xiao He said was true, then this elder Bai should be the main culprit who brought the Sky Insect avatar to the Sea of Misery. Elder Bai smiled bitterly and said, You're right. I was indeed the one who brought the Sky Insect avatar. However, it wasn't intentional. Perhaps because he sensed the vigilance on Zhuowen and Xiao He's faces. Elder Bai shrugged and said, I'll tell you about what happened back then. Perhaps you'll understand my difficulties after hearing it. The main body of the Sky Insect was suppressed by the Chaos Temple and the 4 great battlefields in the Central Plains. I, Bai Fong, am an arcane Saint Master from the Chaos Temple. At the same time, I'm one of the people in charge of guarding the Sky Insect Seal. Elder Bai began to slowly narrate everything that happened back then. Just as he said, he was one of the people in charge of guarding the Sky Insect Seal in the Chaos Temple. His main responsibility was to reinforce the Sky Insect Seal. After all, the Sky Insect was just too powerful. If he didn't reinforce the seal regularly, it might find a loophole. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. This kind of reinforcement of the seal required 5 arcane Saint Masters each time. During the last reinforcement of the seal, the cunning Sky Insect actually released a weak avatar that possessed Elder Bai's robes. Old Bai was completely unaware of this matter. After strengthening the seal for around 3 months, Old Bai finally discovered the Skyworm avatar that was attached to his body. However, the thing that caused Old Bai to be furious was that the Skyworm had used some unknown method to merge with his physical body and merged into his flesh. It was already too late to expel it. At that moment, Elder Bai realized the severity of the problem. He knew that if he continued to allow the Sky Insect avatar to remain hidden in his body, there would be a day when he would be replaced by the Sky Insect avatar. At that time, it would really be terrible. However, at the same time, he didn't dare to tell this to the upper echelons of the Chaos Temple, because the Chaos Temple was extremely cruel when it came to dealing with sky insects. If the upper echelons learned that he had been possessed by a sky insect, he would definitely die. Chapter 1288. Elder Bai realized that he might be killed if the upper echelons of the Primal Chaos Temple found out about his situation. So he made up his mind to leave the Primal Chaos Temple. Later on, Elder Bai found an excuse to leave the Primal Chaos Temple. In order to prevent the Primal Chaos Temple from finding him, he left the Middle Earth and came to the remote Eastern Earth. He established the Monarch Domain in the Eastern Earth's Sea of Bitterness. You established the Imperial Domain, and the Emperor's Tomb was also created by you. Did you do all of this because of the celestial insect avatar in your body? Xiao He suddenly asked. Elder Bai nodded and said in a deep voice, "The celestial insect avatar had already fused with my body. If I wasn't an arcane Saint Master, my sea of consciousness might have been eaten away by the celestial insect. At that time, I would have become its puppet. To stop the celestial insect, I established the entire Imperial Domain and even built the Emperor's Tomb in the Imperial Domain. My goal was to stop the celestial insect from stealing my consciousness." Elder Bai nodded. "After I left my inheritance in the Emperor's Tomb, I used a secret technique to separate my sea of consciousness from my body. Although I succeeded, the celestial insect avatar was extremely cunning. It actually escaped after I separated my sea of consciousness from my body. Fortunately, I nurtured many emperors. The moment the celestial insect avatar escaped, they all attacked it. Speaking up to there, the bitterness at the corner of Elder Bai's mouth became even more intense. Xiao He said coldly, "Looks like you really don't understand the celestial insect at all. It's most proficient in devouring and plundering. You nurtured so many emperors. It's like sending lambs to the tiger's den." Elder Bai sighed softly. "You're right. Although I'm an arcane Saint Master of the Primal Chaos Temple, I've never seen the celestial insect's abilities. The emperors of the Imperial Domain didn't manage to destroy the celestial insect. Instead, they were all devoured by the celestial insect avatar when they least expected it. The celestial insect avatar became extremely powerful, almost comparable to a half-saint. If I was at my peak, it wouldn't have been difficult to seal the celestial insect. Unfortunately, because of the celestial insect, I abandoned my body and only my sea of consciousness remained. As a result, I fought the celestial insect. In the end, I was no match for the heavenly insect. The spiritual body that carried the sea of consciousness was severely injured by the heavenly insect." Xiao He frowned slightly and asked in surprise, "Since you were no match for the heavenly insect, how did you seal the heavenly insect?" "Sai, I've already set up a sealing formation in the tomb. However, to activate the sealing formation, I need to sacrifice myself. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't use the sealing formation. However, after I discovered the terror of the heavenly insects, I finally decided to activate the sealing formation." Speaking to this point, the bitterness at the corner of Elder Bai's mouth became even more intense. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and sighed. He had not expected the destruction of the Emperor's domain and the Emperor's tomb to be related to the heavenly insect. He had not expected the heavenly insect's clone to be brought over from the Primal Chaos Divine Temple by the owner of the Emperor's tomb, Bai Fong. "Old man, you're really harming yourself and others. Do you know that if the heavenly insect avatar appeared in the Eastern Earth, it would be a disaster for the entire place? Moreover, due to the heavenly insect's terrifying ability to endlessly devour, it will definitely become more and more powerful. Once it has the ability to release the main body of the Primal Chaos Divine Temple, the entire Heavenly Armor continent will truly be in danger." Xiao He's gaze became extremely stern. His voice became extremely cold as well. However, Elder Bai's face was filled with bitterness. He knew that his actions back then were inappropriate. If he had known that this would be the outcome, he would have reported this matter to the upper echelons of the primal chaos divine temple. Perhaps there would not have been so much trouble then. Forget it. You only did this because your life was in danger. It's not your fault. Xiao He waved his hand. Suddenly he said sternly, "Old man, the heavenly insect avatar has opened a portion of the seal." Someone opened the seal? Who is so daring? Doesn't he know how terrifying and dangerous the heavenly insect is? Elder Bai's expression changed slightly. Zhuowen briefly explained the situation in the emperor's tomb. However, Elder Bai frowned slightly. He said coldly, "That Mu Feng is really shameless. He actually colluded with the heavenly insect for this old man's inheritance. Even if that guy enters the inheritance land, this old man will not give the inheritance to him. You created such a huge emperor's tomb. You must have a backup plan, right?" Xiao He suddenly asked. Elder Bai's gaze flickered. He glanced at Zhuowen and said, "I do have a backup plan. However, this young man's talent is indeed not bad. However, his spiritual energy cultivation is too low. It's only at the 6th grade complete realm. I'm afraid that he won't be able to withstand my sea of consciousness." "Oh, old man, you still have your sea of consciousness?" Xiao He's eyes suddenly lit up. Elder Bai nodded and said, "The sea of consciousness contains this old man's lifetime of cultivation experience and inheritance. Moreover, this old man is an arcane Saint Master. If he wants to inherit this old man's sea of consciousness, he must at least be an arcane heavenly master. You don't have to worry about that. Zhuowen has cultivated the myriad evolution scripture. His spiritual energy is much stronger than ordinary arcane masters of the same level. Although he's only at the 6th grade complete realm right now, in terms of spiritual energy, there's still a gap between him and an arcane heavenly master, but it's probably not too far off." Xiao He smiled. Elder Bai looked at Zhuowen with a bit of surprise and asked, "You've actually cultivated the myriad evolution scripture. Looks like you're quite lucky. If that's the case, I can pass my sea of consciousness to you. However, the process of passing it on might be a bit painful. If you can't take it, then say it beforehand. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Hearing that, Zhuowen's eyes shone with excitement. Elder Bai was an arcane Saint Master. If he could accept the sea of consciousness of such an existence, it would bring him endless benefits. This was because the most precious part of an arcane master was their sea of consciousness. Not only did the sea of consciousness contain powerful spiritual energy, but it also contained the cultivation experiences and records of many arcane masters. If he could obtain the sea of consciousness of an arcane Saint Master, it would be like having an arcane Saint Master by his side to guide him. There would probably be very little hindrance to breaking through to arcane Saint Master in the future. Elder Bai pointed with his right hand, and immediately the tattered praying mat beneath him began to emit an extremely blazing light. Afterwards, Zhuowen discovered that a golden sphere had risen from the praying mat. Within the sphere was a golden ocean. This was the sea of consciousness of an arcane master. Zhuowen could even feel an extremely terrifying pressure from the sphere. Before this pressure, Zhuowen felt like he was facing an insurmountable mountain. This was the sea of consciousness of an arcane Saint Master. Zhuowen, calm your mind and accept this sea of consciousness. Don't let your mind wander, or you'll fail at the last step. Xiao He suddenly warned sternly. Zhuowen hurriedly calmed his mind and relaxed his mind. He silently stared at the slowly approaching sphere. The pressure that belonged to an arcane Saint Master was right in front of him. Zhuowen's entire body trembled and his heart trembled. However, he still straightened his back and calmly stared at the sphere. The sea of consciousness in front of him was about to belong to him. Why should he be afraid? What he needed to do right now was to completely absorb this sea of consciousness into his own sea of consciousness. Boom! Finally, the golden sphere began to slowly sink into Zhuowen's forehead. Afterwards, Zhuowen only felt a thunderous sound in his head. It was as if thousands of lightning bolts were surging in his head at this moment. It was extremely terrifying and intense. Zhuowen's sea of consciousness was dark gray, as if it was enveloped by dark clouds. It was completely different from Elder Bai's shining golden sea of consciousness. This was the difference between a 6th grade Arcana Master and an Arcane Saint Master. When an Arcana Master stepped into the 7th grade, or in other words, Heavenly Arcana Master, their sea of consciousness would undergo a transformation. This was the first transformation, and after becoming an Arcane Saint Master, the sea of consciousness would undergo a second transformation. This was why Zhuowen's sea of consciousness was gray and hazy, while Elder Bai's sea of consciousness was still golden despite the erosion of time. At this moment, in the sky above the gray sea of consciousness, a golden ball was falling down like the setting sun. The blazing golden light illuminated the gray sea of consciousness, making it extremely dazzling. As the golden ball continued to descend, Zhuowen's face turned gloomy as he discovered that his sea of consciousness was surging with monstrous waves. His sea of consciousness, which was originally calm and tranquil, was now surging and boiling like a restless heart. The entire sea of consciousness began to hum and vibrate. Under the influence of this vibration, Zhuowen actually directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were a little dim. Little guy, the process of inheriting the sea of consciousness is originally very painful. You just need to endure it, or else it will really be for naught. Elder Bai's ancient voice rang out, causing Zhuowen to seriously nod his head. Soon after, he controlled the enormous mental energy in his body, turning it into many tough threads that covered the surface of his sea of consciousness, suppressing the restlessness of his sea of consciousness. Rumble. The golden sphere finally reached the surface of the gray sea of consciousness. Immediately, the entire sea of consciousness was stirred up by a tsunami. Zhuowen once again spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was incomparably pale. However, his eyes were filled with stubbornness. He firmly controlled his mental energy and suppressed his sea of consciousness. The instant the golden sphere entered the gray sea of consciousness, countless golden lights erupted. Soon after, the golden sphere shattered. Within it, the turbulent golden sea was like 100 rivers flowing into the sea as it converged into the gray sea of consciousness. Pain! The instant the golden sea poured into the gray sea of consciousness, Zhuowen held his head with both of his hands and involuntarily cried out in pain. However, he still forcefully endured this pain and controlled the gray sea of consciousness to accept the golden sea that was pouring in. The golden sea grew more and more. When the golden light merged with the gray sea of consciousness, a strange, dark, golden color actually began to emerge. Waves of surging mental energy began to rush out from the sea of consciousness. As if it was feeding back, it rose into the sky above the sea of consciousness and entered Zhuowen's Naiwen Palace. Chapter 1289. Fushi Cauldron. At that moment, Zhuowen's mental energy overflowed in all directions. His clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. He slowly opened his eyes, which contained a sharp golden light. At that moment, the mental energy in his body was much more powerful than before. Boom! With a wave of his hand, Zhuowen's spiritual energy surged out, turning into countless spiritual tentacles that spread out in all directions. The entire space seemed to shatter and collapse. It was extremely terrifying. So powerful! Zhuowen stared at his right hand, his heart trembling. At this moment, the spiritual energy in his body was much stronger than before. It was as if the spiritual energy in his entire sea of consciousness had undergone a metamorphosis. I've advanced from the 6th rank to the Heavenly Arcana Master, Zhuowen murmured in a low voice. His heart was filled with joy. He didn't expect that after accepting Baifeng's sea of consciousness, his spiritual energy would advance to the Heavenly Arcana Master level in one fell swoop. Moreover, he discovered that the sea of consciousness contained countless cultivation experiences, allowing him to gain enlightenment on the path of the spiritual energy. He knew that the path from Heavenly Arcana Master to Saint Master was undoubtedly much smoother than the average Arcana Master. This was because he had obtained the sea of consciousness of a Saint Master. What he lacked now was the accumulation of spiritual energy. When his spiritual energy reached a certain level and combined with powerful immortal force, he would become an Arcana Saint Master. Both Heavenly Arcana Master and Saint Master have 3 minor realms. Zhuowen frowned slightly as he muttered to himself. He had received a lot of information from Elder by Feng's Sea of Consciousness, including the specific realms of Heavenly Arcana Master and Saint Master. Arcana Masters from the 1st to the 6th rank also had 3 minor realms, which were Minor Success, Greater Success, and Great Perfection. However, after advancing to the Heavenly Arcana Master level, there were also 3 minor realms, but they were called Minor Heavenly Realm, Middle Heavenly Realm, and Great Heavenly Realm. These 3 minor realms corresponded to the low-level, mid-level, and high-level Great Heavenly Realm. The ranks of Arcana Saint Masters were similar to those of the Pilgrim Realm. They were Profound Saint Master, Heaven Saint Master, and Immortal Saint Master. Among them, Bai Feng was a Profound Saint Master. According to Zhuowen's estimation, Mu Feng, who had displayed great strength in the past, should have reached the Heaven Realm, and was extremely close to the Great Heavenly Realm. After all, the strength Mu Feng was very close to the 7th level Great Heavenly Realm. But the Heavenly and Immortal Saint Master. However, the Heavenly and Immortal Saint Masters will require your own effort, and Heavenly and Saint, Immortal Saint, Immortal Saint. At that moment, Elder Bai, who was transformed from a strand of divine telekinesis, became slightly dimmer. It was clear that the inheritance in his sea of consciousness had consumed a lot of his energy. Elder Bai, is there a realm above Saint Master Celestial? Zhuowen bowed respectfully, but a sliver of ambition appeared in his eyes. Mu but was fine, but was Bibian, little guy. You're very ambitious. That's a good question. With that, Bai Feng's eyes became blurred. He said faintly, above Arcana Saint Master, there's a realm called Divine Arcana Master. This kind of existence only exists in legends. Even in the Chaotic Temple, there's no such person. There really is an even more powerful Arcana Master above the Arcana Saint Master. Zhuowen's expression changed as he muttered to himself. Xiao He sneered. Divine Arcana Master is already comparable to soul transformation realm experts. It can even be said that the influence of Divine Arcana Masters is even more terrifying than soul transformation realm cultivators. Since the creation of the Heavenly Armor Continent, although there have been world-shaking godhood experts, there has never been a Divine Arcana Master. Elder Bai bitterly smiled. The Abyss Saint Dragon is right. There has never been a Divine Arcana Master on the Heavenly Armor Continent. Even in our Chaotic Temple, the strongest is only Immortal Saint Master. If I'm above Heavenly Saint Master, the upper echelon of the Chaotic Temple won't kill me even if I'm possessed. Instead, they'll spend a lot of resources to get rid of the insect for me. Unfortunately, I'm only a Profound Saint Master. Although there aren't many Profound Saint Masters in the Chaotic Temple, there are still quite a few of them. The upper echelon of the Chaotic Temple won't spend a lot of resources to get rid of the insect, because the cost of getting rid of it is enough to nurture another Profound Saint Master. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed when he heard this. Profound Saint Masters were Arcane Saint Masters, after all. They were world-shaking existences in the Eastern lands. But the primal Chaos Temple that the Bai Feng spoke of didn't seem to be particularly important. Just what kind of existence was the primal Chaos Temple? Old man, this strand of your soul shouldn't be able to last much longer, right? If you have any other wishes, You can tell this kid and he'll help you fulfill them. After all, this kid has received your legacy, so he'll have to do something for you. Xiao He pointed at Zhuowen and snickered. His sneaky smile almost made Zhuowen lose control of his right hand and slap him. Of course, this was only a thought. Zhuowen also looked at Bai Fong. Senior, if you have any wishes, feel free to tell me. Bai Fong was gratified. I'm glad that you're so considerate. If I really have any wishes, I'm most worried about my clan. With that, Bai Fong waved his sleeve and a strand of information flowed into Zhuowen's mind. He continued, the Central Lands are divided into 99 prefectures, and each prefecture is a small world. My Bai clan is located in the Green Lotus Prefecture and is quite a powerful clan. However, the main reason why the Bai clan is prosperous is because I joined the Chaotic Temple and received its protection. However, I've been missing for nearly 1,000 years. I'm afraid that the Bai clan has lost the protection of the Chaotic Temple. I wonder how my Bai clan is doing? If you have the heart, you can visit the Bai clan when you enter the Central Lands. If there are any talented juniors in the Bai clan, you can pass on my inheritance and knowledge to them. Zhuowen nodded and said seriously, if I really go to the Central Lands, I'll definitely go to the Green Lotus Prefectures Bai clan. Senior can rest assured. Seeing that Zhuowen agreed so seriously, Bai Fong was satisfied and said, you have the aura of the 4-kill formation on you. The black turtle in the pool brought you to the training tower, right? Zhuowen nodded. Bai Fong's eyes flickered, and he continued, then you should have learned the immortal energy method. What do you think of immortal energy? Zhuowen pondered for a moment before saying solemnly, celestial force is the product of the combination of mental energy and origin energy. It's a powerful energy that surpasses both mental energy and origin energy. Moreover, celestial force can be used on formations, instantly setting up formations and unleashing powerful formations. It can even erupt like origin energy, allowing it to unleash powerful attacks and defenses. Then you should know that immortal energy is also divided into different levels, Bai Fong said with a smile. Immortal energy is also divided into different levels? I'd like to hear more about it. Zhuowen was startled and asked humbly. Bai Fong nodded and pondered for a moment. As far as I know, immortal energy is divided into 6 levels. They are low grade, medium grade, high grade, peerless grade, holy grade, and creation grade. I think the great Nether Saint Dragon knows the reason why immortal energy is divided into different levels. At this point, the Bai Fong suddenly looked at Blackie and said ambiguously, you're right. This old man is right. There is indeed such a division of immortal power. The specific reason is that immortal power can not only be used to draw the formation, but also to refine immortal pills. Different levels of immortal power can refine immortal pills of different levels. Low-grade immortal pills, middle-grade immortal pills, high-grade immortal pills, and even the top-grade immortal pills of creation, Blackie said lightly. Immortal pills? Zhuowen was startled. He had heard of immortal pills before, but this was the first time he had heard of immortal pills. However, he knew that they were called immortal pills because they were refined with immortal energy. There are many recipes for immortal pills in the Fushi cauldron. You couldn't refine them back then because you didn't have immortal energy, so I didn't tell you about it, Xiaohei said calmly. I see. Zhuowen nodded. Then his eyes burned with passion. Now that I'm cultivating immortal energy, doesn't that mean I'm qualified to refine immortal pills? You can say that. Fushi is a genius at refining immortal pills. Back then, he inscribed many recipes in the Fushi cauldron. At the same time, he also inscribed the He-Tu and Luo-Shu formations. The owner of the Fushi cauldron doesn't need to know the technique of refining immortal pills. He only needs to collect the materials, and you can refine the corresponding immortal pills, Xiaohei said with a smile. Zhuowen nodded. The Jade Cauldron did have this ability back then. However, as his strength increased, he realized that the recipes were too complicated. He had never even heard of the materials recorded in it. Because he couldn't collect the corresponding materials, he gave up on using the jade cauldron to refine immortal pills. Now he finally understood. Apart from a few extremely low-grade elixirs, the rest of the elixir recipes were all elixir recipes of the immortal grade. No wonder he had never even heard of the ingredients of the elixir recipes in the recipe. The Fushi cauldron has completed the He Tuesday. Does that mean that as long as I inscribe the book of Luo inside, I can completely recover? Zhuowen's eyes lit up. Apart from the He Tu and Luo Shu, there's one more thing missing. That's Cheng Huang. To put it bluntly, it's the artifact spirit of the Fushi cauldron. The Fushi cauldron is too damaged, and its artifact spirit is nowhere to be found. There's still a long way to go before we can completely restore the Fushi cauldron. Xiaohei shook her head. We're still missing an artifact spirit. Zhuowen frowned. He never thought that restoring the Fushi cauldron would be so troublesome. Are you saying that the artifact spirit of the Fushi cauldron is Cheng Huang? Perhaps I know where Cheng Huang is. The Baifeng's gaze suddenly became strange when it heard the conversation between Zhuowen and Xiaohei. Chapter 1290. Cheng Huang. I don't know about the Fushi cauldron's artifact spirit, but I do know about a fellow who calls himself Cheng Huang. Ever since I obtained the river diagram and the book of Luo, that fellow has been following me, said the Baifeng as it rubbed its nose. Following you? You mean that fellow is in the tomb, or is he near you? Xiaohei's eyes narrowed as she asked excitedly. Meanwhile, Zhuowen recalled the illusory voice that had spoken to the divine tortoise. He looked at Xiaohei and asked, Xiaohei, do you think it's the voice that appeared in the Tower of Trials? Xiaohei looked relieved. She said, You're right. Cheng Huang likes to act mysterious. It's very likely that the owner of that voice is him. I actually didn't think of it. However, that fellow and the divine tortoise are both outside the land of inheritance. It won't be too late to look for that fellow after we leave. Zhuowen nodded and looked at Xiaohei in surprise. It seemed like Xiaohei was rather familiar with Cheng Huang. She actually became excited when she heard about Cheng Huang. This was rather rare. Kid, the immortal force method you cultivated in the Tower of Trials is the most basic method. The immortal force you cultivate is at most low grade. However, the 4 kills formation requires at least mid-grade immortal force to form. I'm very curious as to how you managed to form the 4 kills formation. The Baifeng suddenly asked curiously. Zhuowen smiled and took out the immortal stone. He said, Because I have this immortal stone with me. The formation inside is extremely profound. It can fuse with mid-grade immortal force that's even more powerful than low-grade immortal force. So it's an immortal stone. I refined this little thing back in the Imperial region. I didn't expect it to fall into your hands. It seems like a portion of the formation inside the immortal stone is damaged. If it's complete, it should be able to fuse with high-grade immortal force, the Baifeng said with a smile as it toyed with the immortal stone. High-grade immortal force? Senior, I wonder if you can repair the array formation inside the immortal stone? Zhuowen suddenly asked. The Baifeng shook its head and said, I'm just a strand of spirit now. I can't repair the immortal stone, but this immortal stone can store my spirit. Little fellow, this old man was the one who brought that heavenly worm here. Now, this old man will repay the karma that I planted back then. Senior, what do you mean? Zhuowen had an ominous feeling in his heart. Originally, this strand of my spiritual sense was useless. However, if you have the celestial stones, this strand of my spiritual sense can be of some use. If you want to seal it, you must rely on my guidance. The Baifeng's eyes were filled with determination as he spoke indifferently. Zhuowen opened his mouth. He could see the determination in Elder Bai's eyes. The Baifeng's last strand of consciousness was already very weak. It could not withstand any disturbances. Otherwise, it could very well vanish into thin air. If Elder Bai followed him to the outside world to seal the heavenly worm, something bad might happen to him. As a result, Zhuowen was rather hesitant. There's no need to hesitate. The sealing formation of the heavenly worm is very complicated. You won't be able to learn it in a short amount of time. Only I can do it myself. You bringing the celestial stones might be the arrangement of the heavens. The Baifeng suddenly smiled. After a moment of silence, Zhuowen suddenly dropped to one knee and said with a deep voice, "Teacher!" Zhuowen said the two words very deeply. They contained many emotions. Although he had only known the Baifeng for a short time, the latter's sincerity and willingness to face death had deeply moved him. As a result, he called the Baifeng teacher from the bottom of his heart. The Baifeng was stunned. He stared at Zhuowen, and his face became extremely gentle. He actually teared up. "Good, good, good. Little fellow, you're my first and only disciple. It's my fortune to be able to accept you. Teacher, do we leave right now?" Zhuowen raised his head and asked emotionally. The Baifeng shook his head. "Zhuowen, there's no need to leave right now. You should have seen the 16 steels on the stairs in the air, right? How do you feel?" Zhuowen was surprised. He said with a deep voice, "It's very profound. I can't understand it at all." The Baifeng smiled. "The 16 steels record my lifetime's work. Every single steel contains a formation. Before we leave, I'll explain the details and patterns of the steels to you in detail. Once I'm done, we can leave." After saying that, Baifeng waved his sleeve. Immediately, the 16 stone tablets that were originally standing on the stairs in the air appeared above the pavilion. Then, with Baifeng and Baifeng as the center, they all landed around them and surrounded them. The formations inscribed on the 16 steels are called the war god portraits. Every single steel possesses great power. If you can grasp all the formations on the steels and use them proficiently, you will possess extremely great power. The Baifeng explained the principles and structure of the war god portraits to Zhuowen with a smile. He explained very carefully, but a sliver of sorrow appeared in Zhuowen's eyes. Obviously, he understood the Baifeng's intentions. The reason why he had stayed behind was obviously because this was the Baifeng's first time being a teacher. Of course, it would also be his last time. He wanted to fulfill all his responsibilities as a teacher before leaving. Only then would he generously go out to deal with the insects. Zhuowen listened very seriously and deeply. He had even imprinted the Baifeng's every action into his mind. Out of all the teachers he had met, the Baifeng was the one who explained things the most carefully. He went from simple to complex, covering every aspect. Time passed day by day. A month passed by quietly. Finally, the Baifeng, who was standing on top of the 16 stone tablets, stopped moving. His gaze landed on Zhuo when again, as he smiled and said, "Zhuowen, do you understand everything?" "Teacher, can I say that I don't understand anything?" Zhuowen suddenly said in a deep voice after a moment of silence. The Baifeng was stunned. He then shook his head and looked outside the pavilion. He said softly, "Zhuowen, there's no need to be sad. I'm already dead. This strand of consciousness will disperse at any time. Before it disappears, I can make up for my past mistakes." At this point, the Baifeng turned his head and smiled brightly at Zhuowen. "I died a worthy death." At this moment, Xiaohe also came to Zhuowen's side. He sighed, "Kid, the old man is right. With only a strand of consciousness left, even an arcane god master won't be able to save you." Zhuowen smiled and said, "I know. Teacher, let's go out." The Baifeng took a deep look at Zhuowen. He also smiled and agreed. The body formed by his consciousness entered the immortal stone. War god butchery, collect. After the Baifeng entered the immortal stone, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and immediately put the 16 huge stone tablets into his spirit ring. Then he stepped out without hesitation and directly left the white jade pavilion. At the bottom of the pool, in front of the stone statue, the divine turtle was lying quietly. He suddenly turned his head and said to the void, "Do you think that little guy can inherit my master's legacy?" "Aren't you talking nonsense? That little guy can definitely inherit your master's legacy." After all, he's more talented than your master. The ethereal voice suddenly sounded, causing the divine turtle to become angry out of humiliation. He said, "Damn it! Why do you keep talking about this topic? Aren't you annoying?" I'm not annoying. If you feel annoyed, little turtle, come and bite me." In the face of the indecent, ethereal voice, the divine turtle turned his head and pretended to be asleep. He ignored it. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly shot out from the chest of the stone statue, attracting the attention of the black tortoise, who was pretending to be asleep. Immediately, he saw a young man walking in the air and landing in front of the black tortoise. The divine turtle immediately raised his head and stared at Zhuowen. He asked, "You've completely inherited my master's legacy?" Zhuowen nodded and did not say a word. Instead, he looked around and asked the divine turtle, "The voice that kept talking to you just now, is its name Chang Huang? How did you know? Did my master say that?" The divine turtle widened his eyes and asked excitedly, "Yes." As he said that, Zhuowen took out the immortal stone, and a strand of Baifeng's divine consciousness appeared above the immortal stone. Seeing Baifeng's divine consciousness, the divine turtle quickly came in front of him and bowed down. He said excitedly, "Master, you're not dead. You're really not dead. Haha." Baifeng looked down at the divine turtle with a guilty look. He said, "You've been protecting me for so long. It's been hard on you." The divine turtle shook his head and said, It's not hard at all. My life was given to me by you, master. Why would I feel wronged?" Baifeng nodded. Then he looked through the void and said, "Cheng Huang, you pretentious guy. Why aren't you coming out yet? You must have noticed the Fushi cauldron a long time ago. Why didn't you come out to meet me?" Before Baifeng could finish, Xiao He flew out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows and said to Zhuowen and Baifeng, "I'm familiar with that guy. I'll call him a few times, and he'll definitely come out obediently. Hee." After saying that, Blackie pointed at the void and shouted, "The mount of this Lord Dragon back then, hurry up and come out. Kneel before this Lord Dragon's supreme power." Of course, when Xiao He said that, the void fell silent for a long time. "Damn it. Don't even think about pretending in front of me. I know you're there. Come out now. If you don't come out, I'll drag you out myself." Xiao He continued to shout. He was still met with silence. At this moment, Xiao He felt a little embarrassed. He snorted and said, "It seems like you're too scared to come out when you see me. But don't worry. Although I'm very powerful, I won't act recklessly. Just come out." Following that, Little Hay was still met with silence. This time, Little Hay was completely enraged. He coldly snorted and suddenly rushed toward the void. Then he realized that he had pounced on nothing. "Xiao He, what are you doing? I've come out a long time ago. I'm standing right here. Why are you going over there?" Chapter 1291. 9 Heavens, purple, profound thunderswinds. Eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the golden figure in the other space. The voice from earlier had clearly come from Xiao He's direction, yet the figure that had appeared was in the opposite space. Moreover, it had appeared without a sound. This made Zhuowen's expression change. At the same time, Zhuowen's gaze also landed on the golden figure, silently sizing it up. Within the golden light was a small beast. It was shaped like a fox with horns on its back, golden fur and golden eyes. "Is this Cheng Huang?" Zhuowen softly muttered as he stared at the little beast within the golden light. "Pretentious brat, you've finally come out. Although I'm mighty, you shouldn't have been so scared that you hid all over the place." Xiao He coughed dryly in another part of the void and said pretentiously. A trace of craftiness appeared in Cheng Huang's golden eyes as it chuckled. "Long time no see, little dragon. Look at you. Since when have you become a cute Xiao He dog? This style suits you very well." Xiao He's face immediately stiffened. Soon after, it pointed at Cheng Huang and shouted, "Bastard, don't call me little dragon. If you do, I'll beat you into a pulp. Also, Which part of this Lord Dragon looks like a dog? I'm clearly the mighty and domineering Great Nether Saint Dragon, all right? Don't spout nonsense if you don't understand. Is that so? Watch my dog-teasing skills. Chung Huang smiled. Soon after, it waved its little paw and a strand of foxtail grass appeared. It then tossed it at Xiao He. Xiao He was stunned. It stared at the foxtail grass and stuck out its tongue in a very human-like manner. It curled up its body and extended its claws, continuously chasing after the foxtail grass as it whimpered. This scene completely shocked Zhuowen and the Baifeng. Didn't Xiao He call itself the Great Nether Saint Dragon? Why was it behaving like a dog in front of the foxtail grass? Bastard! What do you take me for? Do you really think this Lord Dragon is a dog? Perhaps he'd noticed Zhuowen and Inferno Crane's strange gazes. Blackie suddenly howled furiously and slapped the green foxtail into pieces before howling furiously at Chung Huang. All right, I'm not playing anymore. Chung Huang chuckled and looked at Zhuowen. I never imagined that Master's Fushi Cauldron would end up in this little guy's hands. I clearly remember that the Fushi Cauldron wasn't on the Heavenly Armor continent back then. How did you obtain it? Zhuowen's heart skipped a beat when he heard Chung Huang's question. Speaking of which, he was the one who had brought the Fushi Cauldron over from Earth. The foreign spacetime that Chung Huang was talking about should be Earth. However, he naturally wouldn't say anything about Earth. He could only laugh and say, I'm not sure either. I just got it by chance. Chung Huang, why are you asking this? Since the Fushi Cauldron is in Zhuowen's hands, it means that the Fushi Cauldron chose him. This is also his opportunity. Otherwise, how could something like the Fushi Cauldron become this kid's armor soul so easily? Xiao He came to Zhuowen's side and said with some displeasure. Chung Huang nodded and smiled. I'm just asking. Since the Fushi Cauldron has become his armor soul, there's no way I can take it out. If this kid cultivates to the divine transformation realm in the future, he'll have the chance to completely materialize the Fushi Cauldron. But you also became his armor soul. Could it be that you're planning to do the same? Xiao He snorted and said, This Lord Dragon's injuries are too severe. Plus, this kid has the Fushi Cauldron on him. That's why I became his armor soul. If he can really reach the divine transformation realm, Zhuowen won't need me anymore. It'll be normal for me to regain my freedom. Hearing the conversation between the two, Zhuowen somewhat understood. It seemed that after a warrior advanced to the legendary divine transformation realm, the armor soul in their body would materialize. When that time came, Xiao He and the Fushi Cauldron would be able to completely break away from him. Just as Xiao He said, if he could really reach the divine transformation realm, he would be standing at the peak of the continent. By then, he probably wouldn't need to rely on the power of the armor soul. Moreover, Xiao He's biggest wish was to recover. This was also what he had promised Xiao He back then. Chung Huang asked again, if he can't reach the divine transformation realm, will you stay with him until he reaches the end of his life? Xiao He did not answer Chung Huang directly. Instead, she said, I trust Zhuowen. Seeing Xiao He like this, Zhuowen was moved. He could feel Xiao He's unreserved trust in him. Suddenly, Xiao He asked in a deep voice, Chung Huang, do you know where Fushi is? Chung Huang smiled bitterly and said no. The battle back then was too tragic. Even the Fushi Cauldron was destroyed. If it weren't for my master, I'm afraid that my soul would have been destroyed. Even you don't know. Xiao He looked disappointed. However, he quickly recovered and continued, Chung Huang, the Fushi Cauldron is now with Zhuowen. You're the Fushi Cauldron's spirit. Why don't you return to the Fushi Cauldron? Are you saying that you want me to recognize this kid as my master? Chung Huang's voice was rather cold. However, Xiao He shook her head and said, There's no need for that. I know how you feel about Fushi. You just need to stay in the Fushi Cauldron. After all, if the Fushi Cauldron wants to recover its ability to refine pills, You need to be there. Humph, that's a great idea. You want me to refine pills for this kid and help him break through. Once he reaches the soul transformation realm, he'll be able to turn you into a physical object and regain your freedom. Cheng Huang spoke in a slightly hostile tone. Xiao He was slightly annoyed and said, "Why don't you know what's good for you? I'm only a strand of my soul right now, and you're only an artifact spirit. What can you do without the Fushi cauldron? Can you find Fushi? Can you return to your former glory? The Fushi cauldron has already chosen Zhuowen. Why are you still so stubborn?" Cheng Huang fell silent. In the end, it sighed softly, and its gaze descended onto Zhuowen. It said, "You're Zhuowen, right? I can help you, but you have to promise me 2 things. Zhuowen naturally didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly said, "Senior, feel free to speak. I'll naturally agree if I can. Actually, my request is very simple. I do plan on returning to the Fushi cauldron, but you have to help me find my master, Fushi. Also, if you're lucky enough to reach the soul transformation realm, then you have to release Xiao He and the Fushi cauldron. What do you think?" Cheng Huang was quite satisfied with Zhuowen's attitude and said softly, "Of course," Zhuowen said without hesitation. Xiao He, however, said rather impatiently, "Say, when did you become so wishy-washy? I've been with Zhuowen for many years, so I know him much better than you do. This kid is a man of his word. He promised me these 2 things before, so he definitely won't go back on his word." Cheng Huang nodded and said to Zhuowen, "Yes, I hope so. Zhuowen, take out the Fushi cauldron. I'll help you repair it." Zhuowen flicked his finger and immediately took out the damaged Fushi cauldron. Cheng Huang looked at the damaged Fushi cauldron and sighed. "I never thought that the Fushi cauldron would be so damaged. I'm afraid it won't be something that can be repaired in a short period of time." With that, Cheng Huang said to the divine turtle, "Little turtle, enter the Fushi cauldron with me. You were a member of the Fushi cauldron back then." The divine turtle roared. "The formation of the Book of Luo was damaged long ago. I'm now a formation spirit that Master perfected. I have nothing to do with the Fushi cauldron. Little turtle, go ahead. I'm only left with a strand of my consciousness, and Zhuowen has obtained all of my inheritance. It's a wise choice for you to follow him," the Baifeng suddenly said to the divine turtle. "Master." The divine turtle looked at the Baifeng with a tinge of sadness in his eyes. In the end, he sighed and turned into a stream of light, entering the Fushi cauldron. Zhuowen saw that there was another diagram on the body of the cauldron opposite the river diagram. There was a divine turtle in the diagram, and the diagram was the Book of Luo. The river diagram and the Book of Luo are complete. Now, all that's left is for me to repair it. Cheng Huang's eyes were filled with excitement. He laughed and turned into a ray of golden light that surged into the Fushi cauldron. Immediately, the originally dim Fushi cauldron erupted with an extremely blazing light. Zhuowen could clearly feel that the aura on the surface of the Fushi cauldron was constantly strengthening and perfecting. It was as Cheng Huang had said. He was repairing the Fushi cauldron. The Fushi cauldron is too damaged. Even with the help of the river diagram, the Book of Luo, and Cheng Huang, it won't be completed in a short period of time. "Now, you should put the Fushi cauldron away," Xiao He suddenly said. Zhuowen nodded and put away the Fushi cauldron. He looked at the Baifeng and said, "Teacher, are we going out now?" The Baifeng nodded. Just as it was about to speak, its expression changed. Immediately, the entire pool shook violently. "What's going on?" Zhuowen and the Baifeng looked at each other and asked in surprise. Not only the pool, but the entire emperor's tomb also began to tremble. The trembling even began to spread, and it actually extended to the entire sea of bitterness. The black sea of bitterness churned with huge black waves that swept up to the sky and then sprinkled down from the sky. At this moment, it was as if the entire sea of bitterness was raining black rain. The black storm around the emperor's tomb started to weaken. It slowly weakened and finally stopped dissipating. The nine heavens' purple, profound lightning in the dark clouds above the emperor's tomb started to roar wildly. Countless purple lightning bolts that were as thick as water buckets fell from the sky and turned into a lightning prison that enveloped the entire emperor's tomb. At this moment, all the warriors on the countless islands in the Bitter Sea noticed this scene. Soon after, they were stunned to discover that the emperor's tomb in the distance was slowly rising under the cover of the terrifying nine heavens' purple, profound lightning, all the way to 100,000 feet in the sky. Boom! Boom!